Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday, and happy July, everybody out there. It's 7 p.m. on Saturday night at this time, and if it's this time or any time on Saturday when we have shows scheduled, or Friday next week, and Saturday next week, as we'll go into later, this is your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness. I'm glad you're here tonight. We got a special show for you because... Hello, Dolly Finn. Oh, you're already here. Okay, good to see you. So good to see you tonight. Perfect timing as far as what we're going to be talking about tonight. Tonight is a very special show. It's super. Oh, thank you so much, of course. It's lovely to see you tonight. We're also getting a little bit of an indication of something. We're seeing the Hudson Bee. All right, we're playing the viewer quest for July, which is a special occasion as it always is, because, hey, a lot of people come into the show as far as chat, our best chat on Twitch as it is, or just saying, like, hey, you know, people who've been on the show with me, saying, hey, I want to show something. I get a sense maybe there's something that's not remembered completely. And yeah, it seems like the regular crowd shuffling in as it is. Hi, Gemini96, so good to see you tonight for, I haven't said we're playing yet, but you might get a sense on screen, but it's so good to see everybody out there in chat land. And I got a great show for you tonight because we're in July now. We are celebrating the 40th anniversary of a franchise we've talked about a couple times on this show. Chat's brought it up, the best chat on Twitch, as has been the case, and said, you know what? Let's take a look at this. I also asked which one you want to see first, because this is a franchise that is celebrating 40 years of its existence this month. Yeah, it's Bomberman from Hudson Soft, and for our first look, I asked around, what do we want to see? What are people's memories? ElecVerse said he wanted to see Bomberman World for the PlayStation. This came out in 1998 on January 29th for Japan. For the US, it was September 22nd, and then it came out a couple years later, like about 4 or so years later on the PC on March 24th, which was within the Bomberman Collection Volume 1, which had this, the PC Engine Bomberman game, and Bomberman 93, which is also a PC Engine TurboGrafx 16 game. And it's a game, this is an interesting one, because it's been 40 years of Bomberman. The first game, by the way, is we're seeing this great opening cutscene, as far as the CG stuff of what the first Bomberman game on PlayStation, of 3 of them in the US, the other 2 being Bomberman Fantasy Race and Bomberman Party Edition. In Japan, there was a 4th one, that was Bomberman Wars, which was actually a turn-based strategy RPG, kind of like Shining Force or Fire Emblem or Final Fantasy Tactics. That was also on the Saturn. We didn't get that one, but for the 32nd game in this soon-to-be 75-game franchise, this has been going on a while, as it's been, they took the Bomberman games of yore and said, let's take pre-rendered backgrounds or pre-rendered elements and kind of put it in the shell of this franchise. And it's an interesting one because the very first game in this franchise that came out was not this one. It was actually in 1983, specifically it was called Bakuden Otoko, which was Bomberman to us when it came out 2 years later on the NES, but over there in Japan, first came out on the Sharp X1, Sharp MZ, and the PC-88, as well as the FM7, which were Japanese computers at the time. It then got expanded out, not to the US first, but actually to Europe as Eric and the Floaters, which was on the ZX Spectrum, came out for that in 1984, and we got it in 1985, I should say, for NES, specifically from Hudson Soft, who developed it. This one that was published by Atlas, and interestingly enough, the publishing rights on this game have kind of gone all over the place, in the sense that when this came out in Europe, it was published by Sony themselves. In Japan, it was published by Hudson Soft, who developed it, and US, it was Atlas, so yeah, the team behind stuff like Persona and Tactics Ogre and the Snowboard Kids games were involved in this one as far as releasing it here. And it's a game that, I remember, ElecVerse said to me, like, hey, I want to see this. I was like, anytime you say you want to see something of the show, it's asking you shall receive. I had to go find it. Whatever it is to get it to you, I'm getting it to you. No problem for that. And we're going to get a little bit of a preview of what the multiplayer is going to look like. If you've ever played Bomberman before, and feel free, chat, to go into any memories you got on Bomberman as a franchise, or maybe this one. That being said, this one, I've gotten the sense this has not necessarily been documented that massively, even nowadays, even though it's celebrating, 25 years this year, if that is right by my count. Yeah, it is. I just had to stop, make sure I took a count right, because sometimes it's like, hey, the year number's wrong. Yeah, 25 years of this game this year as the premier game of the franchise on PlayStation, initially called PlayStation Bomberman, and it also is not the same game as Bomberman World, where Bomberman is not one word. It is in this one. That one, it was 2 words. It was by Irem. It was an arcade game from 1992 that was developed by them, the company behind R-Type and stuff like that. And you see, the idea of what Bomberman specifically is. You're going around a maze, dropping bombs down, trying to blow enemies up, or in this case, friends, in the multiplayer. And in my case, I tend to be, specifically, too rapid for it and hearing myself go, no, as far as when I die. So we'll see how that goes. I've been practicing this game for a pretty decent amount of time, to the point where I don't know if I was even ready when I was asked about this, saying, like, hey, what are we doing next week, when I did this last week. But I did some practice on Sunday with Nocturne in Element, and then also some others for yesterday and today. And now we're going to be ready to go on this one. I never played this one, but I played Bomberman 64 a lot as a kid, as well as Bomberman Jetters on the GameCube. Which, okay, that's an interesting thing. We'll let this go for a little bit, because that's the interesting thing I've noticed too. In my case, my experience with Bomberman to start was actually with Bomberman 64. That was the first one I ever played, and I love the advertisement for that. It was like a takeoff on Spider-Man, with the Spider-Man theme, like, replaced as far as Bomberman. I'll see if I can't put that on the link list when I edit this in a couple of days. I played it. I wasn't sure completely what to make of it. I didn't like it initially, only because maybe I wasn't very good at it, and that's been an element maybe with me with Bomberman. Not a case where it's a bad game, far from it, but just something that I maybe was never as good as I thought. And I played Bomberman Hero on Nintendo 64, which is a platforming game, more traditional than something like Bomberman 64, and people were like, hey, we're not liking this much, it doesn't multiplayer, and other stuff. And then on GameCube, we had Jetters, which was the second of those, and then Generation, which was by, actually, the people who made Lunar, which we're playing currently. But it's interesting also getting the discussion of that, because when ElecVerse was saying, hey, I want to see this, he said, I don't know if people know this game, and that, I think, is the case, because I looked online for stuff with this just to make sure that I was going to be ready. I don't want to make the mistakes that I tend to make with Bomberman as a franchise when I play it. We'll see how that goes tonight. So I want to make sure I was ready as far as my practice, but I also said, hey, I want to make sure I understand going through the story mode, which is not very long. I was seeing, like, the elements of it saying, like, it's like 2.5, 3 hours. I said, okay, but I don't know if I'm going to be confident, running that specifically. So just let me at least get a sense, like, what am I doing? What's the strategies of this? I really couldn't find much of anything. There's nothing on GameFAQs as far as strategies on this game for the story mode, though there is a translation of the script over there, or at least lines of what the script is. And then the only other thing I found as far as that was a play by Mage Knight 404. I'm going to have that in the link list for sure. I owe that play, the play you're seeing tonight, for sure. And also to get other information out about this game that is not well documented, even in the manual, which is kind of interesting, specifically. But yeah, it's a good one. I'm liking what I've been playing to this, so I'm definitely looking forward to giving it the full look. Before we start, though, I'm going to go into some stuff, because we are already celebrating 40 years, for sure. And thank you, Gemini96, for going into your memories on Bomberman. Feel free to keep them coming, or any insights of what you're seeing on the screen tonight. But yeah, let's talk Hudson Soft, who did develop this. They started in the 1980s, before this game, but also before Bomberman itself, in 1981. And since they made their name on a ton of different stuff like the Mario Party games, Adventure Island, Myland Secret Castle, Star Soldier, Xanadu, a game, Dolly Fan, I know we mentioned on the show before, Princess Tomato and the Salad Kingdom on NES, which I have on Wii Virtual Cons, we can show that at some point, and Sonic Shuffle, amongst other stuff. And this is the big franchise of theirs, although then again, Hudson Soft has had a lot of big franchises, and a lot of weird off-the-beaten-path stuff that really make them interesting, and really get interesting to see what they got with Bomberman, especially we have 75 of these in September. Yes, indeed, so Dolphin says, and hey gang, hey ElecVerse, so good to see you tonight. I know you want to see Bomberman World. We have Bomberman World for the PlayStation tonight. It was also on the PC, which I only know because of you, so thank you very much for that. We're on the demo start on this one, as we go into a little bit of a spiel as far as the franchise, because we were celebrating 40 years of Bomberman this month. So we got a very special occasion for it. So good to see you. Thank you so much for making this request. Thank you for getting me to play this specifically, and also maybe, in my case, trying to focus myself differently on Bomberman, because I tend not to be good at this franchise usually. But I said, okay, I'm not going to make the mistake of just running into my bombs all the time. I tend to. But yeah, we're going to go through the whole game for sure and have a great time. Feel free to ElecVerse to go into any of your memories on this one. I guess you're the one who has familiarity with this game, I'm going to think. And also, any memories you have on Bomberman itself. And we'll also go into other stuff about this game, which, as I mentioned before we jumped on, you said, hey, I don't think people remember this. It needs more love. You were right, because there was not much online I found about this game. Even as far as, like, history, development of this one specifically, it was kind of basic. I mean, I guess as far as that, it's interesting for sure, but I'm glad to kind of, us give that out there, and also find some of the other channels that have pointed this game out and say, like, yeah, this game deserves more attention. I agree. The memories of renting this one back in the day, so that is your memory specifically. I guess then, is this the first game of the franchise you ever played? In my case, it was Bomberman 64. I didn't have PlayStation at the time, so it was that and Hero that I played. And then after that, it made me love classic Bomberman. So this is the one that turned you on to the franchise. And playing it, as far as my practice getting ready, I get that. I completely understand that. And it is an interesting one, and also interesting, I guess, to see where this franchise has come, really, because it's 40 years since the original, which was initially designed by Toshiyuki Sasagawa, who was involved with Mile on Secret Castle, Robo Warrior, and also did audio work on Mario Party 2, JJ and Jeff, Ys Book 1 and 2, and Super Star Soldier, specifically. This was not the first one I played, that was Super Bomberman for the Super Nintendo. I've always heard those Super Nintendo Bomberman games, which there was Super Bomberman 1 and 2, and I think there's Super Bomberman 3, but we didn't get that one. It was Super Bomberman 2 that was my element. And I'd heard that a lot. I remember reading about that in magazines like Nintendo Power, saying like, hey, this game is great, it's one of the best multiplayer games there is as far as it. And it is interesting to see that the way it's twisted itself around, the way that even some of the most contentious and, not good entries in this franchise, like Bomberman Act Zero, did kind of hold to the idea of what Bomberman was, but the style being weird. Although even that game, it does hold to the story of the US version at least, which is Bomberman was underground, and the idea is that the story goes that if he gets above ground, he'll be able to... I don't think it's become... I think he either is freed or he becomes a real man or something, as far as it... I think it's something. I'll have to edit as far as what that really is. I mean, I don't know, it's like the Pinocchio take, maybe. But that was our continuity, at least. And then they tied in with Lode Runner, because the NES version of Lode Runner was developed by Hudson Soft, and I guess Broderman Software published that, said, hey, let's tie this in, I guess, because you made it, or Hudson made it, anyway. But, yeah, so that was kind of what that was. With this one, the story of this is, you're seeing it on the screen here, we have the Dark Force Bombers here. They were cast away in crystals years ago. They've been brought back by Bagura, or Burglar, as he's known in this US edition. And now there is Bomberman White Bomber, specifically, as he tends to be known, as far as the cutest, pyromaniac you could possibly imagine as far as gaming. But yeah, when he's determined, and he has out a bomb right with their name on it. In fact, yeah, here's a retrospective of the Bomberman that ties some games together, and I guess I'm going to assume that it's going to be something that there might be some more story continuity to some of the stuff than maybe you think. In fact, I think with one of the bosses in this, I think it's from Pocket Bomberman from the Game Boy Color. I think, in fact, Torrento, the first boss you're going to see, was in that game, which I never played, which was more of a platforming game, I believe. But yeah, thank you for providing that. They'll go in the link list, and we'll have more stuff Bomberman, because yeah, this is going to be our love-in on Bomberman World and on the franchise itself, because, yeah, 40 years. I can't believe it's been 40 years. I was saying that to every guest I've had on this program the past month or so, saying it's been 40 years since the franchise. Like, it has. It's one of those cases where you can't believe it, I know. But he's gone a long way, and he's got more of a long way to go, as it's been with more stuff, including Super Bomberman R2, which is out in September. Alright, first thing we're going to do is take a look at our options, of which there are not a whole lot. You do have music, which is stereo mono. Yeah, as Blood Space Moon said, we started Lunar. Yeah, remember when games used to have this? Yep, we were back to that element. You also have your button configuration set up to 3 configurations and go to the default. And your rumble. If you have the DualShock controller, or DualShock 2 if you're running this through PS2, you do have rumble to go on this. It's D-pad only as far as play, but you know how this plays, it makes sense completely. Yeah, your buttons are a circle button to set your bomb or pick them up when you get the power glove. Drop a line bomb out when you get the line bomb power up. Do a detonation on X button when you get those remote bombs. Gotta love me my remote bombs. The armor text, we see them on the R1 button, and also charge. They don't indicate. Punching and pushing bombs, you get the stuff for that. And then kick stops on triangle. And also something with triangle button, the game's manual does not indicate. And we're going to probably be using that. We're going to see how this is going to go. Alright, so let's go to game mode. You have 3 modes in this one. You have challenge game, which is where you build up your skills within a 2 and 5 minute increment, and then go and fight a boss, and then you get scored on it. And if you do really badly, this game is not going to shy away of the fact that, yeah, you're a bad bomber, and he'll be crying, and it's amazing. We'll show that off later, along with the battle game, which is supporting up to 5 players in this edition, or you can play it alone with computer players. But the computer players in Bomber games tend to be really good, even on the easiest level. Just ask Chasm22 that when him and I played Saturn Bomberman for the Sega Saturn, which he does have. He said, hey, I'd be willing to part with that for a show if you want to do it. And that is 10-player multiplayer specifically. This one is 5 when you're running the multi-tap on the PlayStation 1 or PlayStation 2 as it is, because I'm running this through that way, at least. And a normal game. This is the main story. We're going to run the normal game, and we'll take a look at these other 2 modes. We'll start here. Also, you have option to load your game as far as saving it to the memory card, or you can use a password if you don't have one. We might have to use that load specifically, and we'll see how this goes. I hope I'm ready for this. I really do. But let's get started with the new game as we're going to see the opening cutscene and talk about these cutscenes because, yeah, this is really, when you think about it, Bomberman going sort of the next generation element, earliest, sort of. We'll find that in Bomberman 64 at least. But the idea of CG cutscenes going on for this, we're seeing like the idea of like, how did the Dark Force bombers come back? This is showing how they came back. As far as these cutscenes themselves, this also goes to something we talked about when we played World of Illusion, because the director of that game actually is involved with the creation of these. That was Emiko Yamamoto, who was the director of World of Illusion and Quackshot, and also did artwork for Sonic Riders, specifically the levels and the extreme gear aspects of that game, and he's the producer on every single one of the Kingdom Hearts games over at Disney Interactive Japan. But it was also by two other names, specifically, including Takafumi Furushima, who, the only other credit of his was Bomberman World, which was the turn-based strategy game on Saturn and PlayStation in this series. We didn't get that. And the other name is Koichi Kageyama, who also has background as far as stuff, or fine, actually foreground later, because this was one of the only games he worked on until later when he did the motion capture stuff for Onimusha 3 Demon Siege on the PlayStation 2, and did staff work on Siren, which is also on the PlayStation 2, horror game specific. I wasn't recommended both of those, actually. I've not played much of the Onimusha games. I think we need to change that. I'll need to change that. We do Onimusha 1, we're doing again Onimusha on the Xbox, because of the extra stuff. But anyway, it looks really good. It's the kind of thing that sometimes you come back to these CG cutscenes, and we're going to go back to that specifically next week, because we're finally finishing Parasite Eve, where, you know, we had CG cutscenes, like, what's the quality of that going to be? How's it going to look now in a modern context? But it still looks really good. Really colorful, really stylish. This game, by the way, is a sequel to Bomberman Wars. Okay, it is. I was not aware of that, and I'm great. I'm glad. Thank you so much for indicating that specifically, which we never got. Okay, maybe I don't know if I'm necessarily surprised we didn't get that, because I guess turn-based strategy games like that kind of were a niche thing in 1997-8 specifically. But yeah, if there's story continuity to that, it's kind of surprising that we missed that, although there are a lot of games in this franchise I guess we didn't get of the 75, or 74 now, 75 in a few months, that we had with this. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know, you ever played that? I think it was Japan only as far as that, although it is on Saturn, so if it's something that can be played as far as, you know, understanding the gameplay, I can just get the Saturn version, and we can run it import on my system. As you're seeing, yeah, Burglar or Bagura over there, specific as far as how it is. Also, let's talk music. Fine, we'll talk two other things whilst we're waiting for this to go, as there's Bomberman seeing, like, hey, there goes Earth Bomber down the planet. Let's go stop him and stop everybody else. Yeah, the game itself, I'll briefly go on this. The direction of this, it was Shigeki Fujiwara, who directed Utopia 2 for the TurboGrafx 16, as well as Bomberman 93, Galavan, which is an arcade game, and Saturn Bomberman, which is mentioned Kazoo 22 has, and we have Access 2 specifically. I've not played that one. Yeah, it's been interesting me thinking about that, I guess, because when I found out, hey, this is a game we didn't get for this series, and also hearing that it's a totally different genre, specifically, I said, okay, that's interesting. Maybe I've also been in a bit of a mindset on that, because last week was the Switch Online expansion pack release of Fire Emblem, the Blazing Blade, and the Binding Blade. Japan has Binding Blade and Blazing Blade, and US has the Blazing Blade specific. But just the thought of, how would Bomberman work as far as it, although when you think about it, maybe that's what this franchise kind of can be a little, in a way. It's like, okay, you're moving around real time, yes, but you do have to kind of think of, what are you doing, where are you going, what are you planting your bombs down on, and picking up as far as power-ups. That's going to be the interesting thing on this game, I'll definitely tell you that for sure. But I'm definitely looking forward to that, as we're hearing this wonderful music, very spacey, and kind of, you know, techno-y music that is really good stuff, which was done by two names specifically. Junei Chikama, or Jikuma, I should say, who did music for Adventure Island, Panic Bomber for the Virtual Boy, as well as the arcade Panic Bomber game. And I have the TurboGrafx 16 Panic Bomber release in the TurboGrafx 16 mini unit that I actually have right next to me, just to give a sense of, let me talk about the other Bomberman games which I have, which are the items on that, which are Bomberman 93, 94, that Panic Bomber from TurboGrafx 16, and then also 64 on Wii U Virtual Console. And then the other name on this as far as music was Hironao Yamamoto, who's involved with the TurboGrafx 16 port, or CD port, I should say, of Fatal Fury Special. I did not know that was on it. As well as Bomberman 64, The Second Attack, Bomberman Online, which was on the Dreamcast, and involved in the Mario Party games with the music, particularly Mario Party 2, a lot of stuff with that, but he was also involved with some of the planning of 1 and 3 specifically. Planet Force looks a lot like Earth. Yeah, it does. I mean, yeah, you're right. It probably is Earth. Maybe when you think about it, the idea is that, I don't know, considering the continuity of Bomberman Wars and maybe the Japanese version of this, is it perhaps the idea that, we mentioned this with like Kirby Crystal Shards, which is that the fact that maybe this is a world that's not habitable anymore, habited by people, but then again, it's also something that it doesn't seem as harsh necessarily as in that game as far as what's around, but it's definitely interesting to go into as far as what it is, because yeah, that is our first destination, but they give you a little bit of an indication that, oh, here are the other places we're going to go, specifically Planet Wind right here, as well as Planet Fire, Planet Ocean, and later we got one other place. In Planet, on Planet Force, I should say, there's Earth Bomber right there, as well as over here in Planet Wind, Cyclone Bomber, Planet Fire has Fire Bomber, and Aqua Bomber is in Planet Water, and they got other characters and creatures that are going to try and stop us. Alright, yeah, Bomberman has his nice jet, and like the nice turn as far as that like, gets. Go left. You can only pick the ones in the order, by the way, but you can also, in fact, I will show this to start. Press start button, go where you gotta go. But also, this is something I did not know, admittingly, until I was doing my practice. I only found this out a couple hours ago because I said, parts of this game get really hard, especially the way I tend to play Bomberman, which probably is not the right way to do it. So I said, okay, if I die, you'll lose a lot of your power-ups, or certain power-ups you'll lose. Some you won't, some you will. And I said, like, hey, if there's a power-up that's on another world, what can I do? Am I screwed? Am I going to be stuck here specifically? Well, if you're on the map screen, hit the triangle button. No, you were not. You can go back to the menu, or to the world menu, and pick wherever you want when you have them open. Though don't press triangle here, because otherwise you go back to the main screen, and if you had a save going, well, fine, you haven't been able to save. It basically acts as if you're going to be starting a new game. So yeah, don't hit triangle here, but in the worlds, we'll probably have to do that. We'll see. But either way, I'm looking forward to doing this game for sure, and it is a good one. It definitely has a great atmosphere, it has great music, it does play really well, and if nothing else, it's one of these games, like first I think of stuff you've mentioned and stuff you've recommended for the show, that because of the way we'll do the viewer requests, the way I always do them, it's like I'm going to handle these a little differently than other games in the sense that I'll make sure I do enough research, I'll make sure I do enough practice, I'll make sure I'm set so that I'm going to try and give it the best play for it, so like, I take the request you make very seriously. I'm saying, like, I know that's a commitment you're making, saying that I want to see this. So, like, I'm not going to half-ass it, say, like, oh, next week we're going to play this game you want just because it's on the Master List to get out of the way. It's like, no, we're going to play it specifically. I'll do my damnedest to give you the best show I can as it is. As a whole, I'd say specifically Bomberman is a difficult series in a fun way in that it pisses you off just enough to keep playing. Yeah, that is a good point. You're right. And this game does have a limited continues, so there is that to it, at least. So you do have the ability to go around specifically. I never played this one, so this is Dolly Finn. Have you played any of the other Bomberman games? If so, feel free to go into them, and feel free to go into, anything else you got on what you're seeing on this. Yeah, especially if you accidentally kill yourself. Yeah, the story of my life when it comes to Bomberman, I'm gonna try and avoid that, I really am. But I think we're ready. I'm gonna have a good time playing this, and hopefully sit back, enjoy the show, and hit me with anything you got with Bomberman as we go into Area 1 of Planet Force, which has amazing music. In fact, this game has incredible music. Alright, and not bad loading. Not that loading is bad, really, on PlayStation for some of the stuff we play, but either way. Start! Yeah, you get that. By the way, we'll talk voice acting in a little bit, because it is all one person. I'm pretty sure. Alright, so drop your bomb. Also pick up the fire. By the way, when you pick up the fire, the distance of the explosion increases. Don't be in the line of your fire, otherwise you're gonna die. But basically, go around, kill the enemies. Well, okay, in this game, you don't necessarily have to kill the enemies as the primary focus. Basically, pick up the gems. And the music here, oh god, I love the music of Planet Force. It's so good. It sounds in a style of, fine, other stuff with Bomberman. There's a great Bomberman stuff, and I picked up all the gems. I can leave, but I can also blow up the softbox, the mushrooms there, and they're different for level, because some will have items underneath. There will be set items for levels. Yeah, in that case, yeah, just let them die, or let them bow into it. Also, because I picked the bomb up, when you pick that up, you get the ability to drop one more bomb. You can drop it to 8, depending on if you pick up enough. Also, yeah, be careful of the rocks jutting out of the ground. You trip over that, it goes, ow! And it doesn't kill you, but, yeah, it can put you in a bad case if you're in the middle of a bomb or have a bomb specifically. Also, you have points. The manual does not tell you this, but if you get 15,000 points, you get an extra life. So take advantage of that. You're going to want to definitely take advantage of that specifically, and there's another bomb. It'll also... It's sometimes random where the item is going to pop up from the softbox. And the softbox ideas of them are going to be different from level. Yeah, I'm letting that thing die. like the old Bomberman games, they'll usually just go in a line that way, but sometimes they go a little erratic, so it gets a little bit weird to that. You know, I'm gonna also show tripping over something, because I do have time. You don't get time points, but... Yeah, so ouch. So when he says that, you're fine, you won't die. You just stop. And if you have a bomb drop nearby, it's like, that's a bad case. You gotta get out of the way quickly, or blow up and then go, no! Which, by the way, let's talk voice acting then for that. Because as far as I can tell on this game, of the research I did, there's only one person voicing every character in it. And it is pretty impressive as far as it, and it's a name we've talked about before. It is Lainey Minella. We talked about her when we played Sonic Heroes, and also we will when we go back to that for the Super Hard mode, look at that in January for its 20th anniversary. She was the voice of Rouge in Sonic Heroes and Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Battle, as well as Slash in the Snowboard Kids games, and in the second one, which Nocturne and I are going to be doing in March, by the way. She's the voice of Damien and Wendy, her favorite character. She also was Erica Christie in Illbleed, Luke Triton in the Professor Layton franchise as well. Her credits, by the way, are legion, and man, she's got quite a talent. She has the voice of Larry Morton and Wendy Okupa from the New Super Mario Bros. Games, specifically since New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Also, Mia in Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn on the Wii and Fire Emblem Heroes. Shiva and Sindel in Mortal Kombat 9, and her first performance... Oh, fine, one other one. She's Bubsy in Bubsy 3D, so when she says,
"Oh, look, an arrow! Aren't these game designers wonderful?"
that was her. And also, her first role actually was voicing, or I guess maybe playing a skunk in Barney in Concert. Yeah, Barney the Dinosaur in 1991. That was her first role. She voices every character in this game, and for certain aspects, you're gonna probably be able to tell if you play other stuff she's done. There's also a lot of stuff she's done where she doesn't have specific credits, or more accurately, I should say, she voices so many various characters that it's hard to tell. I ran into that with Crusader 64 and Surrender Antonio. I said, hey, you love God of War Ragnarok. She's in that game. It's like, who is she? Various voices like, wait, come on, tell us who she is. We want to know. Alright, in this level, you got the monkey going up the tree. Bomb the tree, or bomb somewhere that's near the tree. It gets knocked down, and then drop the bomb to kill it. But yeah, you also are a little beholden when they go. Also, you have the snakes there. Yeah, fine, he just died anyway, but if he walks into the bomb, he'll eat it, and then he'll slow down. So the bomb goes away, but he'll run slower. Also, there is the, gem monster, I guess? I'm not sure what the name is. They don't have the specific names as far as I can tell. Because they said, ElecVerse, you were right. People maybe don't remember this game because it's not well documented online. Except for one aspect of a playthrough that I'm going to be having on the link list for sure. And of course, this show, as far as this, because we're going to get that stuff out there for what it is. They said, so I had to kind of get a sense of what some of this is, although maybe you're right. If I play Bomberman Wars, maybe I know more. Or Pocket Bomberman on Game Boy Color. A little, but even then, it's like, hey, you know what's going on. Yeah, and you do have the pre-rendered backgrounds. That's the idea. This game is pre-rendered entirely, but does still play with the 2D elements of something like Super Bomberman 2 on Super Nintendo. And I guess some aspects of, okay, because Gemini 96, you mentioned Bomberman Jetters on GameCube. Never played that. Feel free to go into that. I think that was a open, or find a roaming 3D specifically, kind of like Bomberman 64 was. Also, you have the bridges. Yeah, you have that click, click, click. I do love that sound design, specifically. You were also safe on the bridge. The explosion only goes across the field. So in that case, yeah, you can kind of be a little reckless, just drop a couple bombs and go. But in this case, there's a soft block blocking the way right now, so I gotta go around. Also, be cognizant of the fact that there is time limit. If you do run up time, you die. Alright, so, yeah, be careful of the bananas that the monkey drops. So in that case, yeah, knock him down and try to put a bomb there so while he's stunned, yeah, he'll blow into it. But hey, sometimes they'll also go in other directions, so it makes it a little harder. And one thing I'll also go into with this game is that, yeah, I'm getting power-ups. You're seeing what some of these are, like the bomb up and the fire. But there's certain cases where I'm going to want to probably play a couple of these levels over and over again, certain things, while saying, hurry up. Alright, that, by the way, is the speed shoes. You pick up to 8 of those, or 9 of those, I should say, and you move faster. There's some bosses you basically need to be having that maxed. So, in some cases, I'm going to probably come back to some of these levels and run through them to do this to beat it. I always wanted to play Bomberman Jetters, but I never did. Yeah, it was 2004 that came out, about 2 years after Generation. Yeah, Bomberman Generation, that was the first one. Specifically, I did play Generation, which I still own. Yeah, I've heard interesting stuff about that too, including the fact that, as I said, it was developed by Game Arts, who made Lunar. Interesting enough. And yeah, how is that? Feel free to go into it. It's something I was always curious about. In fact, I know Edwack is a big one on that era of Bomberman, specifically Bomberman, the 64 games, and he has Second Attack, so Second Attack's on the table, and he has both of those specifically as far as Generation and Jetters. It was interesting from what I heard, and I think, from what I understand, Jetters kind of, it was very anime-ish in terms of what it was doing with stuff, and also I think the idea that it was kind of is running like a Pokemon kind of thing in the sense that you're kind of raising up creatures, or like a second attack from what I understand. There's like Pommy, who's like your bomb buddy or something. And basically you get him and you basically build him up to get different skills. This one's kind of more traditional as far as it, but either way, it is still definitely good stuff. And it's a game, as you said, it's like, hey, it's hard, but it's also something that annoys you just enough that you're not going to say, like, I want to stop playing. But I will admit, like, as I was doing practice on this, I said, like, fine, eventually I had to get a case of, I don't want to, burn myself out completely. Hold up, Game Arts made that? Wait, wow. Yeah, I was surprised at that too. Specifically, at least I think they did. If that's wrong, I'll put an edit down here saying I'm full of shit, but I believe... I mentioned that we played at Star of Lunar a couple months ago. I remember seeing that. They developed it. Also, by the way, if you spawn in an area, that tree, it pops or falls down, and you are able to cross it. Yeah, but I don't think they made Jetters. Fine. Gemini96, I guess you're the Jetters expert in the audience. I don't know if Game Arts made that one. I know they made Generation, I believe, specifically. Okay, this is weird. I was also thinking, like, Generation, yeah, that is the GameCube one, the first GameCube one. I was thinking Bomberman Tournament, that was Game Boy Advance. That was, I think, 2001. I think that was right before Generation came out, I believe. But yeah, that's interesting sometimes. We sometimes went into that, the idea of, hey, developer of game. And I guess also with Hudson Soft, sometimes that was also the idea, like, some of the stuff Hudson Soft has made has been very interesting, too. This franchise has been a big one for them, yes, and stuff like fine, they did make Super Adventure Island, but the Adventure Island games. At some point I want to show Super Adventure Island 2, which I have the Virtual Console version of from the Wii, which you can't buy anymore, which is too bad because that game is amazing. That game is... It's, I think, the only game in the franchise that basically is like a Metroidvania, and it's awesome. To the point where it might be so good, it might have ruined my other aspect of the other Adventure Islands, as far as, Master Higgins going around. But I got in that deep, and it's a game, unfortunately, that costs a lot of money, and one I would love to see a re-release of. And something like this, too, although I don't know necessarily if there's any weird license element going on, because, weirdly enough, we sometimes talk like the PlayStation 3 or the PSN releases of stuff. I believe that Bomberman Party Edition and Fantasy Race, which were the other two PlayStation got in the US, they are up there for that, but this one is not. Yo, you're right. Oh, no, yes it is. I looked it up. Okay, so I was right that it's, I'm saying, okay, me saying that just to clarify that, not me like, oh yeah, I'm right. It's like, I was trying to remember specifically, because I remember I have, like, massive notebook, specifically that, the Crusader 64 gave me last year, and it's still, I got a couple more pages to run for other, games we got and other, shows we're doing. I remember taking that down when I said that. Also, I got the bomb kick. By the way, you drop the bomb down, move backwards toward it, kick it over. Boom. You can use that to get stuff out of the way, and somehow I am not dying, but I'm also going too slow to some degree, so I gotta start moving. Also, because in my case, I tend to want to blow up the softbox. Or the mushroom, specifically, as far as how it is. Alright, so one thing I want to do... Oh, also, you are already invincible on the slope, so that's going to be a good case. Okay, because I do need to get down there. I need to get that other, thing to that... To get more fire! So, like, yeah, I got 4 bombs. That should be fine. Boom, boom, boom. And yeah, when you get the destruction going on in that game, that is pretty amazing. It's like, okay, fine. I have, 6 bombs there now. Yeah, the hardest thing to get rid of is the gopher, but I gotta get moving, because otherwise I'm gonna be dying. Okay, so there's the last one. Okay, there's Power Bomb. I want to grab that. Okay, and I got him. Okay, good. I can make my walk to the end. Yeah, Bomb Kick's your best friend next to Remote Bomb. Remote Bomb in particular, there are a couple bosses I think you need that to win. Even the point where I was getting game overs, I didn't know you could quit out to the menu or to the other world by hitting triangle. I said, wait a minute. What am I gonna do? But Bomb Kick's useful, especially on this boss. We are fighting Planet Bomber, by the way. And you'll get it here as far as Lena Manila specifically in just a second. This is where your voice acting has been going, specifically in the bosses. And also, fine, when we enter levels and all this stuff. Alright. And you do get an armor. We'll talk about the armor when we beat this guy. Alright, so take it away, Planet Bomber / Lena Manila.
See, I can crack the earth. Feel my power, Bomberman.
Okay, so here's how Planet Bomber works. But do the roll. As soon as he does that roll, he might stop. Okay, fine. I got lucky with the power bomb, which is really, really powerful. Your first bomb will be the power bomb when you get that. If you die, it goes away. Unlike the bomb ups and the fires. Okay, so the trick to him is that when he sees you, fine, he'll walk around dropping bombs. He'll also sometimes see you. He'll do this roll. If he rolls in, if you have a bomb near him and drop it, yeah, it'll explode on contact when he rolls into it. So what you want to do, I've generally noticed, is try and trick him or put him into a corner. So like, hey, he's gonna be doing that. So you kind of want to fake him out or wait till he goes that, because yeah, fine, that's what he's doing. Also be careful of his bomb. Alright, come on. And he will stop randomly, but if you drop bombs enough and put him in a corner that way, shit, or I'll walk right into it. Okay, fine, that's it. There you go, this is the death. Here we go, this is the beginning. The cheesy voice acting, by the way, still makes me laugh. I like it, but it also goes to what we've said about, fine, with Lady Manila specifically. She's always good at kind of putting that effort in. You get the sense that, yeah, she's caring about that specifically, and her voicing every character in this.
I can crack the earth.
I kind of like the voice as far as it, or it's kind of fine. There's one voice in this, it sounds exactly like Rouge in Sonic Adventure 2, and I'll point that out when we get there. But, okay, crap. Okay, fine. Me dying, by the way, I'm glad I showed that because that's going to be what's going to be the constant here, but also because, alright, you lose the power bomb for that. You do not lose the bomb ups or the fires. Well, there's one version of the fire you do lose doing that, so. Alright, fine. I'll do that. Put him in a corner. But sometimes he'll stop in the corners, so you gotta be careful that way too. So, it's basically trap the enemies. If you don't have multiple bomb hits for that, you might need to go back to other levels to get them. And you have 3 minutes to run the boss, so it's not gonna be too bad. It's just that, yeah, sometimes it's nerve-wracking. Fine, okay, there's 2 bosses in every level. Alright, come on. Basically, my best luck has been tending to just flush him out. Be like, okay, fine, do the roll. Wait till he stops. Do that. Except then he stops in the middle of the, fine, they call them the hard blocks. That's what they call these. But yeah, if you could kind of get him in a row like that, maybe when he's doing that wall. Oh shit, no! Okay, that was lucky. I was way too risky doing that. And that's something I need to get out of, for sure, with this. Yeah, Lady Manila did voice acting in Atlas games, specifically Snowboard Kids. Yeah, and also she was voice of, who played Sonic Heroes the first time. I remember mentioning she's one of the characters in, Persona 2's Eternal Punishment. So actually, in fact, the credits in this game only indicate the fact of, Lady Manila Atlas staff. They don't actually mention who did she voice. But of everybody who's on the credits of this game, there's nobody else who did voice acting, so it has to be her. I don't think it can be anybody else. Alright, fine. I'm not in good shape specifically, but yeah, you're right. She was the voice of that, and we're gonna be playing, I don't know if I actually explicitly indicated this until tonight. Nocturne and I are gonna be playing Snowboard Kids 2 on Nintendo 64 next March, and the reason for that is because we're coming up to its, 25th anniversary next year, so I said, that's shit! Okay, okay, good. Yeah, hurry up, yeah. Okay, see, it's funny, I'm making this first boss look harder than it really is, but yeah, I just need to get, fine, I need to get him in a specific position. Alright, come on, come get me. Because also, the time will not stop when I kill him, so, I gotta be careful. Alright, come on. I should do the roll and do that.
Why was I beaten so badly?
Okay, got him, thank God. Alright, so why was I beaten so badly? Yeah, that's interesting, because actually, as I mentioned, some of these voices do sound a lot like that. Also, I gotta move because there's my armor. You have a special attack that is on R1. Press that to do the one, hold the R1 button down for about 8 seconds, it flashes, and you do that jump. Also, it's a detonation of bomb. Also, I gotta leave, otherwise I'm gonna die. Because the timer does not stop until you leave. By the way, that is, as far as the armor here, that is T-bow. We hit right R1 once, it does a jump, as tame jump is low charge up, it does an explosion on bomb. Weirdly enough, the boss of this, as far as Torrento, is a lot easier than we just saw. We'll get into that in just a second.
You've run out of luck. Let's go, Trento.
But you just see it quickly, so it sounds like Trento, but it's Torrento, specifically, as far as how it is. Speed of Snowboard Kids, a group of fans are making a 3rd game. Are they? Okay, I know we mentioned we played, what was it? We played Mega Man X4 last year. By the way, that's where Trento is. Also, the armors do act as a 2nd hit point. And in the case of Trento, you want to avoid the leaves that he throws out. He'll throw out bombs. He'll usually basically go in that row, so it's easier to get him on the rebound, usually, than it is with Planet Bomber, weirdly enough. You just have him all in a line like that, boom, he'll explode. Just keep doing that and just avoid his attacks. His worst one is the leaves, because they'll chase you. The bombs are usually easy to avoid, and he doesn't go that far. So honestly, he might be... Yeah, he's easier than Planet Bomber, specifically. Also, you only have the armor for the boss, so, that's gonna be that idea. Uh-oh. Okay, got him. And when you get a point of that, you get, 10,000 points.
This can't be.
Yeah, it is, though, my friend. Bye-bye to Earth Bomber. I said Planet Bomber. It's Earth Bomber. My mistake. Okay, let's go into that third Snowboard Kids game case. Yeah, look, I think we mentioned when we played Mega Man X4 the idea that Sega and Atlas, because Sega owns Atlas now, they were streaming all the music for those games on Christmas Day of last year, which they are, specifically. And I guess when you say third game, you're talking about a third game that is a very specific, actually, the third one specifically, as opposed to the DS Snowboard Kids game, which was Snowboard Kids DS, that came out in 2005, I think, or 2006, which was very weird. You did go on stuff as far as a lot of DS touchscreen and microphone stuff, where you're basically screaming into the mic specifically, and we did a tie to Shin Megami Tensei with one of the characters who was unlockable in it. But it's funny, Nocturnite, because she loves Snowboard Kids 2 in particular. I love both of them specifically. We'll play both of them. We're starting with 2 because that's the one she wants to play to start. The thought is, like, she was like, hey, maybe we can get another one of these. Maybe Sega or Atlas will want to do this. Which, I guess not now, but I guess the fan community wants to do that. Or the idea, like, hey, they don't like that third game. Which I never played that third game. Or fine. The third game, the Snowboard Kids DS, that one specifically. But the actual, I guess, Snowboard Kids 3, just being the idea. That's cool to see that. And, or it would be cool to see that specifically. And see what they could do with it. Because I think there's a lot of possibilities. Especially nowadays when you got stuff like... Stuff that goes on with, like, Mario Kart and, like, the Sonic and All-Stars racing games. Or I guess the push of stuff like Lego 2K Overdrive or 2K Drive, whatever that's called, or the Disney Speedstorm game. The idea of, like, what's that kart racing thing? Because I guess when you think about it, Snowboard Kids is basically a kart racing game to a certain extent, as we're going to go to Planet Wind. Where it's like Mario Kart and Snowboard, people said that, but it's also the idea that, hey, you're kind of doing other stuff, so you have to focus on the idea that, hey, you're paying for your items, you're not getting them free when you go into the item shops. And then when you get to the end of the lap, it's like, hey, you gotta rush into the ski lift, otherwise you're gonna get your ass knocked away. Which I always love that fight element to it, especially when we're playing multiplayer in that. But yeah, as I said, we're gonna be starting with Snowboard Kids 2, specifically, and I'm looking forward to doing that. And then, yeah, glad to hear that idea of, hey, people want to do that. Fine. I guess the idea is, like, an Atlas game, there's probably gonna be following really to that, although, then again, I guess the question of this one, and I guess do people really remember aspects of it, hey, we're remembering it, ElecVerse, you remember, you said you think it needs to get more love, it's getting more love tonight. It deserves to, as we're gonna play at Wind. Alright, you do still have your power-ups from the first world. Well, I have to try and bust those, I guess those ectoplasms or whatever. They go downwards, by the way, like that. And the softbox change, they are cacti here. Unfortunately, those things can go through the softbox. And that always was a painful thing to see. It's like, we go through, it's like, I hear like no! It's like, wait, what happened? Why did I die? It's like, oh wait, they went through it. And when they're down on the ground like that, they cannot be hit. So we just set the bomb up for that, and also, yeah, in that case, yeah, you're still down there, so I got to show that at least. Yeah, right, die ectoplasm, the ghost guy, whatever he is. Or, I don't know, I guess he's a spirit, specifically. Although, yeah, we also have cloud guys that shoot out lightning, so yeah, bomb them. Fine, that's the answer to everything in this game. Bomb them, but it's also how you bomb them, really. And also understanding their movement patterns.
Fire!
It'll build the fire up. You can get up to, 9 of those, I think. Actually, I think I have in the manual, specifically as far as it... Okay, no, it's 6. Never mind. And I want to make sure I had that right, as far as, like, what's the manual. Uh-oh. Also, if you're behind a soft block, you'll be safe when you drop a bomb. That is, unless you have another power-up. We'll see later. Also, I did get him the rebound. And if you do get multiple enemies in either the rebound of one bomb, or if, say, I set all these bombs here and it kills, like, I don't know, 3 enemies, you'll get more points in the chain. But it's not easy to do that, and as I mentioned, the manual goes into stuff with this game, but it doesn't completely go into that. Also, one other thing. The items. They will not disappear. They will stay in there on the screen until you pick them up, unless you bomb them. If you bomb them, they go away. But in this case, I won't pick them up. That's a bomb pass. So I drop the bomb normally, you drop it, and you can't go over it. But if you drop that, it's basically something like, yeah, you pass right through it, and you're good. But if you die, you lose it. And there's 5 out of 5, we are going. Alright, so there you go. Actually, I guess when I think about it, maybe I'm playing this game the wrong way in the sense that I'm just going to each level once. But I mean, so far I haven't gotten a game over. But, like, we're going to see a game over. I'm not going to even sugarcoat that. But, like, hey, I'm definitely putting the effort into that as we go deeper as far as stuff with Bomberman. And I'm definitely loving to do that. And other Bomberman games you want to see. I mean, I guess Gemini 96, like, yeah, you're going to be in the show, or on the show specifically in October when we start Earthbound. Yeah, if we want to do Bomberman Jetters, call Bomberman Jetters specifically. or we're gonna do a mix of stuff as far as people might want to see something specifically. And also, we are on the, like, the cliffs here.
Danger!
You'll see that danger! By the way, despite what it says, you will not fall from this, or at least I haven't had it happen. I did try to put it to the test. I said, can you fall from that when it says danger? But it was like, no. Or if you can, I don't know if you can. Or maybe the PC version changes that. I know, like, first you said, hey, you played this on the PC, I think, as well as the PlayStation, or you said, fine, you were familiar with it on the PC, at least, or knew that it was existent. One of those things. Yeah, got rid of that, like that little green blob thingy. Yeah, you want to get rid of that as quickly as possible, because then do, like, a tornado attack that will knock your bombs away. Also, in this case, this is a item that is in a set position in that cacti up there at the top. That's the bomb glove, actually. Also, yeah, when I died, by the way, that did get rid of my bomb kick. Yeah, bomb glove. This is very useful. Let me tell you what this does. Drop the bomb, hit the circle button, you pick it up. It will not explode until you toss it. Thank God. You can toss it. So basically, in this case, like, yeah, you know you can do that. Also, if you have multiple bombs, you can bounce them over each other and get a multi-shot going like that, or multiple explosion. You can't fall, as far as I know, as far as off those platforms. Yeah, I didn't think so, but as I said, it's also one of those things that, you know, I think what's been interesting about some of the stuff when it's come to games we play on the show, anything really, is just the idea of what happens if we do this. Also, that is a time stop, which right now is not going to be of use. When you pick this up, it will make the enemies freeze for 8 seconds, but I killed everything here, so it's gone.
Special!
We also get special, which actually, that sounds to me almost like, and, fine, we mentioned Snowboard Kids, the first one. The credits of the first game say that Lana Minella voiced Slash, which he did, as well as Jam and Nancy. But I think she also voiced the, I guess, Mr. Dog, as he was known in the second game, as far as the dog who runs the item shop. He says, welcome, when he says special. It sounds almost exactly like some of that, like, well, fine, the announcer, because fine, Mr. Dog in Snowboard Kids 1 is the announcer. Actually, in the second game, he's the announcer too, I realized now. I don't even know if it's in that DS game or how they're gonna do that as far as, like, fan case, as far as that. But the idea of, like, how the voice goes, great! It almost sounds exactly the same. So that's why I was getting myself, so I was saying, like, hey, you know, I think it's Lana Minella doing all the voices, but it's like, it has to be. I don't have any other indication saying that it is or isn't. Also, by the way, the tornadoes, let me tell you what those do. You walk into them, yeah, they push you forward. If there's an enemy around, yeah, it might not be good. But in this case, there's not one, so that's fine. Also, I can toss the bomb over that. I love doing that. My God, that is so useful. Also, if you toss the bomb on the, I guess, the sand conveyor belt, it will, oh shit, go down the way. Hang on. Yeah, get out of the way. Yeah, you're protected by the hard blocks. In every case, the bomb will penetrate that. Thank God. Also, if you do throw the bomb out of bounds, I'll show that, it just disappears. So yeah, nothing happens. So thankfully, that's the case, as we're going all right. And so far, doing okay. As I did practice this game, but we're not beating this in 2 hours. I don't think. Because they said this game was short. I said, okay, how long is this story mode? But I realized they say it's short, but fine. It's short if you're doing all right. I mean, so far, okay, but we'll see. There's a couple areas I am nervous about. Especially the last world, which I only beat for the first time today, and I had to grind up remote bombs like crazy to do that. Also, this is another thing, because, yeah, the cacti enemies here in 2-3. This is where the bomb throw is going to come in mighty handy, because, yeah, what you do is you want to toss that out. And also block your way. It's like, hey, they'll do that. Okay, good. And I got it through there. Yeah, thank God for the fire. I was like, alright, that was way easier, because what'll happen with the cacti dudes, or, like, the walking cactus, you have to hit him 3 times. But also when he's doing, like, the tilt over, if he sees you, he'll do that tilt over, and, you can't hit him during that. So yeah, if you have the glove here, use it. As we're getting the fire, so yeah, we're definitely getting our fire going on. Yeah, fireworks for 4th of July, even though it's a couple days from now, for sure. Alrighty, so... Okay, alright, fine. At least I'm showing what I'm learning better to do. The idea is, like, when you drop a bomb, it'll go in each of the directions, vertically and horizontally. It'll never go diagonal, at least not in this one. But yeah, if you're not in distance of that, that could be a problem. Also, that is the safety jacket, or I think it's the, what do they call that? They call that the free attack suit. You're invincible for 8 seconds when you use that. So, I actually want to do is... You get stuff going on, you hear the great, kind of Arabian-style music, the... It sounds really good. It sounds distinct. It makes it sound like, yeah, we're up in the sky. Fine, you're in the sky a little bit, I guess also like a deserty area, specifically. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna toss the bomb down there so I can at least get a path through. And yeah, when you're on a different plane, you will not get yourself hurt. Let me grab that. Alright, there you go. Come on, give me that. I want to get down here as quick as I can, and then I can just bomb with reckless abandon. Boop, 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 boop. Or walking the enemy with reckless abandon, also not getting myself... Uh-oh. Oh, no! Okay, thank God I had that bomb pass. Oh, thank God I had that, otherwise I'm gonna die. That's the other thing that happens to me a lot, which is that I'll place a bomb, I'll realize, wait, I'm in a position I can't get my way out of, and then I die. Like, I have to sit there and realize... Fine, if there's any game that's gonna punish you for your mistakes and make you, making you sit there and think about what you did, Bomberman is a game like that. Also, this, this I want. This is the, what do I have it written down here? Fine, I have the manual, printed out, the page of the manual specific for this. Pierce wall, you walk through the softbox. So yeah, fine, I can drop that there, it will not go through. There is an item that makes it go through, and I'll be safe. Or like, hey, if there's an enemy over there, you can just say like, yeah, can't get me over here, my friends. And then take him out. Okay, so, yeah, I only have 2 out of 6. Yeah, so you can go through this quickly, not killing everything, not destroying everything, but sometimes you kind of want to, just to get a sense of, you know, make sure I have everything in line, and make sure I have enough items and things to survive the boss. Because, yeah, the boss is coming up next world. Yeah, you have 3 main levels, and you have 2 boss levels. You have the Dark Bomber guy, or the Dark Force Bomber, and then you have the enemy of his, or the enemy of hers, in the case of this one. Whoa. Yeah, I just want to keep those things away from me as much as possible, and take advantage of the fact that when you drop the bomb, it is like a wall for them. They don't have bomb pass. Enemies do not have bomb pass, at least fine, that one doesn't. The other one's gonna blow them away, but usually they will not have an element to do that, and they usually can't go through softbox until next world where they can. Also, the other thing, you want to hit the bird from far away. Because what will happen with the bird is that you can hit it like that, but if it sees the bomb and picks it up, then it's going to be just dropping it around. But yeah, you can then kill it from there. So, alright, fine. There goes the bird. I guess it's a condor specifically, so it's like, yeah, you know, yeah, it's going extinct here as far as it... In fact, that's the only one here, as far as the only game. So yeah, fine, I guess we did do something like that to an endangered species, but fine, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go over here. Just to make it safe, is like, that's what I think I've realized. Like, hey, sometimes in my case with this game, I need to be safe and play it safe, so that's the way to do it. Also, sometimes the angling was a little weird in the sense of saying, where is that gonna go? Alright, fine, where is the, Okay, fine, I can just walk through this. And item-wise, I think I'm good. I just need the last one. So, alright, so far I'm doing okay. Where's the last one? Right there. Fine, I'll drop the bomb there for good measure. Also, I will show one other thing, which is... Yeah, the bomb explodes when you're in your victory animation, it doesn't count. So, yeah, if you wanted to show off and say, like, yeah, laugh at the fact that, yeah, the bomb might be killing me, that's a great catharsis. As we are fighting the boss, this is Cyclone Bomber. We'll see how this goes. As I said, if you, yeah, if you like Rouge of Sonic Adventure 2, yeah, take a listen.
Start. Cyclone power.
Alright, there you go. So yeah, there is Cyclone Bomber. The way she works is she'll walk around. Yeah, if you're far enough away, she'll do those tornado things. They can hurt you. Same deal, sort of, as, Earth Bomber. Yeah, it is Earth Bomber. You basically just kind of want to corner her, but the idea is she'll also do teleport, and if you can get her into a case where... Shit, no! Where she'll be trapped and she won't be able to do anything, you can do that. But also, don't necessarily be too close, otherwise she might hit you with the tornado. Yeah, like that. And the tornadoes, by the way, will knock your bombs away, so yeah, be careful about that, too. Wait, I don't have that. I forgot. Wait a second. I don't have the kick. Not that I need it. Also, she's in the air. You can't do anything. So, where is she? Oh, okay, fine. That's the one downside, sort of, kind of, about the bomb glove. I love the thing, but if you walk over a bomb, if you're walking, you can kind of hit the button again, and then be in the case. You have to kind of pace your button presses, or basically just make it so, like, okay, fine. She did that walk. Okay, that was lucky. She also blow the bomb away when it's close. You basically paste that, or fine, in that case, trap her. Yeah, she's not getting away there, but there's another boss later that it's not easy to do that with. So far, so good. Alright, come on. I've heard that there might be a distance aspect to the attack she does, but I don't know if that's the case or not. As I said, because this is not a game that's necessarily that massively documented as far as how the bosses and stuff work. That I'm not completely sure about. Was it? I have there's a channel, Mage Knight 404 did an amazing play of this. Probably the best guide you could possibly ask for of this game. Is that I'm not pretending this is going to be the best guide of this game ever, but fine. She's trapped. Oh. Okay, I killed her and okay, fine. I took her down with me. Okay, I've never had that happen before. Okay, I'm glad that happened. Fine, she died and I died too. Alright, fine. Fair enough, which is okay. Actually, that's kind of for the best. I kind of don't want the bomb glove now.
Cyclone power.
Okay, I'm glad I showed that. That's frustrating, I guess. It also shows one thing, because I never actually asked. I said, what happens if you die at the same time that the boss does? And the answer is, they die and so do you, and you gotta do it again. But also the idea that, as she died, I died too. So it's like, it's the Star Fox 64 thing of, if I go down, I'm taking you with me! I was like, yeah, no, I was like, it didn't count though. So like, okay, fine. Okay, I'm glad I showed that, I really am. But as I said, also without the bomb... Shit, me walking into that. Without the glove... As I said, when you press the button to drop the bomb, if you have the glove and you hit it again, you're too close, you'll just pick it up. So like, I was trying to go in a row. That's the other thing. When you have multiple bomb power-ups, put them in a row, usually. Or use the armor when you get it. Which makes the next boss a joke. My god, the armor on this is insanely useful. I also want to make sure that I can get her... Yeah, close enough so that you can kind of be into that element. Alright, fine. Alright, so yeah, when she does that, that's the best time. Because in that case, you know, sense. There she is, just drop bomb right there, boom, 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 you're not going anywhere. Also, yeah, when they were doing the flash, they're invincible, so be ready. Oh! Okay, I was glad I didn't blow it right into me where I was. Alright, fine. Whoa! Again, I killed her and died! Alright, so that's gonna be the theme right there. It's like, fine, I keep killing her, but I keep dying when I kill her. And now you're also seeing then what the struggle with me with Bomberman is that sometimes I'll move too fast, and sometimes that'll be a question. And I'm not close to a life yet. So fine, I'm killing her twice. So it's like, yeah, the third time's gonna be the charm. That's gonna be what it is. Fine, I didn't plan that part of it. Oh, shit. Yeah, basically, when you find her in corner like that, yeah, put her in corner. Yeah, put baby in a corner that way. Yeah, she's not going anywhere. So, yeah, just have to be careful as far as that. Okay, this is kind of incredible, I'm not gonna lie. You also just make sure you're going fast enough or have enough fast shoes to do this. Oh, no. And when she does that, she's invincible. If you can do that again, and just go in the air and teleport without the tornadoes, I'd be, we'll get her. You do have to kill her for the gem. There's only one on, the first boss, the 4th level. Come on. But sometimes you just walk around. Ow, shit. Okay, so where is she? Well, I'm not making that mistake this time.
You'll be sorry.
Yeah, and I lived. Okay, thank God. Alright, so it took me I had to kill her 3 times in order to actually kill her once. So there we go. Alright, so, and you get, for that, the armor launcher. You hit the R1 button, it drops 2 bombs forward. They explode instantly. Hold the R1 button a little longer, you start flashing, you drop 4. It makes the next boss a joke. In fact, the next boss is insanely easy for this very reason. Okay, so fine. That's the funny way of me dying that way, so I'll take that. And, yeah, I don't think I'll have enough points. It's 10,000 points to kill boss. Same deal as Trento, but this is,
Start. Ha! I'm not done yet. Let's go, Battery.
Yeah, Bassery, I think it is. Actually, I don't think I took the name down of what he was named of all of them, but fine. What you do is just, when you have this thing, drop there, just do this. And then just avoid the head. Don't even bother using the charge up, just do this. There you go. Yeah, insanely easy, which is good because at least I'll be closer to my 15,000 points for the next life. Alright, so bye-bye to Cyclone Bomber. Yeah, and I want to get that life quickly, I really do. And by the way, as far as points to get lives, you only get them when you kill enemies or pick up gems. It's worth pointing that out. Or killing bosses. Alright, so there we go. There is Planet Wind taken care of. She's gone. Alright, next up is Planet Fire. Yeah, so far so good. As I said, this is not going to be super short. I'm going to get a game over soon. If I don't get a life soon enough, it's definitely going to be a game over. Okay, so let's go on the volcano. And great atmosphere it creates, and definitely new stuff it gives you to do when you get there. Including the fact that, that block over on the right, I want to bomb that right away. That one there. And avoid the hand. There's the remote bomb. Drop the bomb down, it is on the circle button still. Hit the X button to detonate it, but also be careful of the hand. And it will move faster. Yeah, he puts the hand down. Okay, fine. He put the hand down in the situation. But also, that volcano guy is gonna explode. Fine, you know what? There you go, got him. By the way, when you drop the remote bombs, if they're in range of each other, then they will go. Also, yeah, when the volcano explodes, pay attention to where the shadows are. It won't necessarily trap you or be in a trap case for that, but if you do get hit by that, you do die. Also, you do have to blow up the what is it? The handle here in order to get the minecart going. In my case, I like to do this, which is set that there with the remote bomb, jump in, hit X button, boom. And off we go. Wow, that easy. As far as stage 2, I guess so. I don't know, ElecVerse, feel free, since you're the one who's played this game specifically and played this probably a lot more than I have. In fact, definitely a lot more than I have, I would think. Where are the parts of this game that gave you trouble or that you found easy? It's like, fine, it was only easy because I knew... Okay, look, a lot of the bosses tend to be the case of... Fine, the first two bosses, say, tend to be the case of be in the line of where the enemy is, because it'll only go left to right, usually speaking. But fine, that's with the armor. Then again, if you don't have the armor, it's not too bad. And also, if I had gotten hit by the armor, with the armor, by the way, it goes away. And you only get it once, you don't ever get it again. So, fine, that one was easier, but as I said, it's also maybe because, I'll tell you what it is, with this game, maybe it's the thought that when I first played this, I was doing horribly on stage 1. I couldn't find stage 1 as far as world 1, Planet Forest, or Earth, let's put it that way. I was not doing well on that, and I couldn't beat it. And then I went here, and I said, actually, Cyclone Bomber is harder than the boss there. So in that case, like, maybe I was so used to it at that point, I was able to just kind of demolish it, or just understand what the element of that was. For me, the Ocean Planet was the hard one. Is that right? Okay, fine. Nocturne could test this. When I did my test play of this last... Well, fine, I didn't start my test play last week. When I did practice last week, actually with her right next to me, because she's doing a grind for Mega Man Legends 2, well, I also say, I don't want this. Those are the stone shoes. They will slow me down. They will negate your, fine, they'll drop your, movement speed by 1. I got through Planet Ocean my first try, but then when I was doing practice of it last night, it took me hours to get through it. So, it might be one of those things that, I'll say this, with this game, when you have an arsenal, you can feasibly make a lot of levels easy, sort of, and if you get a game over, your arsenal's completely gone.
Fire!
You will lose certain things on death, and also there's the spiders. If they hit you with the web, you don't get hurt, you just go, ow, and you get stunned. But if you have bomb down, that's not gonna be good unless you have remote. And if I die, the remote bombs are gone. So yeah, I want to be careful about that. And there's things I want to get here. I mean, I like that level, though. The ocean, Planet Ocean, which is the next one. And also other things. Also, take advantage of the fact when you jump out of the cart, you're invincible for a brief period of time, and then you just drop the remote bomb there and detonate it on the way. Because you can detonate the remote bomb on the X button anywhere from where you are. Even if it looks like it's not on screen, it still is on screen. The game has it loaded. Also, I'll show this. Okay, I'll try to show this. You can also run over the enemies on the tracks. If they're walking on the tracks and you run them over, you kill them. So, I'm going to see if I can't do that. So the other thing I tend to do, except, yeah, he's going that way. Fine, I want to show him getting run over. Fine, you got run over. Okay, just to show that happens. But so it's one of those things that, yeah, like, why are you going in and out necessarily of the minecart might be a question somebody might ask, but then there's also a case of, yeah, the enemies can walk into it and die. So it's like, alright, fine, that's pretty cool. Yeah, and basically, as I said, probably the best strategy I guess I can give as far as the levels is destroy the soft blocks, which are always differently designed for different levels. In this case, there are rocks specifically, because usually you find items underneath that, or you will find the items that you need. Also, take one element in, which is that the curve of the track there, where you jump over, that is not something you pass. Yeah, and I want this. Yeah, you want to build up your speed a lot, especially for the boss here. Because, fine, I made the last boss look like nothing. That's not happening on this one. Also, I do want to get this. That's the line bomb. You hit the triangle button. It drops out all the bombs you currently hold. So right there, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One below my max. So you just drop them out in a line instantly when you hit that square button. I think I might have said X. It's square to drop the line bomb. And then hit X to blow them up. Boom. There are a couple bosses, they basically designed that in mind. You can beat some of them without it. Although, I'm pretty sure the last 3 bosses, you have to use it. I'm pretty sure. Also, if you saw the flashbang that came out of the cart, that means you're invincible when you come out. So yeah, when we saw some of the enemies down there at the bottom, you won't get in a case where you're going to be blindsided saying like, hey, I jump out, the enemy's there and I die. You'll be invincible for a brief period. Not long, but a brief period. As we're going to the next level. And also seeing the interactivity of the levels, which I like that too. That's one thing I think is really interesting that is a bit different. It's kind of like, I've seen this game, I haven't played this one, Mega Bomberman, which is on the Sega Genesis. And for that one, it kind of has multiple, like this game, it kind of is, and there's also, like, fake, soft blocks there, they're enemies. They're usually not going to be much of a threat as long as you're out of the way. In that case, it'd totally be out of the way. But they kind of move on a scroll like that as opposed to some of the earlier games, like the original, like some of the Super Bomberman games, in that they're all on one screen. So you can kind of go different areas and then kind of interact with them. And this one, I think, really takes that interactivity of the environment over the top in ways that are really interesting. Well, in that case, yeah, use the fact that, yeah, I'm safe there. Yeah, don't worry, Bomberman. By the way, there's that enemy that looks like I guess a sphinx or something. They can shoot fire. That will go through the soft blocks, so be careful about that. Yeah, like that. Also, the fire will not blow up the bombs, but there are other things that will do that later. Also, that's power bomb. For once, I don't want that. So, in fact, I'll show you what happens when you blow up an item. Boom, there it goes. The only reason I don't want power bomb now is because power bomb will get rid of the remote bombs. And one thing I will say is that it's sometimes hard to tell what bomb power-ups will get rid of which item. Fine. I'm okay. Maybe for me it's weird, only just trying to get a sense of understanding that element. He died? No, he didn't die. So he needs to die now. Boom. So in that case, like, hey, you know, when you have the remote bomb, you have one you really want to hold on to. I will sometimes avoid hitting stuff or getting stuff just so I can, you know, be safe. This, by the way, is an extra life. Boom. Got it. Also, you do need to bomb the rocks there. Yeah, it'll go down there and create a path downwards. Also, the cracks in the floor, you can hit them once. Hit them again, you instantly fall down them and die. So, basically just avoid the cracks in the ground, and I believe they're random as far as where they are. Sometimes they are, I think. But, alright, fine, that's another thing. If I did have the glove, I could just toss that down. Unfortunately, I don't, so what you kind of have to do is either try and coax them out. Sometimes they'll sort of kind of follow you. And remember, when you're on the path downwards, you do not have the ability to drop a bomb down. Or maybe just drop a bomb, retreat, and go, like that. So sometimes you have to be really quick with your movements. And since this is digital pad controlled, which makes sense as to why that is, it's only, yeah, you gotta be really specific with how you hit the button, or hit the direction, to get out of the way so you don't walk in the enemy and die. But the good news is there is one item on this level, we have not seen it yet, which gives credence to the fact that it's random where where some of the items are under the soft blocks. There is an extra hit in here, somewhere. You know what, fine, let's put that there. I'll walk over here and be safe. Like, fine, I can't be killed on that. There it is, okay, the heart. That gives you a second hit. So if I get hit by something, like an enemy, say, I will flash and I will not die. If you do get hit that way, though, you do have to go get another one. It's not a case where, hey, you leave the level and then it resets. You will have to come back and get it. Okay, yes. Okay, so far I'm doing way better on this than I should. Yeah, as I said, I was not necessarily expecting that it would be... Okay, fine. It's not... I don't know if I'd say this isn't as smooth sailing, but... Okay, fine. Before we go there... I think... I mean, I can go back there and get another life. I can also go back here and get speed, which I think I kind of want to do, although, you know what? Now that I know I can quit and go out into the map to get whatever I want, that's fine. By the way, if you do go into a level you've already beaten, you can't quit out of it, so you'll have to play through it again. Not that they're long necessarily, but just something to keep in mind. As we're fighting Firebomber.
You're gonna get burned, Bomberman!
I gotta say, I do kind of like this stuff with the voice acting there. Okay, by the way, what he does is he will have that firewall. The reach of it is pretty big, but if you can keep him at a distance and just do that, when he does that flash, he will do that. If you keep him at a distance, he's actually not that hard to take down. It's actually the next part of this that's way harder, but unless he stands there and waits, he's like, fine. He's like, fine, you can't get me here. Yeah, he's right, I can't. So, whoa. Or he is also... Okay, fine, maybe he's not invincible during that. Oh, but he also will do that. That can be a problem. So yeah, the line bomb helps, admittingly, but it's also the case that... I'll tell you one thing that's happening a bit differently.
You're gonna fry now!
Oh, fine, well, I kill him quickly, which is that I'm not dying. If you don't die, that makes this game easier because of the fact that you don't lose your attacks or power-ups. Right, fine, I got him. Here's the case of this one. This is, Nyanjiro. Now, how Nyanjiro works, you hit the R1 button, it puts bombs that are, surrounding you. Oh, wait, they're remote. It doesn't matter, so as long as I just get my ass out of the way, I can blow them up. Oh, fine. Fine, they don't all blow up. They will all blow up if they're all in range, sort of, kind of each other. Like, the one blew on the right, and hit the other one. If you do a charge up, you spread out 8. Which, yeah, okay, I just want to make sure when I spread that out, I said, am I safe doing this? Because I don't want to necessarily do that and then just have myself lose him right away. But I am, so there's nothing that's going to go there. I'm just watching, making sure. Yeah, basically remember, yeah, Bomberman might be a demolitions expert, but I'm not necessarily a demolition expert with Bomberman, let's put it that way. Despite what it looks like. Yes, this is not normal, the idea of me, maybe going through this game fast. But I said, we'll see. World 5 in particular, probably 4. We'll see that next. Ocean Planet, or Planet Ocean. Or Planet Water, I should say. But yeah, we gotta fight, Gangaron.
Start! My fire isn't out yet. Let's go, Gangaron!
Okay, now, he's harder than, Fire Bomber was. Actually, this is a reverse to the other 2 levels, where the Bomber was harder than the boss. This case, he's harder because what he'll do is he'll do the rotation like that. He's invincible, he does that. If he touches me, and it's also tough to tell where that touch is, he's only vulnerable when he does stuff. He'll do the jumps like that, and sometimes he'll do the fire. I'm fine. When he does a jump like that, he'll do fire. The trick with this boss is make sure you don't get your ass trapped, specifically, but also get a case of fine. When he does that, make sure you're set, and see the game chug for sure when you have tons of stuff on the screen, and pay attention to where the shadows are so you don't get yourself set. Yeah, he's only vulnerable when he's in that state. He's like, yeah, I'm doing that. It doesn't do anything. Also, take advantage of the fact that, yeah, he'll do the move downwards, but then he'll sometimes sort of kind of stop. So if the bomb's ready, when he does that, you can kind of sort of hit him. But honestly, when he's doing the fire launching out, when he's standing still, that's the pattern you want to get, and it is random when they do that, like that. Yeah, if you can do that, it's not bad, but it's also a case of, you know, making sure you can get that way. And if you're running this on one bomb, good luck. Yeah, I'm sure... Okay, I don't know how I'm not... Fine, unless maybe the second hit had something to do with that. I was gonna say, like, yeah, because usually sometimes you can get hit by him. Okay, fine, I did get hit, so that does show that idea that I did get hit, so thank God I got that second hit. They do take more damage, so it's worth pointing that out. And you usually get about 3 or so hits if you're careful. Also, by the way, it's worth pointing one other thing out, which is that the double hits, that does count for both the armor and for Bomberman. So, if I get hit again, I lose my armor here, as they call him. But if I then lose him and get to Bomberman, Bomberman then has 2 hits. Also, he will sort of kind of stop in that direction. So yeah, set there. Bop! And I believe it goes into pattern when it goes to that, he does that jump, and then he will do the, spread around of the fire. Okay, this is not how it was when I first did this. Not trying to test this. It took me an hour of grinding, bombs and stuff last week to do this. Alright, so yeah, it hurts. Yeah, sorry, my friend, you gotta go in the crystal. Yeah, I'm nervous, honestly. It's like, this... fine, maybe this is a good sense I practice. If nothing else, it's showing that I'm practicing. This is not... I will say this. Do not take this as an element that I have the skill of this game, necessarily. I'm not gonna... It's fine. Somewhere between saying I have skill and saying I'm lucky. It's not quite me having skill, but it's not me saying I'm completely lucky either. It's just that... because the past week, I've been playing this game as much as I've been able to get time to do that, to make sure that I'm gonna be ready. As I said, ElecVerse, you wanted to see this. Thank you again for making this request and for jumping in on this. And everybody as far as chat as it is anyway. That's the idea. The box looks like Coughing, the Pokemon. Yeah, a bit, for sure. Oh, actually, I'll tell you what it is. With Pokemon, with Coughing technically never got its third evolution. Because, like, there's Coughing, which is the one orb like that. There's Wheezing, which is the two of them. There's the Galar version, the Galar version of Coughing, which is a smokestack. And I guess then, but still two of them. But like, hey, you know, what's the third one? Like, fine, this is the, fine, so Gangaron could be the last, you know, the unofficial third evolution of, Coughing, perhaps. That's true that way, and fitting, I guess, also with the smoke, specifically as far as what it does. I mean, I'm like, thinking the Pokemon anime is like, Coughing, use smoke screen! It's like, yeah, like, okay, there you go, and then he just does that, he just spits in the face of Ash and everybody, and like, yeah, that's that idea. Okay, we're in Area 4. This is, Planet Water. Love the music here. Dang it, I love the music of this entire game. This game has great, great music. Okay, the squid are a little annoying here in some ways, because, yeah, they'll go underneath their invincible when they do that. They won't necessarily always come out of it completely either, but like, okay, fine, I did get them. That's also if you just want to get rid of them and get points, which sometimes can make the difference with your lives, honestly. And they will be trapped, but they also don't necessarily go off on a timer. I don't think they do. So I can stand here as far as how it is, but I like the design, you're right, go into that. And fine, we saw that with, okay, fine, there's another bomb I don't need. Yeah, because, as I mentioned, with those GameCube games, they did kind of go the Pokemon direction a little bit, kind of. Yeah, come on, Squid Man, I want you down. Yeah, come out of your mollusk. Yeah, that's the idea, is like he's stuck underneath that. Also, one other thing to keep in mind here is that, yeah, the pipes there. They will go down there. And if you're next to one of those pipes, you can get yourself killed. I've had that happen. It's not pleasant. Fine. Fine. I guess I want to kill him. I just want to get, you know, that element. That's the principle of the thing, specifically. Maybe it's that idea. It's like, fine. At this point, like, I'm set to this, and I want to kill everything. Okay, so let me, yeah, hit square, drop that down. Yeah, in that case, you do need to do that in order to bust out the coral that's over there. So it is interesting as far as the design element. It's like, hey, you know, you drop a bomb one place, and it has an effect down there. But I said, also, you can have the same thing happen to you. So if you're not careful with put your bombs, it can backfire on you. In that case, you can feasibly use like, hey, there's the enemy down there. I can drop that. I can leave. But yeah, like there, right there. Also, that's the bomb punch. I can come back when we're done with this game to show off what it does. What happens with that is you drop a bomb, you can punch it. I honestly, I don't think it replaces the remote bomb. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I just don't want to take that risk, that's all. So we'll show it later. Yeah, fine. In that case, yeah, get on the stairs. You're getting the nice squid there. And I love this music. Actually, the thing about the music of this game that's really interesting... Oh, shit, no! You know, okay, thank God I have one of these as far as a remote. Go out that direction, go that way. Like, yeah, I don't want to get myself blown up again, specifically. It has like a Dreamcast kind of sound to it a little bit, as far as some of the instrumentation, but also there's great clips of sound. The dee-dee-dee-dee. It sounds so nice. And it really puts you in the atmosphere. That's the one thing I'll say about this game, that it really, really does well, amongst the other stuff it does really, really well. Atmosphere. I feel like I'm under the water, even though, like, hey, it's a pre-rendered element of what this is. I feel like, yeah, you know what? It feels mysterious. It feels like, yeah, there's something down here. Potentially dangerous, but also potentially interesting. And I guess... Okay, did I not? Because I think the glove is on this hole. Maybe I blew it up. Because the glove and the fist. Because what the fist does is, you want in front of the bomb, you hit the square button. I think it's the square button. And you push it forward. But if I'm gonna get anything, I want the grab. Although, fine, I guess by that standard, I guess that the remote bombs will not go away when I grab that. Because, yeah, it doesn't go away when I grab the, what is it? The glove, I should say. The bomb glove. And there's a crane machine. Now, don't let it catch you, it brings you back to the start. I don't think you get hurt. You know, you don't get hurt. It looks like you do because you do a bit of a flash, so it looks like when you get that second hit running, but, and you can't destroy it as far as I can tell. It's basically just avoid it. In fact, there's the kick. Actually, you know what? I don't want the kick because if I walk into that accidentally when I'm doing boss or something like that, that's gonna be a problem. I do want that, though, just to make sure. So yeah, we're gonna be booking it. Especially for the last boss, you want that. Also, that I will also show off later. That is the, spiky bomb, or the pierce bomb, I should say. What that does is it actually... I don't want that for one specific reason. It's gonna get rid of my remote bomb. What happens when you have that is you drop that next to a soft block, which in this level, by the way, is the seaweed. It will, penetrate it. So if there's an enemy on the other side, it'll blow them up and kill them. But also, if you have it there, you'll die too. If you're on the other side of it. So in some cases, like, yeah, it might not be a good idea necessary to use it, but then again, it's also the question of, when you think about this with Bomberman, and feel free to go in this chat this way, especially because we have an interesting cross-section, it seems like, of the Bomberman games that people have played, and I guess the style of Bomberman, when you really think about it, and that is that it does open itself up to multiple different styles of how you want to play. In my case, because I like to, maybe I move too fast, it's one of those things that I like having the remote bombs, because then in that case, I can control my detonations without a problem, and if I blow it up, it's my own damn fault. Whereas, hey, some people might want to play it a little more fast and loose, saying that, hey, you know what, I think I can, you know, make it so that I'm gonna run specifically with the pierce bombs, like, hey, you know, there's an enemy on the other side, I can blow it up that way and kind of just take them out as it is. In this case, I have enough fire to make that reach. Yeah, if you don't, you're not getting that. And yeah, if that appears at that random place and you don't have the right equipment for it, you might be out of luck, potentially. It doesn't necessarily put you in that many cases like that. But yeah, since they do randomize where the soft blocks are, by the way, I probably should have mentioned that. Yeah, you can potentially get into a case that's not going to be pleasant, especially if you don't have upgrades. There's also the thing, I guess I'm being very careful, making sure I don't die, because as soon as I die, those remote bombs go away. And I probably am going to go back and get the remote bombs, specifically. And thank God I found out you can leave levels to go do that, or leave worlds, because if I had to do that on World 5, because you can't find that there, you can't even find any bomb-up power-ups, I was like, yeah, I was going to be out of luck completely. Yeah, we have the swordfish, so yeah. Yeah, it's like a takeoff on Unguard from Donkey Kong Country, but in this case, yeah, way more dangerous, potentially. Although, also, it's worth pointing out, if you... Yeah, there's the remote bomb. The remote bomb is on this stage. If you don't have it, or you lose it, you can play this... We could actually play this one again and get it. But also, it is worth pointing out, yeah, you do have to complete the level in order to get credit. Alright, so there's my fire, which I think I'm probably maxed out on fire by now. And there are the, I guess the, whitefish specifically. What are the, I'm trying to remember what the whitefish are, specifically what those, yeah, like, it's what Glimmer was, going back to the Donkey Kong Country element of Donkey Kong Country 2. Yeah, they'll go in the sand like that. They will eat the bombs as well. They will just go away as far as when that happens. But they also go into the sand, so you do have to time your bomb blast for them. And also crushing machines, gotta be careful of that. So what I'm gonna do is, first... go to the sand and just kill everything, really, honestly. And, yeah, trap him. Like, yeah, fine. He can't go past that. Unless, can I get him? Yeah, fine. He will sort of follow your movement. So, in that case... Yeah, blow him up over here. So, yeah, he was off the screen, but he died. Don't worry. Alright, right there, right there. Oh, wait, right, okay, fine. The other thing I'm looking for is I'm looking for the, fine, it's not the flak jacket, the free attack suit. I'm looking where that is. Also, yeah, those things will close on an interval. When they flash, they'll close. But the idea is that you also have to be very specific with your button presses or your D-pad presses. Because if you're not, you can get in a case where, yeah, you can get yourself crushed going into the next one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that there. Walk. Blow up. Okay, yeah, actually, I've never had it where there's an item underneath the soft block there, thankfully. Alright, come on. Alright, fine, there's my flak jacket. Fine, I'll call it that way. Boom, boom, boom. I'm invincible. I don't care. Blow him up. Alright, that was lucky. Oh my god. It's one of those things that, yeah, when you get to an end of level, man, you feel a sense of, oh, thank god. You feel a sense of relaxation, a sense of, relief that you made it. But then the question of, okay, what's next? Next, by the way, is Aqua Bomber. This is our first of the two bosses here.
Start.
Alright, what does he got to say?
You'll never defeat me, Bomberman.
Alright, we'll go back over one last thing, the voice acting, which is, yeah, if Laminel did voice every character in this game, and I'm pretty sure she did, and in this case what you want to do is, he's not too bad when you understand aspects of his pattern, or if you have powered up elements like I do, because he'll walk around a lot, he'll go up in the air, and he'll have those jet streams. I don't think they hurt you, at least they didn't in my test. They'll follow you, just run around, specifically to get out of the way. And then when he teleports, just blow him up when he comes back. Or try to, unless he's gonna stand there and be, in a case like that, fine. Yeah, I was gonna say is that if Laminel is voicing every character in this game, it sure sounds like she is. If she's not, yeah, I wish I could have found the name specifically for it. But she's the only person in the credits of this entire game that did voice work in anything. So I said, it has to be her. If that's the case, it's pretty impressive, the idea that, yeah, she voiced every character in this game, and they all sound completely distinct, generally speaking. And it is, so that, yeah, just shows that element to it, and yeah, I guess the celebration of Lady Manel this way on top of the other cases. Now, ow! Alright, so fine, there you go. Fine, yeah, as I said, feasibly you can bust this game if you have the line bomb and the remote bomb. Also, we have Rick. He is our element here. You hit the R1 button once, you do the dash forward. If you hold it, that is line bomb. So basically, if you don't have line bomb, you can use line bomb with him. Also, it's worth pointing out, let me try this. Even if you're on him, if you still have line bomb, you can hold square into it. But alright, fine, we got him. Next is the boss. Honestly, this is not as bad as the next one. Well, fine, because the next one's the last one. But that being said, it's also pointing out when you go into stage 4 and you beat it, you instantly go to stage 5 and you can't quit out. So it's worth pointing that out. So if you don't have yourself ready for the boss with powers, you're stuck there until you get a game over.
Can you withstand my power? Let's go, Icker-Ringer.
Alright, this is Icker-Ringer, who's a squid. Like that. Yeah, like, I'm gonna sound like a broken record on this one for sure, saying line bomb and remote bomb, but it's like, fine, it's what I have. If you don't have this, it's also not horrible in the sense that, hey, you know, he'll go in line, but he will go sort of differently in line, and you have to pay attention to, yeah, the shots he puts out. If you can keep distance, you could be okay. At this point, they also do more damage, or have more damage to dish out. And I think those sort of kind of bounce off, so... Okay, fine, I did take a hit somewhere. He will move a little more erratically, but when he does stop, that is something you can kind of take advantage of. Also, he does have that sand or kind of wave attack. Oh shit, went the wrong way. Okay, fine, it didn't matter. I went backwards as far as that. Alright, there we go, got him. I don't know if I should be apologizing or celebrating the fact that I'm making this game look easier than it is. Take your pick, Chad, it's your choice. But fine, he is, back. Sorry, damn. Fine, they did say this game is short, but I also said, you know what, I don't know if I can do this quickly. But, well, I guess I am. Don't worry, I'm not shortchanging on program because we're looking at this whole game. And then I will also, as I mentioned, I do have a save file that goes actually to the final level. So at that point, I'll load that up and we will see the final area, which is Planet Black. You get that for unlocking it or for completing everywhere else. Also, if you do hit down on D-pad, you can go back to any of the levels you want. You hit up to go over to Planet Black here. But I said, we'll come back, I'll show off the power-ups I did not show, and we'll also show off the challenge and the battle mode as it is. I'm also trying to think, like, yeah, fine, if this is too short, I'm trying to think, I don't know, do I have anything else of Hudson Softs on PlayStation? I don't have the other Bomberman games on this. Yeah, I don't think I do. Specifically, but like, either way, it's like, we're gonna get a full show of this. Do not worry. We're at Planet Black, by the way. This is the final world. And in this case, there's some nice items here, for sure. But it's also the case that if you don't have the remote bomb, if you lose the remote bomb, it's gonna make this place a lot harder.
Start.
You get the spacey element as far as like the 1950s like sci-fi sound. Also, that is max fire. It will automatically take your fire up to maximum if it is not. But here's a weird thing. If you die, it goes away. But yet, at the same time, if you keep getting the fire-ups, the normal ones, that will not go away. So I have a max fire running with that, and also the rocket thing, when you kill it, it will explode, and it'll explode again, so be careful. Okay, go in that direction. X. Yeah, like that. Boom, boom. Oh, crap, it blew up the second hit. Which, honestly, I think I want to have here, honestly, but I also am in a case of, I don't know if I want to necessarily risk it as far as what it is. Alright, boom, boom, boom. Also, there are the space gates, or the electric gates. Yeah, you can walk through those if you dare. Don't bother. Fine, they'll go... Yeah, just don't bother doing that. Just walk around them, basically. But as far as the hazards here, that's going to be the least of your worries. Yeah, as I said, you know what? I'm going to go back into this one because I do want to get that second hit. Because I don't... No, because I did lose it because I... Well, wait, no. Did I? Hang on. Okay, oh, fine. We'll go back in. I'll get that in again. No, because I had it from... No, wait. I still had it from Planet Fire. And then I was on Rick, the dolphin. And it still counted. I got hit once. So that was that. So I think it went away. Because I think it did. So all I'm going to do is just get going. And yeah, the salt blocks. I like the touch of the salt blocks here. They're basically like alien pods. And just kind of fade away in a really nice effect. Okay, there's full fire. I'm just gonna drop one bomb, basically, each. And this is how I played this level before I guess got good at this game, in massive quotation marks. Specifically because there are no bomb-ups here on this world. And I didn't know that thing where you can hit the triangle button and just instantly leave the world. I mean, the instruction manual doesn't mention that. The instruction manual doesn't even mention the fact that, hey, the points do something. Shit, oh. Okay, fine. Okay, that answered the fact that I had the second hit. Thank Christ I did. But the second hit is also on this level, so let's just go get it now that all the enemies are out of the way. Perfect. Okay, so I had it all along. I just wasn't completely sure. Alright, fine, I got an extra life, because yeah, 15,000 points is an extra life. Like I said, the manual doesn't tell you that. Not that it's a bad manual, it's an interesting manual as far as how it was, but it's also a weird case of... actually, I'll tell the story before we start the next level, and that is... Nocturne was doing the grind-up of Zenny for Mega Man Legends 2, which we're going back to in about 2 weeks. She found a better grinding spot for what we're doing, specifically, than even the place we showed in Part 2 and sort of in Part 3. But then also the fact that I was on the other television playing this game, and I said, she's like, what's this item do? She'd never seen this one specifically. I said, let me look up the PAL manual. I was like, that was the only one I had. I didn't have the manual with me when I was at her place. But kind of getting a sense of what that was and realizing, oh, that doesn't say it either. This game is shorter than I remembered. Yeah, as I said, this game is fine. I'm not making it look as hard as I am, and as it really is, which I think I might be doing a disservice of it, honestly, that way. Except maybe I'm explaining the idea that, trust me, this game is harder than I'm making it look. Oh, fine. World 2, I guess, showed that, as it was. But yeah, it is a short game, but it's also something that, because of how difficult it is, and... Oh, shit. Oh, fine. I'll take the second hit, I'll blow up. Because, yeah, he had me trapped. So in that case, I might go back to world, I might go back to stage 1 when I'm done with this so I can get myself getting that, second hit again. Also, in this area... Yeah, those aliens are trouble. Yes. The only thing in trouble is behind that, soft block, or soft pod, and then there's a life. Yeah, there's that missile launcher. It'll shoot that out. The only way to destroy that is you have to drop a bomb, let the missile... Okay, I died. Alright, fine. Oh, okay, fine, I died. Alright, fine. We're gonna have to go back to, I'm going back to a world specifically because I lost my remote bomb. I can run it without it. But fine, I'm glad that happened just so I can get a sense. I'll go back to get the, what is it? Get the extra hit and also get the remote bomb, but we'll do that in a little bit. Did you see the, Summer Steam sale that's live right now? I heard they were doing another one. I'd heard, like, hey, you know, they got stuff going on, specifically as far as the summer thing. I haven't seen what they're offering this time, which I guess is gonna be probably a bunch of stuff they offered before. Because I remember I mentioned that when we did, the Freddy Fish, Case of Missing Kelp Seeds, and, Case of the Schoolhouse, as we'll get the, bomb glove. Which, now is gonna be sort of useful, because in that case, yeah, the pod is a movable object, and also you can't get, bombed through, thankfully, so just toss it over. Yeah, because I mentioned we played those games, but also the fact that, hey, you know, there's a lot of stuff that was on sale that way. What are you seeing of interest, specifically? What are you saying that people should pick up? I don't know if... Because fine, this game is on the PC, but that was in 2003. I don't know if it's available that way, or what Bomberman on PC is looking like nowadays. Specifically, if anything. Or anything you've been playing, as far as that. Or what you'd recommend, like, hey, you know, pick some of this stuff up that you might be interested in, as it is. I'll have to take a look as far as what they got. Also, yeah, you do use the rockets. You drop off of it by hitting a circle, but I'm actually not going to do that because I have the glove. I'm going to toss... Oh, shit. I'm going to get out of the way. Or fine. Now I'll get out of the way. It's like, yeah, you'll be safe in the air. I'm going to toss out this for the fake Bomberman down there. The ghost Bomberman, I guess what it is. Or try to, anyway. Just to get him out of the way, as that's the case. I wish it was, as far as this being on the PC. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you know, you're right, because this game is something that's of interest. It is a good game. It is, as I said, this is a game that, you were right, this is something that I think has drawn a blank with people, but it is really good as far as what I played. I'm glad I found this. And it's not super expensive as far as getting a copy of this. It was I found it for $30. Also, that's the transporter. You were, it is a safe block, sort of, kind of. Oh shit, that's not, because there's a launcher over there. One thing I do want to do is kill you. And I have multiple bombs. I have line... Actually, no, I lost a line bomb. I forgot about that. Because I died, I lost a line bomb. You lose a line bomb, and you lose, what is it, bomb? Bomb. As it is. But it is one of those things that, yeah, there is something to this, and I'll tell you, in a lot of ways, I don't know, if you agree with this or not, but in some ways, I think maybe this would be a not bad Bomberman game to come to start, because... As far as, like, a traditional run of Bomberman, I should say, as far as, like, the way it traditionally plays. Because it looks nice, it has great presentation, it has great music, for sure. It's also something that, it gets hard, fine, I'm maybe not showing it as much as I really should, but it's something that, it does give you a challenge, as you also see those rock monsters where, yeah, if they'll eat the bomb and it'll go away and it will not do anything to them, so, blow them up quick. It's something that I think would be a good one to start with if you've never played it, or you might think that, hey, I don't know if I'm going to be necessarily, you know, running this as it is, or, because I said, I played the Bomberman 64 to start. I don't know if maybe that was not a good one to start with as far as how it was. At first I thought, okay, maybe it was also my thought that, hey, people said it plays like Super Mario 64 in terms of its full 3D, unlike this one, but just the thought that, you know, okay, before we go there, I'm going to get remote bomb. Fine, we'll go get the extra hit, and then I'll go get remote bomb. It's something that, I don't know, maybe also is not adjusted to the fact that, hey, you know, in that game, feel free to let me know any memories or thoughts you might have in Bomberman 64, and that is that when I first played it, maybe I expected there to be a jump button, even though I was like, fine, I never played a game before like this. It's like, it's a 3D kind of game. Is it, okay, fine, maybe there's that expectation, and there wasn't. Not that that was a problem in and of itself, but just a question of, yeah, maybe was that where the adjustment came from, whereas this one was like, fine, it's kind of more traditional in terms of how it's presenting the idea of what Bomberman is. So in that case, I was able just to do it easier. And then when I played Bomberman Hero, I guess I liked that more because it was more what I was used to as far as other games. But it's also maybe me not getting on the wavelength of Bomberman as a franchise really completely. So I don't know if I necessarily get to that, to the point where when, before the Virtual Console shut down on Wii U, I bought Bomberman 64 on that because I said, I owe this game another shot. And at some point, we'll definitely give it another shot. I know there's people who said, hey, they really like that one, and they want to have stuff going on. So we definitely show it, no question. And we will. And I got what it came for. I'm getting out of here. And I'm going to go back. I'm going to go grab a remote bomb from somewhere. In fact, let me think about this. Alright, so hit triangle. Thank God this game has that. I was initially under the impression, until just today, that if you get into a world, you're stuck there until you beat it. But we're not, so I'm going back to Planet Fire. And the reason I'm going back there is because the level that has... Oh, wait, no. Shit, I forgot. Like, at first, the level that has Remote Bomb has, actually, no. Wait, I came back here for Line Bomb as well. I would say the level that has Remote Bomb, which is over there, has, speed boots, but it does not. I'm thinking the one that has Line Bomb on it. Alright, fine. Yeah, right on the tracks. Boom, they're both getting run over. Fantastic. Okay, now in this case, I'm also gonna just try and get myself out to the end. Like, fine. The other stuff here was Bomb Up and was Sticky Bomb. Yeah, I'll show Sticky Bomb later, as far as how it is. I'm just getting my way out. Oh, yeah, okay, I'm not touching that. Whoa. Also, you are invincible in the minecart completely, so yeah, when that enemy bomb went off, you would have an element to it. Oh, fine. In that case, yeah, he runs on the track. I'm safe. Okay, fine. Alright, bye-bye. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, I'm still kind of tense, even though I was like, yeah, fine, we're getting far on this. But, yeah, you're right. I would like to see something like this, although I said, I don't know. See, it's weird, because as I said, on PlayStation 3, this is the only one of the PlayStation Bombermans that we got that wasn't up there. Because it had Party Edition, and, which I think Party Edition was, and I know Fantasy Race is up there. And it still is, specifically if you still want to buy either one of those. But this one didn't, and Atlas published both of those too, so I said, is it a licensing thing? Because, fine, you know, while we're making the walkthrough on this one, we can go on this as well. Which is, it is Hudson Soft who developed this game, and in Japan, they published it themselves. But in other parts of the world, it's different. I mean, this one game was Atlas for the US, but was Sony for Europe. And then, as far as Nintendo 64, Nintendo had the rights to Bomberman for 64 and Hero. And then, Second Attack came out, it was Vatical who published that one as opposed to Nintendo. And now it's Konami, because Konami owns Hudson Soft, so that's the reasons for that one. So fine, it's Konami forever now as far as Bomberman is concerned. But back then, it was a case that there were all these other companies doing it, so like, I don't know if it's a rights question, but then again, Hudson Soft made this, they own the franchise, they published it in Japan, so I don't know if that's what it is, or here's another... Oh god, fine, I didn't show myself getting caught in the spider webs, so that's fine, I'm okay. A likely story. So, I'll tell you one, maybe here's an idea we could put out here, and since Konami's doing stuff as far as, you know, collections, and we kind of sort of got into this a little bit, sort of a few weeks, actually, did we? Okay, no, we sort of mentioned this, that Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1 that's coming out in October, which is a classic compilation out of them, and fine, they also had the Castlevania collections they did. There's that Suikoden 1 and 2 HD version, which... note to Chasm22, this has not been confirmed, but there is now a new indication, perhaps, that is coming out in October. There was, I think, a video game store website that had something going on to that, saying, hey, this game is going to be coming out. They said it's this year for that one, and it might be October. If that is confirmed more over the next couple days, I'll indicate that when I edit. But I guess point to Bomberman, this might be the other idea. Since it's been a while for some of these old Bomberman games, maybe Konami and Hudson saying that, why don't we do a collection of a bunch of these? I mean, technically, the PC port of this is a collection of stuff. It's the Bomberman game from TurboGrafx 16 from 1990, it's Bomberman 93, and it's this. And then the TurboGrafx 16 Mini, specifically, it has 3 Bomberman games in it. I mean, it's a bunch of games as far as what it's got. But it's Bomberman 93, 94, and Bomberman Panic Bomber. So, like, that's, I guess, that and the Bomberman collection on PC that has this game in it are the closest we've gotten to collections of Bomberman that I'm aware of. But it might be one of those cases that, yeah, where did this start? Especially because, yeah, we're at 40 years now. And the way Konami and Hudson are indicating it is with that Super Bomberman R game that's out in 2 months. Yeah, it is 2 months. It's in September. So, I don't know if maybe that's that thought. That would be a great idea, because this is a unique one. It's something that, I'll tell you, ElecVerse, I know sometimes there's I know you've said as far as the show with games you want to see, and also when something you want to see on the show, I know obviously you're excited about it, because, hey, you want to see it, you like it, you're interested in it, you like this, getting that representation, as far as it, not just you, everybody, as far as who's come into that, but I know specifically, it's one of these things when I'm going through the levels on this, even as far as the music, when I heard the music of Planet Forest after a while, I was thinking about this, I was saying, like, I was imagining, like, what's ElecVerse gonna say when we play this game as far as that? I would think he'd say something about so nostalgic as far as the music, and I was even thinking to myself, I said, you know what, yeah, you know what, I didn't even play this game growing up, but I feel nostalgia for this music even though I didn't play it, so it's one of those things with this that honestly, I think that there would be something to be said about, you know, saying, can we, like, do collection on this thing? Alright, fine, I'm gonna drop that shit, no! Okay, fine, I took the second hit. Fine taking the second hit as long as I don't die. At least not yet. I'll go, in fact, we'll go back to level 1. I want to be ready on that. And honestly, I don't think I want the kick. Actually, before I do that, let me see something. Okay, no, I don't have the glove. Thank God I don't have the glove. For once, I'm saying that only because it said, then I can just place him down really quick, or use a line bomb, which, fine, why am I not using a line bomb? Okay, fine, because I could potentially get myself into trouble if I use that. That's the other reason, like, hey, you know, and also when you do the walkway on this level, you can place bombs there, so you do have to be a little careful. Oh shit, especially because, not only is the turret there now, and there's those enemies, they will, go out a bunch of areas, but yeah, it's always the case that, yeah, okay, fine, I got tons of points doing that. But it's also something that, yeah, you know, I sometimes get nervous, like, yeah, if I go nuts dropping the bombs, I might get myself killed. So it's kind of a bit of a risk-reward thing. It's like, hey, you know what, I want to take a chance doing something like this, but I also want to keep myself safe. So, I was thinking also about this with this game, which is that, fine, this game is like a puzzle, fine, it's an action puzzle game, I guess, when you really think about it. But there's also something that said, where would the puzzle element really come from? And the answer is, simply for the reason that we said, which is that, fine, you do have to think about what are we doing, where am I going, what's the layout of these blocks, and the layout of the, like, the soft plots and things, those are random. Also the fact that the turret can shoot left and right, but it can also shoot up and down, at least this one can shoot up and down. And there goes Sticky Bomb, we'll use Sticky Bomb later. As I said, that'll be the other way I think I get going. But I said, if nothing else, I guess it's trying to, you know, planting the seeds out there, and especially for a game that, as I said, this fascinated me really thinking about this. Well, you know, I'm gonna leave. Because the bomb's still there, boom, blow it up. I'll just be out of the distance, so it's like, fine, I don't get myself, killed by anything, perhaps. You know, ooh! So, like, yeah, fine, there they go, they're gone. And it's this, which is, I think, you know, I gotta tell you, I was surprised, I think, to what degree this game has not been really documented. I said, like, fine, there's gonna be a GameFAQs walkthrough on this. No, there's just an element as far as what the script of the game is for the voice acting. I'm gonna find Let's Plays on this. I mean, I did. I found one, a really good one, that basically is the best strategy guide of this entire game that is on the entire internet that I can tell, specifically. But the thought that, especially for a game that's this old, you'd think that, would there be more information on it? And the fact that there wasn't really took me aback. I said, wait, you know, what's going on here? Why is this not discussed even as far as that? Like, hey, we'll play games, and I played games before, and fine, there's a boss, we'll fight him in a minute. I want that second hit. And that is the thought that, fine, there's games that we get the sense that maybe nobody knows, or like we want to give them more attention, give them more love, as we do, and we definitely do on the show, and we'll continue to do that, no question. But also something that you sometimes will see, like, on the internet, like, hey, you can just look up specifically to find people, like, oh, I remember this, I love this game, and it's that case of, I said this, and we'll get into this with Snowboard Kids too, Nocturne, she said, I played that game growing up, I loved it. I actually said to her, I said, really? I don't believe you. I get the sense nobody knows what this game was. So her brother specifically was there. He's like, my brother and I played. He's like, I went up to him, I asked him point blank. I said, is Nocturne right? Did you actually play this game growing up? I got the sense that nobody else played this. And he said, no, we did. This game's awesome. I was like, it made me really happy. He's like, oh, thank God, somebody's played this. And on the internet, you'll see stuff like that. I mean, ElecVerse is saying with this that, hey, they're fans who want to make the third game or the official third game of this franchise. But with this game, it's like, yeah, I couldn't really even find much in terms of information. I said, even the thing about getting extra lives is like one other resource aside from our show that goes into that. And I don't think I saw anything that said, hey, you can hit the triangle button on the maps here and go back to the main screen, which seems simple, yes, but just the question of getting a documentation out as far as some of this stuff and getting that attention. So, like, this is a good game. It is a good game. You're right. This game is really good. And it's something I definitely recommend. If you've never come to this franchise, it's a good place to start. But it's also something that, in that way, I guess, I'll tell you, maybe I see this as, before we go into the boss here, I'm going to this, maybe I see it as a little bit of a duty for the show. Fine, it's a duty in a bunch of ways. I'll go on this, and we'll go on this as far as the boss here. And that is, first off, ElecVerse, thank you again for requesting this game. I'm not going to stop saying it specifically, because I'm absolutely grateful. You're saying you come in the show, you want to see stuff, and you want it to be played. I said, I owe you that. I was like, let's play this. And I said, I'll practice the game specifically so we can kind of have stuff going on, show it off at the best of its ability, do the best I can, whether I do really well or not, or I have elements where I don't do well at all. I'll at least put that effort in. I'll do more practice on stuff specifically, so I'll be ready for that. I'll pick the game up as far as that if it has to come to that. But it's also that kind of thing that, in a way, we've said that, hey, we'll put stuff on the record for the show. But the question that, hey, it is a record that way, in the sense of, here's a game that is a part of a massive franchise that's celebrating 40 years this month. And the fact that, for some reason, this is one that came out in the US and I guess did okay, well enough that Atlas said, fine, let's publish 2 other ones on the system. But nowadays, it seems that there's not really much information even about it. So I was like, okay, I felt I had a duty saying that, all right, let me find out every single thing I can about this game, put it out there, and also give that information and that, element to all you. Look, here's the other thing. I hope this is coming off clear. I absolutely respect my audience as far as the chat's concerned and also about the people who've been on the show. Just to go into that, I understand how much of a commitment it is. I understand you got a lot of options as far as what you could choose to watch, what you could choose to do on a Saturday night or a Friday night or a Friday afternoon if it ever comes to that, or a Saturday afternoon when we do shows that are that way. I get that. I completely get that. And I said, I'm going to give you the best show I can for sure and put everything I got. So if nothing else, people can come to this maybe years later and get a sense of, okay, fine. Whether they like the show or not is irrelevant. That's fine. They can or can't. But also the question that they'll say this is like, hey, here's something as far as the document of this game is that Let's Play I found is an incredible document for sure. And in that case, I said, for this game, I want to put that out there that way, but also the fact that, hey, I was asked for this game, we're going to play it, we're going to go that deep, we're going to guts of game, that's what we always do, and celebrate this game and the franchise, for sure, and I'm glad to be doing that. Okay, but with that brief break, let's get ready for the bosses, the final bosses. This is Bagara, or Burglar. I looked at it like burglar, I guess, but fine, burglar is an E, not an A, as far as it. But, alright, fine, here's him. You basically need the setup I have in order to stand any chance here, maybe. And bunch of bombs and fire. Let's show this.
Welcome to my world.
Alright, so yeah, welcome to my world. So he does that thing with the shield, he'll teleport, and you basically want to get your row of bombs ready, because yeah, as soon as he gets close, he'll do an attack, he'll do that. There's something to do other stuff. As soon as he does that, have your remote bombs ready. Try and get him in a line enough so you can hit him. And also be careful when he does the sticky bomb. In fact, the sticky bomb is going to blow that up, so I said, fine, screw it, I'll just put that there. This is actually a battle that is kind of easy to accidentally run out the clock because of it, especially if you're running on just one bomb. Fine, with one bomb, it's probably impossible. And honestly, I was even looking as far as other Let's Plays. They're like, fine, let me look at the speedrunning community of this game. Maybe there's some aspect of what they do. It's like, no, they get the items specifically as far as running them. So it's the idea like, hey, you basically have to have this. Or fine, okay, I did beat this boss without remote bombs, I will say that, but you basically have to get him on the rebound when he does teleport. Because if you're too close, he'll do that. He'll drop the sticky bombs out. He will do just the normal bombs. And he does the cape thing. Basically, just be ready. Drop that down. And try and get him that way so that he'll, stop that way. But yeah, if you're close to that, he'll just jump up, so you're probably not going to be able to hit him. Oh, shit! Thank God I got the second hit. But honestly, I don't want to die here, because if I do, I don't have remote bombs anymore. But I won't lose those 9 bombs, thank Christ, so that might be something to go. Oh shit, no! Okay, fine, that might be okay. Oh shit, I blew myself up. Alright, fine, there goes remote bombs. Alright, so fine, this boss got a lot harder. Okay, so hey, as long as I'm having trouble here, I'll take it. But honestly, if I had remote bombs at the end of this, that would make it a lot easier. So this is gonna make the play a lot longer. So, okay. If you don't have remote bombs, or the bomb line now, or, yeah, line bomb, I should say. Basically, wait till he does that, just toss the bombs out on row and hope the hell that when he transports, you get him when he comes out. Because he will just teleport around randomly. So this is gonna probably take a while. And even the next boss is probably gonna take a while, especially running this way, especially because I have to go into that, by default. If I get a game over, look, I'm not gonna be upset if I get a game over here, honestly, especially because I've gone this far somehow without getting one. I don't know how the hell that happened, I really don't. Oh, I forgot, I don't have the, remote bomb anymore. I'm so used to hitting that, to having it, like I hit the X button, like, fine, there they are, but like, no. Oh, no. Okay, fine, I trapped him. Alright, so fine, that can happen. That's when you get lucky. The idea that he'll appear where the bomb is, and since he's in between that, he can't move anywhere and you hit him. So basically, also at the time when the bomb explodes, which is about, 2 seconds out from when you drop it. Or fine, when you drop the whole line, I should say. And then that goes, oh, fine. Fine, I can also get the, sticky bomb of his going away that way. Whoa. Yeah, in that case, I was too early. Fine, that's basically what you want to do, just kind of put everything in a row that way when you have multi-bombs and multi-fire. So it can be a little bit of a semi-random thing. Also, if you're too close anyway, he will teleport no matter what, so, yeah. I do have enough time for now. It's just that later, I don't know if I'm going to. And also, when he's in that state up there, he can be touched, so you don't have to worry about that necessarily. Ah, fortunately, he was so close there. Yeah, one off. That's always what happens. In my case, I'll tell you what the other thing to do, which I probably should get better at doing, which is I'll just drop the bombs individually. Oh, fine, that was even worse, because, like, wait, no, I put them on... Put the bombs on each row specifically, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if that's the case, if I can time that button press instead of just hitting that circle button rapidly, guess it's fine. There you go. Something like that, so like, hey, he can't escape then. But it's like, well... No, that didn't take. So, alright, fine. Let's get him out of the way. I have hit him a decent amount, so... Okay, perfect. Oh, almost perfect. Yeah! Except the fact that, yeah, he would have been on that other angle anyway, so I wouldn't have gotten him. Yeah, the good news is if I keep dying, I still have the 9 bombs and the 9 fire. Yeah, honestly, I don't know if I'm necessarily even... why I should even be trying to do that, because... Ah, he was so close. He was... I just had him missed. Yeah, okay, I did that too early. Yeah, but this is fine. This is the struggle when you're running, not, remote bombs. Yeah, the one where I'm probably gonna get a time over on this. Sometimes you can get unlucky this way. Except then he'll sometimes do that. And he is invisible, he's in the air, so yeah, that's not gonna help me either. Okay, I did get him somehow over there. I mean, I guess you can also use the, what is it? Use the kick if you have it, but it's like, fine. Actually, I guess then, ElecVerse, I don't know. Have you beaten this game, number one? Number two, is this what you did for the final boss, or you just had remote bombs in line? Fine, I showed you how you're supposed to do it. But, yeah, since I'm probably gonna die by time over. Although I do have 8 lives, and 0 just counts as life in this game, it's worth pointing out. We will be in an okay case, I think. Sorta, kinda. Whoa! I mean, nothing else will show you what happens when you die by time over. Oh, he was right there. Ah! Yeah, I'm not winning this. Not least of which, because, yeah, it does still have the case where you have to go in the door by 0, so fine, I'm dying. Alright, so yeah, time up. If you do run that once, and I'm not sure how I ran it. Okay. As I said, fine, I showed the way to do it that you're supposed to do it. I got myself killed, so that made this go a lot longer. Although, fine, if nothing else, this is going to be the struggle. Like, and it's the final boss, or final bosses, so it should be a struggle. Although, if you have, like, one bomb, as I said, I don't think you can do this on just one bomb. Even a lot of the speedruns of this game I've seen, they didn't just have one bomb. I guess the other thing you can also do is, like, hey, as long as you have, him in distance this way... Okay, that's perfect. Except I did too damn early, so it's like, fine. If I can time that so it's on every one of those lines... Boop, boop, boop. Okay, that was too early, too. Oh, crap. Oh. Okay, so fine. Alright, come on, come on, come on. Okay, that would have been perfect, so fine. Alright, fine. That's what you should be doing. If you could time that. Keyword if, as far as it... Okay, come on. Perfect, he's done. Oh, crap. So, yeah, you also... So, okay, fine. Without remote bomb, you have to time it. Specifically. Except, yeah, he sometimes appears over there. And, yeah, the fire, even if you have it massive... Okay, fine, I did get him that way, at least. The fire will not go all the way across the screen. I'm pretty sure they designed that on purpose for that. Alright, come on. No. Even though he tends to go up on the corner on the left. Alright, so I'll tell you one thing is also probably going to happen. If I can't beat this boss, or the next one, then I'll tell you what we'll do. We're going to do what I said I was going to feasibly be afraid I'd have to do. What afraid I'd have to do way sooner, which is go through and grind up so I can have the stuff I need again. Although, if I can beat this boss the first time, that honestly would be pretty good because, to a certain extent, the final bosses are easier, sort of, kind of, but not completely. Well, fine, now that I know how to handle that last boss, but even then, I ran remote bomb still the same way and I didn't die, so I was like, fine. It's been on the fact that I'm not getting myself killed. Okay, fine. In that case, I walked away. I was like, okay, fine. As far as walked right into it. So, fine. This is the normal way of how I'm playing, so, okay, fine. I made it the fact that I breezed through the rest of the game, and now I was like, fine, the final boss is going to be the problem, which is fair. That's how it should be. If there's anywhere I should be struggling, it should be here. Like I said, on my off-screen stuff, I was struggling on the first world, but not anymore. Yeah, he tends to appear over there, but it's not always consistent if he does. You know what? Sometimes it might just be easier just to get him kind of in that line. Oh. Okay, fine. He appeared over there. So, yeah, because it is random where he goes. As I said, if I do get game over, there's a couple things we do. Yikes. Yeah, that is... Okay, fine. Now I'm feeling better about what happened earlier, you know, me getting far as it, because... Well, yeah, this is what the experience of playing Bomberman games tends to be for me, in the sense that yeah, I have to adjust myself. I have to be careful doing this, and without power-ups that I lost because it died... Okay, fine, I hit him that way, so I just barely got him. But he also stops at the corner. They're smart enough to stop on the corners. Okay, that's good, because he went that way. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, that one went first. But yeah, you're fine. You're seeing the struggle now of what Bomberman can be, as far as how... Fine, I guess the way... Okay, let's back up a little bit, because... the way that the story stuff of a lot of these games, or the games in this series, I should say, tend to work, is that usually you have... Actually, you kind of have levels like this that are a lot like this, in the sense you kind of go areas, you sort of kind of fight bosses, but that's also a different mentality to how, you know... the element of the multiplayer works. We'll show the multiplayer as far as how that runs, because you can run with computer opponents. But nothing else, yeah, fine. You're seeing what the struggle is. Like, yeah, this game is short, but yeah, it will challenge you as far as what it is, especially... Okay, here's a weird thing. I'm in a better case than in other cases, because I do have all my bombs still, because those hold on a death. The bombs and the fire-ups hold up on death. The remote bomb doesn't, the grab doesn't. Like most everything else, the sticky bomb doesn't, if I were to have that. So you're seeing this full force, if nothing else. It's also this case that, yeah, more than anything right now, it seems like I'm more in a stalemate with him than anything, because, fine, I almost walked into that. And he'll teleport immediately when he's close to me. Yep, that's it. Yeah, you're fine, you're seeing this, so yeah. This is where the challenge is lying. I mean, you could still kind of corner him, but in that case, I got cornered. I cornered myself. So, alright, fine. I'm showing everything I said, you know, happens to me when I played this game. It was like, yeah, he's not right about that, because he's been handling the rest of this game without problem. Like, okay, now we're finding it. Okay, so I can try that too. So you can sort of put a corner around of bombs when he comes, maybe you can get him. This is tough. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's fair as far as it now. Like, look, the mistakes I'm making are my own. Oh, okay, fine. Fine, I guess I found the new strategy. New strategy time. Which is, fine, he'll do that. There goes that bomb. Let it go. Okay, almost. Yeah, put him into an L shape if you can. Then maybe when he comes out, it seems like he goes this direction. So, you know what? Fine, I'll do that. It's still too damn close. Alright. Yeah, this is insanely tough, or can be insanely tough. Also, because of how random this is, because of how he's going. But as I said, it's also tougher if you don't have the stuff I have, even now. Like, fine, I lost the remote bomb. That's an indication, but also the fact that I have my full bomb drops, as far as it. My bomb-ups are at their max. Okay, I got him. That way. So, since I do have those, I do have a little bit of a fighting chance unless I get a game over, in which case then I'll have to grind it again. Otherwise, I'll fight this boss and like, yeah, it's gonna be pretty much impossible. I don't think you can get through that, except... Oh, wait, no. And, fine, he walked into me. Okay, that's the first time I've ever had him do that. It's like, fine, you can't touch him. So, if nothing else, that's it. Yeah, this is definitely the element, although... I'll say this. I don't know necessarily if I'd say... This is the hardest Bomberman game, although, as I said, I've only played a couple of these. 64 was tough for other reasons. 64, I think, was tough because of elements of the controls. Not that they're bad, necessarily, but just the way that works. Although, fine, also, in that case, okay, fine, I ran into him again, damn. And I'm on the last life, which actually might be a blessing in disguise. That was hard because of the way the controls operate, and also the fact that, the pickup of the bombs in that game is way harder than this one. You have to position yourself very specifically on that one. And also the fact of, like, how the bomb pump works. We'll get to that when we play that game eventually. I think some people probably want to be in on running that game specifically. Yeah, I don't think I'm winning this. Okay, fine, it didn't work. Okay, good. I got to show game over somehow. So, this is the familiar element that you're going to see.
Game over.
Yeah, this is what you'll normally see. This is what I thought I was going to see all the time doing this show tonight, or this game tonight. So yeah, I blasted through 8 lives and got a game over. Good news is, you have infinite continues. You also could save. So actually, I'll briefly show this, because it will not toss me out by doing this. So yeah, on memory card, it takes a block onto it. This is the save I had at the final level. So you can select it into 3 slots for that 1 block you put on the card. If you don't have a memory card, you can type password in. It's either way. I'll show that a little later. But in that case, yeah, Bomberman is determined, and he's like, yeah, get back in my jet and try again. Now, for this, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We are going to go back to all these other levels, and when I was doing my practice, I did not know you can hit triangle to leave. So I said, I'm stuck with what I have here, which is just, there's no, bomb up elements going on. There's not the remote bomb. There's not the line bomb. There's none of that. So you have to go back to the other levels to get them. And don't die. So that's the other thing. So, okay, there's a couple things that we're going to need to get. I'm going to pretty much be grinding this out to make sure that we can do this. And I hope the hell that doesn't happen again. Or I have to be a bit more careful. When I have the remote bomb, at least it's going to be way easier. So, going back to the beginning of the game. While we're seeing this, chat, feel free to go into anything else you got game-wise. Since ElecVerse, you're mentioning the Steam sale, go into that as well. Anything that's catching your eyes. I'll tell you what to do. When you get a game over, you do run out of everything. All your items are gone. So I was dropping up to 8 bombs. Those are gone. When I drop the bomb normally, I'd have the further distance with the explosion. That's gone too. My fast movement, that's gone too. All that stuff goes when the game over. Some of the other stuff goes on death, as I mentioned, like with the remote bomb and some of the other stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to be playing these game levels again for the purpose of running to get all the stuff. And I know where they are, so, because the items are set on the levels you go. So in this case, I know this level has 2 bomb ups and a fire. And when you complete them, you can play any of the stages you unlock as many times as you want, except the boss stages. The boss stages are only playable once. That includes both of them. So yeah, the bomber people, they're gone, and also the enemies they're gone too. So basically what you want to do in this case is pretty much just priorities of what you're going to need for the battles. And honestly, for that battle against Burglar, I specifically want max bombs. I want max fire so I can at least get a bit of a distance running as far as what we got. I want the remote bomb, for sure. I want the extra hit, lest I get myself hit once that way. I want the line bomb just so I can hit that square button, drop it down instantly. So yeah, it's like, we're gonna see this game again. This is my fear. It's like, well, okay. But fine, I'm glad it happened there. If it's gonna happen anywhere, it's gonna happen at the end of the game, which is fine. Not to say that, okay, fine. At least I also got to show that, him eating the bomb. He only ate it once. Just bossed him. Alright, he's gone. Okay. So, this is gonna be the rest of this until we go back. Until then, let me see. Chad, if you want to go into anything else, go ahead and do this. Because, yeah, we're going to see the same thing we saw before. They said, I'm going to do this just as much as you need to in order to get everything we need. So I can get through the final bosses. And honestly, I'll tell you, like earlier in the game, once I beat the bomber, fine, he's not a bomber. I mean, Burglar is not a bomber. As far as the lore of this game goes, he's not one of them. He just revived them. But as soon as I beat him, honestly, the boss after that is not as bad, but it's also something you probably still need the same arsenal as far as how it is. So, Chad, in the meantime, if you want to go into anything else game-wise, go ahead. The other thing we can do is actually, if you don't mind, although fine, this is, okay, I'll tell you this as well. Let me just indicate this as it busts him. And that is, when it comes to stuff like this, I'll say this. This has been a question I've been kind of thinking to myself. Generally speaking, it also comes to the idea, like, what is this show about as far as the discussion element, which is, okay, fine, you know, fine, I can play this game and talk specifically. That's a case where, not everybody can do that, just to put it mildly. But also the fact that, okay, fine, the reason I'll also do that, I don't know if I've necessarily went explicitly into why on that, is because, well, look, we've seen this level already, you've seen what's going on, you get to enjoy the great music, the great sights, all that stuff again, but also because of the way this is going, because I'm running on a safety net, because of the way this game operates, it's not a case like, oh, I can put a save state necessarily. Even just saving doesn't really help, because it basically saves your level progress, it doesn't save any of your bomb power-ups. So I said, to keep the show from being, you know, fine, you're seeing what's on screen, we've seen it before, to make it so, like, fine, I could just keep saying, like, oh, the same stuff I said before. Yeah, true. Fine, or anything new that I didn't mention, which basically is just pretty much the fact that, yeah, the snakes ate the bombs, which they didn't when we were here before. And the bananas, yeah, which I think I sort of mentioned before. Oh, crap! Okay, that's what can happen with the bananas, and also in that case, I was not touching the tree. I said, like, fine, how do I vary this up enough? So it's like, fine, if we're watching the same stuff, get that going, there's a discussion element, that's how it's going. So, it's also something I kind of come with the idea as far as when I have to do, like, RPG or, other game grind, specifically, shit, as I walk into my own bomb by accident. So, as I said before that, like, that's why I'll do that. But it's also something that I actually realized with last week's show, I didn't actually have time to go into this specifically as far as how it is. Like, fine, we'll bust these things. But we may as well go into this, because, like, unless, Chad, you have other stuff you want to go into. It's like, hey, just because I'm saying some of this stuff. Oh, crap, I want that. And, okay, and one more thing just to go before I jump into what I'm saying I'm going to talk about is, yeah, the speed holds on to death as well. So, yeah, the speed shoes, the bomb up, and the fire hold on death. So, as long as I build those up, I don't have to worry about dying. And remember, 15,000 points. Shit, as I trap myself again, gets me a life. So, as soon as I get 15,000 points, I get a life. Or I can say fuck it and kill myself so that I can just start fresh, but I already got some stuff for this, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go through so I can make sure that I have enough stuff. But yeah, my bomb stuff is set, so that's good. Or it's getting set, I should say. So basically at this point, I guess for these levels, it's basically just, fine, I'll kill what I see, because I can get points. I'll bust the soft blocks for that purpose too. And then just go into other stuff. And actually, this is one thing we didn't mention last week, because last week there was a Nintendo Direct that we did not talk about some of the stuff that they announced, because there's some big stuff they went into last week. Stuff that also has ramifications for the show, as far as stuff we can cover easier, and also just newer stuff that's of interest. So I think for the purpose of this, I'm going to go into that specifically, because I didn't get to go into that last week. I didn't have time to go into it. Well, we didn't, despite the fact it was 8.5 hours. We ran for Lunar last week. That was that case. I said, fine, we'll do it this week. So I'll start at the beginning this way, as far as what they announced. Because there's always some interesting stuff, and stuff that, there's one thing, if you saw that Nintendo Direct last week, and you've ever watched the show even for a second in your life, you know there's one thing that I was extremely ecstatic about, and Chasm22 explicitly said this, and I'll get into this when I get to this, I should say, as far as the announcement. He said, are you doing this for the show? He didn't even have to finish the sentence before I said, yes, we are. I'll get to that in a sec. I'm going to order what they announced, or went into. The first thing they went into is the downloadable content for Pokemon Generation 9, Scarlet and Violet. I still have the looks I had at that game, as far as the April Fool's Day show, and then the overlook with Nocturne for one of them. I'll see when I can come back just as far as keep going through that game, just to kind of document my entire play of it on the show. I actually have not played it at all, except when I've shown it for the show as far as a recording or something. But yeah, they announced the new DLC, which is the Treasure of Area Zero. There's two parts to that, which are the Teal Mask and the Indigo Disc. The first one's out this fall. The second one's out probably early next year. They say winter, so like probably early next year we get that. I mean, look, if you saw our play of that, or my start of that specifically, you know that my one attitude about that is that I don't think they should be even talking about DLC until they fix the problems of that game that they still are legion, and they still have not fixed. Even the patch that came out this past week, they did something for tournament stuff, but it's not fixing the main problems. Not the performance stuff. Like, look, I'm the one who says to people who say, they don't do performance updates. It's like, yes, they do. You're lying. But all the other bugs and things that they have not addressed yet. Because, yeah, we're coming up to, it's over 6 months, I think, since that game came out. It's like, yeah, fix your game first, Game Freak, Nintendo, and Pokemon Company. And, yeah, that's the idea. I mean, hey, remember, that's the reason I still haven't bought The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, and why I won't. Because, as I said, I don't care that they made that game right and that they did it right as far as how it was. I'm saying, no, I don't trust... Fine, I don't trust them with an open world, and it's like, I don't want to reward them for that, or for what they did to Digino Gaming, the fact that they basically tried to ruin his life because he dared to report on something Nintendo didn't want out, as far as a game that, of Retro Studios that, they were trying to make or had a pitch for, and Nintendo rejected. They said, like, fine, we're going to copyright strike your channel. One more, you're basically out of livelihood. Because he does that for a living. We don't. That's also why we can kind of talk about this stuff. And I don't have to necessarily censor myself when it comes to talking about some of the uncomfortable aspects that come with stuff. Specifically, But yeah, that's the other reason, and the Nintendo Treehouse deal, that is not something easily forgivable, and I'm not like other people. It's like, fine, I'm gonna put that element of, you know, Zelda on elements, so like, fine, you know, the harassment that went on there, that's more important, that Zelda's more important than that. I said that when we did part 1 of Mega Man Legends 2, I still stand the same way, and I'm being consistent that way. Same with Pokemon's DLC, so I'm not buying it yet. We'll see if other people do, how that goes, as far as how it is, especially because Tears of the Kingdom revealed how much of a busted mess it was. But either way, that's coming out in the fall, that way, as far as that. Next up, they announced, or fine, they didn't announce this, they indicated more of something ElecVerse you mentioned a couple weeks ago. Sonic Superstars, the 2D, 2.5D take on Sonic the Hedgehog that's coming out in... They didn't announce the date specifically, kind of, sort of. It's this fall. It's from Arzest. This is the team who made Balan Wonderworld, but don't get totally nervous, because Simon Tomley said, you know what, fine, don't worry, they're not going to screw this up. It's running the same engine Sonic Mania had. Yeah, also, Arzest is the team who made Yoshi's New Island and Hey Pikmin on 3DS, as far as it... There is a placeholder date for that for October 17th, and because of the last thing I'm going to talk about, they're running a big risk by if they're actually going to hold that date. They might not, though, because I was initially under the thought... They did this with Sonic Amigo Party Central, or Party Central. I'm like, Dance Central is the Harmonix game, but Sonic Amigo Party Central initially had a placeholder date on Sega's website of yesterday, and about a month ago or so, they said it's coming out in August. So like, okay, fine, that's not the official date. It may be October 17th for Sonic Superstars on all the consoles and the PC. It might not be, but we'll see. It still looks interesting as far as what they got, as far as it being 2.5D Sonic. It does have music running by Jun Seno and T. Lopes, as far as how that is. It looks nice. I just hope it turns out okay. And given some of the weird stuff with Sonic Origins Plus that came out last week, sorta kinda, which is better than it was last year, but still a case of, yeah, I've got some elements. Some of the Game Gear emulation's off, although in some ways it's also better than it was on the GameCube collection that had them, so it's kind of a wash a little bit. But the new stuff they added as far as that for Amy and Knuckles, those are pretty cool, but why can't they put them on the goddamn media? I'm sorry. The fact that they can't put 15 megabytes, which is what that download size was on Switch, and I used my Switch funds to pay as little money to as possible, yeah, they can put that on physical media. Even on the Switch, they can do that. So, like, yeah, I'm not accepting that. But either way, that's a question for that. They then also went into Palia. It's a free-to-play game. It's kind of like a cozy sort of game. It's from a new team out of Los Angeles, Singularity 6. It kind of has this element of like Animal Crossing or Harvest Moon a little bit, or Story Seasons as is now, because, yeah, Harvest Moon Friends of Middletown got its re-release, its remake, Story of Seasons, Friends... Oh, no, it's Wonderful Life is the one. Story of Seasons and Wonderful Life, Harvest Moon and Wonderful Life got its re-release, actually, yeah, yesterday, I believe. So it's kind of the vein of that. They're going to make it free to play. It seemed interesting as far as what the ideas were and what it saw of this company, who clearly, I think they started this just as some kind of idea they had kicking around, and said, let's try and do something. Let's do a little different case of, like, the farming elements, or kind of, as they say, the cozy game as it was. I guess the kind of thing that's, it's a relaxing thing, like an Animal Crossing or something like that. Or The Sims, say, oh shit, no! As I trip over that. That's coming out this fall, this holiday, I should say. There's a show more on Persona 5 Tactica, which is the tactical RPG of Persona 5, or in Persona 5 area. It also is kind of inspired by the Persona Q games from 3DS as far as how it looks. And even they said, yeah, we kind of got a sense that that was kind of what that was about. That's out on November 17th for all the systems, Switch included. Then they showed Myth Force, which was a cel-shaded dungeon crawler that kind of has an Oblivion or Skyrim look as far as how it's like from a first-person perspective, but it's from the people who did the HD versions of Neverwinter Nights and Baldur's Gate, Beamdog. So actually there's some bona fides as far as what that is, and they're running a co-op for it. It is on the PC now, I believe, but they're dropping it for the Switch, and I believe on the other consoles as well this fall, or this year sometime. They also then talked about the next Splatfest for Splatoon 3. Weird enough, they didn't talk about the next DLC that's coming for that one. That's in mid-July, as far as elements of ice cream flavor, as far as it. Also, I'm looking forward to Sonic Superstars and Super Mario Wonder. In fact, I'll jump the line on that one. Let's talk Super Mario Brothers Wonder, because of the fact that if that's a placeholder date for if that placeholder date for Sonic Superstars is the case, that's coming out 3 days before Super Mario Brothers Wonder is coming out. which is on October 20th, I should say, where it's basically a newer take on 2D Super Mario Brothers with a more stylistic and trippy look to itself and feel, even to the point where there's voice acting, massive voice acting, in the sense of the flowers coming on, they're actually talking to you. Or the wonder effect of the wonder fruit, or the wonder, whatever it is they call it, the wonder flowers, you should say. You pick those up, and you basically make it so, like, you're making the world go weird. It's like, Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy from Yoshi's Island, which I know at some point we gotta play Yoshi's Island, so we can show that in its full glory. But it looks really cool. The Super Mario Brothers Wonder looks really cool. The Sonic Superstars looks really cool. And it's interesting to see also, I guess the idea is, like, are they trying to revive the console battle of Sega and Nintendo, of Genesis and Super Nintendo, between Sonic and Mario going? Which is going to be interesting, I guess, to see what that's like. And with Super Mario Bros. Wonder, the other thing to do with that is they are going to have it so that you can play as Daisy for the game, which you couldn't in any of the other ones. And also 4-player as it was before. What else did they say was on that? Fine, let me kill these things first, and they'll go into what they said on that. Now I have remote bombs. Like, yeah, I can be a little less careful, but I also want to be sort of kind of careful. Specifically, yeah, for that one, they said, let's see. Oh, right, Elephant Mario. That's the thing that showed off as the last thing in that trailer for Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Yeah, they're like, yeah, he's becoming an elephant that way. So it's like, we'll see what's going to go with Mario that way of doing it. It looks cool, and for something that is coming out way sooner than I thought it was going to, there's something that thought like, hey, you know, if it's coming out early, it's like, wait, are they rushing this, or what's going on with that? But it looked really polished, and it looked kind of like, in a way, the shot in the arm that maybe the 2D Mario games, I don't know if they necessarily were needing it for a while. Fine, there's the new Super Mario Brothers games, the ones that were on the Wii U, the Switch port of the Wii U game, and New Super Mario Bros. 2. But there's something about that one, there is an excitement about that I was kind of taken aback by. I was like, wow, I was like, hey, it's new 2D Mario, it looks like it's going totally weird, totally nuts. But I kind of like that idea. Even the idea, like, when you get those Wonder Fruits, not only is the world going weird, like, the pipes are kind of warping. So it really has something unique. And same also, I guess with Sonic Superstars, it's not like, hey, we're going like in an island setting, sort of, kind of. Instead, you're going a bunch of different places. Like, we're not going to be doing Green Hill Zone and Chemical Plant Zone every game like we were semi-recently with stuff. I mean, hey, they did them well for certain things like Sonic Mania, but also they did, like, what are we doing different as far as, like, the way the levels are. Like, that looks really, really cool as far as what it is. And there's the stone shoes. Yeah, I don't want those, so yeah, I'm blowing them up. Unless I get myself running too slow. Oh, shit. Alright, fine. I put that down out of a glove. Alright, fine, I gotta kill myself. And I have to go back and get the other thing again. So fine, since I'm here, I'm gonna go at least get the, what is it? I'm at least gonna go get the, line bomb, and then I gotta get myself lives. And then in that case, I'm probably gonna farm lives. Fine, thankfully the spider walked right in. As far as other stuff, we'll go down the list more. They're doing a sequel to Detective Pikachu. Detective Pikachu Returns. It is out on October 6th. I'm nervous on frame rate. I'm going to say that. That's going to be a constant you're going to hear me say about the stuff they announced. Yeah, I know the Switch is a less powerful system than everything else, but it's still something that, yeah, I'm nervous about that frame rate. It looks really, 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 really choppy. And there's less going on with those Detective Pikachu games, with that one, I should say. I think, if I remember correctly, then something like the Pokemon Gen 9, where, okay, fine, that's open world. Look, that's not an excuse because, hey, Nier Automata's on the same system, and Witcher 3 is on the same system, but that being said, it's like, fine, I get that a little more than this. I like the idea of what it is, and I didn't play Detective Pikachu on 3DS, so I like that idea of, like, what that's about, and I saw the movie. I liked the movie quite a bit. And the thought of, you know, hey, a mystery concept as far as Pokemon. So I'm curious about that, but I hope they can clean it up as far as some of the stuff they got going with frame rate. And then they announced the thing that Kazunori 2 saw this this direct, it's worth pointing out, before I got a hand on it. I saw this come up. The remake of Super Mario RPG. First they showed the original game. It's like, oh my god, they're finally bringing this to Switch Online. And he's like, he said, wait. It's like, and then I saw them transition. Like, I said, it was the kind of thing. I was on my lunch break. It's like, I almost wonder if, like, hey, the other offices are like next to the like the break room in case heard me almost yelling out saying, oh my god, they're remaking this. I could not believe I heard that when I heard that. I was like, I was ecstatic. I was absolutely ecstatic. Look, we showed that when we played that game. I'll have the link to that play for sure in the link list just to indicate that, because I love that game. That game, I think I still stand by the idea that that's perhaps the best game on the Super Nintendo. Or for me, it's the most important one to me as far as a lot of different reasons. Like you mentioned, we played it, and when I played it. So the fact that they're kind of going back to this thing, the fact that they are going to be doing some different stuff in the sense that they're going to be doing new things with the combo, or the battle system, I should say. You have like a combo meter going on. They haven't gone that massively as far as what that's looking like. You have Yoko Shimomura coming back to do music as far as this. So, as I said, this looks awesome. It also is a case where, unlike me saying like the frame rate stuff of other stuff, this looks smooth as butter. The remixes are the kind of thing that, I think I saw a video when they announced this saying that this is a game that brings a grown man to tears. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that was me too. I said, oh my god, even to the point where, after they announced that, I was at work specifically, I had other stuff as far as like working from a desk, where I could have my music running. I was listening to that music. I was glad there's nobody in the distance specifically of me where I was and I was facing as far as my PC and stuff was doing, because I almost had tears in my eyes, or no, I did have tears in my eyes, specifically listening to some of those pieces of music from that game. Made me remind myself why that game is so good, why it means so much to me, and why the idea of them remaking that is something that I am totally down for. That is out on November, actually I think that's November 17th as well. Oh no, yeah, it is November 17th, or November 13th, I think. Day one, buying that day one. There's no way in hell I'm not buying that. And as Chasm22 said, like, are you gonna do this for your show? He didn't even finish saying this. I was like, are you gonna do this for your show? Yes. I was like, yeah, it just had to be a case of, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Although I will say this, just to go on that. I will not do that right away. I think what I will do is we have other RPGs that are on tap. I know that other people want to do, Chasm22 being one of them. So that when we're done with, when we're done with Earthbound. Oh no, fine, we're done with Lunar. Chasm22 in chat has Earthbound on tap. He's gonna be involved with that when we start that in October. We're finishing Parasite Eve next week, I promise. After far too long. Sorry it took so long, but said we're going to be finishing that one next week, just to give you a little bit of an idea. And then Chasm22 is going to be playing Suikoden for us. I guess the PlayStation version, unless we get that re-release, the HD version's coming out soon. It may be October, from what I've understood now. Maybe, but we'll have to see. Okay, good, I got the hand out of the way. I just want to make sure I'm set with all this stuff, and yeah, I do need, I know I have to go get Remote Bomb. Specifically. The next thing they talked about is they said there's a new game with Princess Peach in it. At first I thought this is a remake of Super Princess Peach from the DS, but there's no way in hell they can ever remake that game again because of the fact that, talk about your cultural differences, the fact that that's a game on DS, if you played that, where Mario's kidnapped and you play as Princess Peach to save him, but as far as your powers are concerned, you basically have to use your emotions in order to get through, including the fact that she cries in order to go through, you know, to get things to grow, or she gets really angry to get more powerful. And yeah, the parallels write themselves. That's a difference between Japan and the US. It could come out here, but there's no way in hell that game ever gets re-released ever again for that very reason, as you can probably tell. But they're doing something new. They said it's a 2.5D game. They didn't see much of it. They didn't even say what the name of the game is. At least not yet. And it's coming out next year, but we're still waiting what's going on that. And then also in the same breath, they also announced they are doing a Switch version of a game I said we can't yet do for the show, but now we could do it feasibly, assuming they fix the frame rate on that. Thank God that game's coming out next year for the purpose of that. They're putting Luigi's Mansion 2 Dark Moon from 3DS to Switch. I'm excited about that, but yeah, it looked really rough. It's very early. It's almost as if they started the day before they announced this at the Direct, but point is that they're doing it. It's out next year, so soon enough we'll be able to show that easier, but by that point, I'll get the 3DS modded by that point, so we can show that one, so we can show all three of them that way, because we showed the first one, and then we have 2 and 3 as far as how it is, and I can go get the remote bombs again. Then they announced the Batman Arkham Trilogy. They're putting all three of the Arkham games, the Batman Arkham games, Batman Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, and Arkham Knight on the Switch. It is exclusive to the Switch with all of its downloadable content. It's coming out in, I think they said October, but I know it's this fall specifically. One thing I'm not happy to see, though, is the fact that they said they're doing what unfortunately is going to be a little bit of a trend, and is something I'm going to bring up early and often when we play Spyro the Dragon in a few months, because we're running, or fine, Edwex's gonna play that for us, and we're gonna be running the Spyro Reignited trilogy on the Switch, which is, most of the game is not on the disc, or on the card, I should say. In fact, only Batman Arkham Asylum is. The other ones are gonna require download. At the case of, yeah, when stuff goes offline in eventual times, yeah, this will be totally worthless. Yeah, me too. Okay, so Dolphin, you're excited about, mentioned a lot of things. I guess Luigi's Mansion too, specifically because, yeah, I had a great time doing Luigi's Mansion. I know you want to see Luigi's Mansion. You kind of led us through that game, and terrifically so as far as that. So I want to do the other ones. Yes, that's the one. I do want to do the other ones, as I said, for sure for that. And it's good as far as that element of Halloween, because I was thinking back to that play we had. That was a great play we did in that game. And we definitely will do 2 and 3. As far as 2, I don't know if we'll do that Switch edition. I guess it'll be okay as far as how the port is, I hope. But if it's not, I'll have the 3DS mod. I mean, I got to do that anyway. That's basically more of a motivator on me on that one, specifically. But that's that idea. And then with Batman, it's like, fine, it's good it's all there, but it's like, hey, if you... I guess if you don't mind, doing stuff for, before we go into this, I'm gonna go back to the first level. I'll make sure I have everything I need for everything. I think we should be okay, but I'm gonna just go with the first level Planet Forest, and then I think we'll get back to the fight. The final fight, anyway. Yeah, I mean, going back to the Batman thing is like, fine, if you're okay with downloading stuff that way and not all being on the card, that's fine. I mean, look, I get a space thing on Switch, but then it's also a case of, I don't know, I mean, I think maybe there might be a little more effort to that, kind of, as far as making sure it's all there. Fine, the Sonic Origins Plus thing, that's the worst, because it's 15 megabytes, there's no excuse. In the case of, fine, something I mentioned earlier, the Mega Solid Master Collection and the Batman Arkham Trilogy, that makes a little more sense, but still a question of, hey, when the servers go off, like, you buy that used, yeah, it's gonna be useless, mostly, or fine, part of it's gonna be useless, because only one of the games is there, and Spyro did the same thing. Spyro did the same thing on every system. Spyro did it on Xbox One and PS4 because they didn't finish it. Basically, they said, we're releasing this game and we're not going to be doing it this way, and then they repainted it later with everything that way. So that's the one thing, was like, hey, if you never played Batman Arkham before and you're okay with that, I clearly have a problem with that, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's like, it's that case, like, fine, let's put it this way. I think when it comes to the physical digital media thing, we lost. As far as anybody who's like wanting a physical element, I think that's kind of a lost case. Let me just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I got all the bombs I need. I got speed. I got full explosion and everything. I'm still shocked they're remaking Super Mario RPG. I was too, because I know we've said that. You said, I think, ElecVerse, when we played that, you said you hadn't played it before. And I was saying, please, 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 please play this. But also the case of where can you play it aside from getting it on the Super Nintendo or getting the Super Nintendo Classic Edition unit. Or the Wii U Virtual Console, where it's not available anymore. But now is your chance, and generally speaking, from what I've understood, fine, of the 2 remakes of the Mario RPGs that they've done, which have been the 3DS versions of Mario Luigi Superstar Saga and Bowser's Inside Story, okay, Superstar Saga, from what I understand, was handled well. Bowser's Inside Story was actually broken. And if you didn't download the patches off the eShop before they shut the 3DS down, it's broken forever, which also might explain why it's the worst selling game of anything Mario that Nintendo's published, specifically. Have you played Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon for 3DS? Yeah, I have it. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to stream 3DS. If I did, we'd have probably done it by now, or I'd have been planning to say, like, yeah, we're going to do that. But it is on Switch, or coming to Switch next year. So, as I said, it was early. Fine, is when they showed that. Just to go back to that quickly, it was early when they showed that. As far as it, fine, you know what? Let's go to the boss. Great. Well, it is great. Have you played it? If you've not played Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, it's awesome. In fact, it might be better than the first one. I like the first one a lot, but that's maybe even more so. But all right, fine. Let's fine. Enough's enough. We're beating this bastard now.
Start.
Okay, fine. I just have to be more careful, is all. So, like, fine. Let's do this. It is great. Okay, so you played it. All right, run it. Okay, so I showed you how this battle works before, but I'm just gonna I'm gonna make sure I don't touch anything. Actually, he came this way. So as long as I'm careful... Oh, he's not gonna move, is he? Yeah, he's just stuck there. Alright, fine, come on. Yeah, just... Okay, fine. He only has the 2 bomb attacks. Like, fine. If I can do this, run that way. Get... Oh, fine. He busted. Fine, whatever. I got remote. I can just hit it. Alright, so yeah, this is also how much this busted, and then when we're done with this stuff, I'll go into the rest of the stuff we announced. We will not end the show before we've talked about everything that they talked a couple weeks ago on that baby, because yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's interesting. The Super Mario RPG thing, my god, I'm ecstatic about that. My god, I'm so happy to see that. If only because also it gets it to more people. And I think after Bowser's Inside Story, like, from what I understood, it was fine. It's just that it had a game-breaking bug in it that they then had to patch out, but then the patch is gone on that console. So it's like, yeah, you're not gonna be able to have it anymore. Alright, Wait, yeah, just wait, hope it... Okay, yeah, by the way, he's kind of showing off the bouncy bomb for me, the sticky bomb, I should say. Ah, crap. Okay, that's the one thing I forgot to get. I forgot to get the second hit, so yeah, I'm really running... I'm running risky on this one. Alright, come on. Ah, crap. Yeah, even with this, yeah, it's not gonna be a guarantee, so come on, come on. Ah, crap. Alright, fine, he's stuck there. Or he's just standing there. Ah, because he did that too quickly. Okay, I got him that way. Come on. Yeah, it's fine. Just go that way. Yeah, it's out the way, so like that's good. Come on. Oh, did I get him? Oh, shit. I almost died with him. Shit. My god, that was lucky. That was too early. Alright, fine. Come on. As long as I get this part of it, I don't necessarily need remote bombs on the next one. This one, it's basically mandatory. Ah, except he does that. Yeah, I know my time's running down, sorta, kinda, but I can still sorta make this. Crap. Come on. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting nervous. Fortunately, yeah, he jumped up right after that. Alright, fine. Oh, crap, I could have hit him right there, but unfortunately I didn't. He's over there. He keeps going certain directions. Don't tell me that. I don't want to have this happen again. I really don't. Oh, okay. That might be okay. One more, I think. I don't think I have much more of him. Okay, I got lucky he didn't hit me there. If he hit me, I was screwed. Shit. I might just get him. Oh no, because he does that. Come on, come on. Shit. Oh no, I don't... Did I get him? No, shit. Crap. Alright, crap, I didn't get him. Oh, damn. Alright, I do have another shot. Even though I don't have the remote bombs. Even with the remote bombs, that's not guaranteed. Jesus Christ. Okay, this is gonna be the kind of case. I'm gonna beat him, goddammit. I'm gonna make sure that I can get through this. If nothing else is giving you a longer show. Alright, so fine. Do that. Let me kill you, please. He does take a lot of hits. It's worth pointing that out. I only have one life now. Yeah, sometimes it'll just appear in the wrong place, so like, fine. Okay, fine. I'm gonna try the L thing again, just to make sure. Except you went that way, so alright, fine. We're gonna try the L shape. That's gonna be the option I'm gonna do. Otherwise, I don't think I can get him. And even that's kind of luck. Oh no, okay, fine. Come on. Alright, I hope I don't have to do that again, I really don't. If I have to do it again, I'll do it again, I don't care. It's like, we're gonna beat this game somehow. I could also, if you really wanted me to, load up the final boss, because I do have a save for that, but like, I want to try and do this, I really do. This is what I practiced for. So if nothing else, I'm showing full force what the struggle is. Yeah! You know, I don't think that's gonna work either, so alright, fine, I guess I'm gonna have to do this. I haven't been hitting him enough, so I don't think that's gonna be good enough. Okay, I did hit him there somehow. Sometimes it's luck of the draw, like where's he gonna appear? Can I get him? Okay, I got hit by my own bomb. Alright, fine, I guess we're gonna have to do this again, shit. Okay, this is where we're gonna have to go, so fine. I'll go on the rest of the stuff with this, and then we'll do another shot. It said if I'll beat my head against this wall enough. But hey, at least it's the final bosses, so if nothing else, there's that. Okay, so fine. Back to the other stuff with, what was it? Actually, okay, fine. First thing I'm gonna do before I do anything, we're gonna go get the, I'm gonna go get the, actually, you know what? You know, since I'm gonna die anyway, or fine, if I die anyway, I would be losing what I need. I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna get the max fire, and then I'm also gonna get the extra hit point. And then I'll figure the stuff with the remote bomb and all that stuff a little later. Alright, so there's my max fire, which by the way, when you get that, it is max fire for your bomb, but if you die once, it goes away. Which is fine. Alright, so fine, we'll go on to the other Nintendo Direct stuff. There's Gloomhaven, which is a Switch port of the board game, which is on other systems. They're putting a Switch version out. It's out in September 18th specifically. Just put that down for you. The recent Just Dance 2024 Ubisoft is another one as I fucking walk into that and die. Which is fine. It's like, hey, it just drops me back here. But I will need more lives, so that's gonna be that idea. There's also Silent Hope, which we're talking Harvest Moon. This is from the people who made Harvest Moon. Specifically, it's marvelous for developers as I got killed again. You know what, fine. In this case, I'm just gonna kill myself once more, so I can at least have a full set of lives. Although, as I said, it maybe doesn't matter because if I die once anyway on that boss, it's not gonna make a difference. So fine, I'm gonna try and see what I can't do as far as it, and also I can get the fire thing again. Yeah, Silent Hope is, kind of a mix of, it's like Rune Factory a little bit, which is a take on Harvest Moon a little bit, as far as like a dungeon crawler with like a farming sim case. That's out on October 3rd. They announced another farming game right after, and I know the joke as far as some of my coworkers has been, is like, how many farming games are there? It's like, yeah, there was like 2 in a row. Okay, and that explosion did kill him, so at least I got to show that. It's called Fae Farms by Phoenix Labs. They made Dauntless, which I believe is on the PC. That's coming out September 8th. But it was a case of as soon as they were saying, like, yeah, wait, they just announced one a minute ago. Why are they announcing another one? But then it was like, yeah, you know what? I was into... I also, in a sense, gloated a little bit by saying that, you know, first off, it helped us get a Nintendo Direct bingo, which is something that EdWack does every time we have a Direct going on. Like, he puts a bingo card out, like, what we think is going to get announced, and do we get a bingo eventually what they announced? And the answer is yes, we did on this case. And the farming games were what helped as far as that. But again, I was into the farming games before they were cool, and I think Gemini 96 explicitly said, like, yeah, because you were there for Harvest Moon on the Super Nintendo when that came out in 1997. Like, yeah, you're right. In that case, I was. Like, what's the appeal as far as it? But like, fine, that will show when we play that game eventually, and I will definitely do that. Also, let's see. They announced, or they went more into Hot Wheels Unleashed 2 Turbocharged. This is by Milestone, the people who made the MotoGP games. I heard that first one was actually really, really good, despite what you might think as far as it. And that's out in October 19th. 4J Studios, they are not only... They do development. They did the ports of Perfect Dark and Banjo-Kazooie for Xbox 360. And they also did the Minecraft versions on all the consoles. As I'm going to go get the remote bomb. They announced the first game they're also publishing, which is Manic Mechanics. It's kind of like Overcooked or Diner Dash. You ever played that? It is out on, actually, a couple weeks, July 13th, actually. So about 2 so weeks, specifically, that's coming out. So it's actually coming out pretty quick. Nice. Okay, I took the second hit, so I was like, fine, I guess I gotta get that taken care of as far as the second hit. Unless I die, I just hope I don't die. And then they showed the DLC of Mario & Rabbids Sparks of Hope, or the last one, the one that actually came out the day they did that. Manic Mechanic. Are you familiar with this, Dollyfin? You've seen this? Or is it I don't know, is that like an adaptation of something, like a board game or something? Because there is a game we're going to be playing for that puzzle showcase in a couple of months that is an adaptation of something like that, but I don't know, like maybe the name gets you specifically as far as that. I was curious because it's 4J Studios who is not only developing it, but publishing. Like, they haven't published. It sounds crazy. Yeah, the name, well, it is an interesting name, but it is very much like Overcooked, if you ever played that, which basically is a cooperative game where you're basically having to, you know, get orders and things set to like to the customers within the time limit. And it sounds like this is an idea as far as that with car manufacturing or car mechanic work a little bit, kind of. A lot of people I know are like, yeah, they're not feeling this because like I've played Overcooked to death. It seems like it's a ripoff. But it seems pretty interesting, I guess. We'll see what it's like in a couple weeks. As I said, the next DLC for Mario & Rabbids Sparks of Hope, it came out the day they announced, or they had this Direct. And Ubisoft also came out after that and said, flat out, this game didn't sell that great, we shouldn't have released it on the Switch. We should have waited until the next console. They do have one more piece of DLC that's coming out at the end of the year, I think, which has Rayman in it. It's the first appearance of him in quite a long time, but that's not the one they released. Then they also showed the next Dragon Quest Monsters game, The Dark Prince, that is out on December 1st. That franchise has been kind of a take on... It started on the Game Boy Color, the Dragon Warrior Monsters games that were on that. And they've done a couple recently. They're kind of mixing Dragon Quest or Dragon Warrior with Pokemon. And I know Kansas22 is the resident expert of this franchise. He's looking forward to that specifically because he liked the first one. But actually, no, he liked the... Because they did one on Modern Systems semi-recently, too. I remember that. As I need to also get more bombs. Okay, I also gotta keep an inventory on what I need. But I said it also, in some ways, maybe doesn't matter completely, because, like, hey, I'm gonna lose a bunch of that if I die anyway. Okay, fine, I have 2 bombs, so, like, fine, I have 2 of those I can run. Then they showed more on Pikmin 4. That is out on July 21st. They dropped a demo of that the other day. I've not played it yet specifically. I downloaded it, but yeah, I'm definitely going to take a look at that because I love Pikmin. I know Gemini96 in chat, he loves Pikmin. He's probably going to be involved if he wants to be on every game in that franchise, most likely, specifically. So, we got the 4th one, where for this one, what they're doing is interesting. Is you have the new dog, the dog character. I think they called him. I'm trying to remember the name of the dog. I'll have a name below as far as that. They also show what the Dundari battle elements are going to be. We're kind of using the Pikmin a bit differently. You're kind of going to Earth in ways that you didn't even in the other 3 that came out. They also let you go out at night finally. Thank God. It's like in all the other ones, the question has been, you know, it's too dangerous to go out at night, so yeah, you can't. In this one, you can go out at night, but it is more dangerous, and they give you new Pikmin for that glow Pikmin that can, you know, ravage enemies as far as that at night. So it's adding a bit more as far as it looks really good, and when I play that demo, I'll definitely be sure to go into that more. And that's not... Shit. Okay, fine. I showed what happened when you get the slowdown. It slows down, so yeah, I don't want that. So I'll have to get myself speeding up, but I'll go back to World 1 to do that. Let's see. The Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1, which means they're going to be doing other ones. There's kind of the thought they pretty much have other ones in the bag that they're planning. But the first one, they did announce it for Switch. It is out on October 24th. It actually is a little earlier than we expected. And it's going to tie in actually beautifully for our show because we're playing Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance starting in November. But that collection is going to have Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, which is going to be a port of the Metal Gear Solid 2 HD collection version, and then same with Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. It's also going to have Metal Gear Solid VR missions, which seems like a lot of the announcements kind of buried the lead on, saying like, hey, they didn't mention the fact that that's in there. And it's also going to have Metal Gear from NES. It's going to have Metal Gear from MSX and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake from MSX. It's also going to have Snake's Revenge from NES, which has never been re-released before, which admittingly is a case where, when it comes to that franchise, Hideo Kojima did not make it. He was not involved. He wasn't necessarily happy about it, but he met one of the people who made it on the subway one day. In fact, the guy who made it said, I was honored to be able to work on this, but it's also a case where I'd like a sequel to this game that's from you. And he made it. In fact, you could make the case then that Snake's Revenge on NES is the most important game in the Metal Gear franchise for that very reason. Without it, we probably wouldn't have Metal Gear Solid, or 2, or 3, or any of the other ones that came out later. Yeah, it's coming on everything. It also is going to have like a digital art book stuff going on with it as well. Although on Switch, rant on the game not being on the card again because it's the fact that it's like a 50-60 gig download as far as how it's going to be, but only 2.5 gigs of it are going to be on the card. That seems way less even than what the Switch can handle, because they don't want to, I guess, make another card that's, you know, bigger to manage that. That's one to keep in mind, so I probably am not buying on that, even though the idea of running portable is appealing. But yeah, Metal Gear's come back, so it's like, and then we have the remake of Metal Gear Solid 3. Actually, we haven't talked about that either. If anyone wants to go into any of the stuff I'm mentioning, Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, where they're remaking it entirely, it looks really good. They got all the voice performances back for the purpose of running that game for that remake, which is coming out on PS5, Xbox Series S, Xbox Series X, and PC. That looks awesome. I can't wait to see what they're going to do with that, for sure. Let's see. Then they announced, or went in more into the DLC for Mario Kart 8, the next Wave 5. They're gonna have new characters. They're adding PD Piranha from Super Mario Sunshine, Kamek from Yoshi's Island, and Wiggler as well from Super Mario World is playable. And the only course they showed is one of the new ones, which is going to be Squeaky Clean Sprint, where basically what you're going to do is you're going to be racing around a sink. So I'm thinking Clockwork Knight on Saturn. Maybe I'm the only person in the world who's thinking that. Like, that's a case like you're doing that, you're like by the sink and on the house. Either that or Toy Commander from Dreamcast. But yeah, that's coming out. They said this summer. I thought I'd heard something that it got released already, but that was not true. It was not released yet. And I gotta kill these things because I need points. Yeah, because one more and I get a life. Alright, there you go. So I got a life. So I got one life more, so that's good. What else? Oh yeah, they're remaking Star Ocean: The Second Story, the second one, specifically. Star Ocean: The Second Story R. It's on PS4, PS5, Switch, and PC. But given how frame rate's running, again, sorry to go into this specifically, unless it's for effect, as far as like a dramatic effect for certain things, it looks really choppy on Switch, I'm not gonna lie, and so I'm a little concerned. But that is out in, oh shit, November. It's out November 2nd. And I've heard good things about those Star Ocean games. And actually, in all honesty, that's a case where even the original on the PlayStation doesn't cost that much. It's like $50. I would have thought, hey, it was going to cost way more. So at some point, we probably should do something with that. I know Kazum22 is the resident expert on that franchise, but even he didn't play this one, so he's looking forward to that specifically, I know. And then the only other stuff they went into that we didn't talk about is there's new amiibos releasing for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, specifically of Zelda and Ganon. Let's see. We mentioned Super Mario Bros. Wonder. We mentioned, okay, Nintendo as like a Nintendo Live thing is going on at PAX West in September. And the last thing they announced, there's a new WarioWare game. I'm very excited about this. WarioWare Move It, which they did, since that Direct, come out and say, yes, this is supposed to be a direct sequel to WarioWare Smooth Moves, which is the Wii game. So it's going to be focusing on the Wii, the Switch Joy-Con movement stuff going on specifically. But I like that game for sure. At some point, we do have to show stuff with WarioWare. I do have smooth moves on Wii we can show. Especially just for some of the descriptions of how you hold the, as they call it, the form baton. You get this kind of deep, like, voice. It almost sounds like a mixture of the late, great Lorenzo Music as Garfield and also late, great Phil Hartman as Jack Handy of Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy from Saturday Night Live. It sounds like a mix of that. He says, like, the form baton. And he says, like, about, like, some of the poses, like, the handlebar. He talks in this weird, new agey kind of, perspective of, like, the Zen thing. It is hilarious. So I'm curious to see what they're going to be doing with WarioWare Move It. Maybe I said Wario Land. I meant WarioWare if I didn't say that. But yeah, that's out on November 3rd. And that was your element of the Nintendo Direct from a couple weeks ago. And now, I gotta think about what I need. I need stuff to get moving with, and I gotta think about where I should do that. Fine. We'll go back here, and this will be the end of this. Hopefully this is not being boring as far as the discussion. This is why I'm doing it. And I know there's people who have asked this. Some people who, with all due respect, don't really like that the show does that. But that being said, this is why I'll do it. Because otherwise, I'm going to be doing the same thing over and over again. And I'm going to keep the variety on the show. I really am. Because, look, I know anybody could come in specifically and say, hey, he's doing the same thing over again. He's not getting anywhere. He sucks, whatever it is. So, to feasibly mitigate that, so fine, let's do it differently. Hey, this is a discussion program. If you don't like the element of what the show is, go find another show. There's other shows that will not talk, including that other play of this game that I'm going to be linking to. Because, yeah, that's the idea. Sorry, that's what the show's going to be, and that's how it's going to stay. So, that's that idea, but this is also why I do it. Hey, it could be a case, it's getting boring seeing this, but, it doesn't have to, because, hey, there's that, and, hey, chat, you can say, RifeXD is saying, I want to play, I'm happy about Super Mario RPG getting remade. I want to play Sonic Superstars and Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Dolly Finn saying, I want to play Luigi's Mansion 2 and Manic Mechanic. Just as far as the name, the name kind of can sometimes get you on something like that, as far as what it is. And, yeah, 4J Studios, they got bona fides, no question, when it comes to stuff they've done. Because actually, when we do Banjo-Kazooie eventually, because Edwack's going to do that, when we do that, I asked what version you want to do. He said, I want to do the Xbox 360 version because it has an improvement over the Nintendo 64 game, which is that for memory reasons in that one, the notes could not be permanently collected, so it runs on a high score thing. So if you're running through Quick Clock Wood and you get 96 and then you die, you have to start doing that all over again. The 360 version fixes that, so every time you collect a note, it's a permanent collectible. So if you die, you're okay. All I can say, I wish my mechanic was Manic. Okay, yeah, if we want to go into that, that's the other thing as far as the Dolly fan. Thank you. They're just I don't know. I mean, what's that thought? The thought that, hey, you want your mechanic to, I don't know, maybe have a lively personality, perhaps. I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know if I've actually mentioned this element on the show, and this is also a me thing. Yeah, Tom and Ray Maglione of Kart Talk, the NPR show specifically. That idea of, maybe that's the idea of, the Manic Mechanics, but also the idea of, hey, they knew what the hell they were talking about specifically. Work more and work faster. Well, that sometimes comes to the question as well. It comes to, as far as elements of my job, they're hey, when you're doing, working a job where you're charging, or the company's charging hourly, how does that work? Or, don't drive like my brother. I was yeah, that's what it is. Also, I mean, okay, I'll tell you this one other thing. So, that's the other reason is that, look, this show, I guess, as I mentioned, I have my own elements as far as what I'm doing with this, what it is. Fine, stuff that speaks to myself and Dolphin, you know what that is, so I'm glad you do. and that you, I guess, are liking that idea. I can't do the laughs the way they can, or find out that I believe I'm trying to remember who it was who passed away. I think it was Ray who passed. Yeah, Click or Clack, the Tab Brothers, who are here to discuss Cars, Car Repair, and the new Puzzler. So it's almost like that. It's like this weird case of something like that. And like, I also don't know, except for the only context I know that we might be able to go into that with this. I'll go one more time, just make sure I've got my speed running enough. Then we might be able to go into that specifically is if I play any of the games based on the Pixar movies, Pixar's Cars movies, because they were in 1 and 3, I know, and I think they were in the second. Basically, the idea is like they were Rusty and Dusty. They were the sponsors of Lightning McQueen in that movie, which is a great attention to detail, honestly. And even in Cars 3, because it did come out after I believe it was Tommy who passed away specifically. It was actually really beautiful the way they did that, because they tied them to the story, saying that, okay, you know, the movie's kind of a thing about elegy a little bit, as far as, you know, the passage of time a little bit. Not that I liked Cars 3 enough to recommend, honestly, but that's one thing I did like, because they did say, you know, hey, they're moving on as far as, you know, Lightning getting a new sponsor, and then they drive out of the building saying, like, don't drive like my brother. I was like, it was lovely. It was absolutely lovely for that. But yeah, I mean, okay, fine. Okay, as I said, the context I guess to talk about Car Talk for the show is going to be whenever the hell I feel like it, feasibly, whenever the hell my audience feels like it, whenever the hell my guests feel like it, and also the fact of, fine, Manny Mechanic for that reason, and those Cars games specifically, because they made games based on that. So as I said, that's that other thing. I mean, it also goes to the idea, like, okay, fine, as I said, how to make this game interesting, how to make all this stuff going. I think I have everything I need. I'll do one more, because I just want to make sure. Yeah, it was Tommy, unfortunately. Yes, I remember when I heard that. I was like, it was a very sad thing. It's also one of those things that is like, yeah, the funniest show on radio is about car repair. But the idea is like, you know, the idea like the manic mechanic aspect as well. Or some of the other stuff they would do, like the Puzzler, which actually was really interesting, like come up with all this stuff and saying like, hey, you know, if you know the answer, write on the back of a $20 bill. Or, and this also is going to necessitate me putting Car Talk in the description when I upload this to the YouTube site in a couple of days. The idea of like, you know, Stump the Chumps, where they have someone who comes in, is like, yeah, they gave him advice, like, did it work? They call him later, and they say, like, did our advice actually work or not? Were we right as far as what we tried to do that way? And it was pretty amazing that way. But yeah, that's the idea. As far as that's the idea. It's like, fine, okay, the personal experience also is like, as I said, you're also going to have, like, the inspirations as far as myself and other people. It's what they have. I know we've gone to that a lot as far as this on the show. And I guess also the other thing, which is something kind of a little underlining, which I noticed kind of out of nowhere, sort of kind of. I've always mentioned the Super Game Brothers show. They went on a hiatus, or basically, they were going to end the show in 2020. Then COVID happened. They went on a hiatus. Then, Johnny Ortiz, he moved down to Georgia. And he just moved back to Philadelphia. And they announced at Too Many Games last week that they're restarting, you know, their show. They're going to go back to doing Let's Plays. And as I said, I've sometimes seen my show as a little bit of a homage to that, but I said, I don't want to necessarily be a case of I'm copying other shows. I can mention what these inspirations are. I said, what can I do that's different? I said, unlike a lot of those other shows, fine. Car Talks is different because I guess it was a live show as far as how it was, as far as NPR was concerned. For Super Game Brothers' case, like, they'll record it locally and then upload it. In my case, like, fine, I'm doing it live. But I was like, hey, what does Chad have to say? What do they want to go into? As far as it, make it unpredictable, make it funny in a way that seems natural, but not a case like, look, I'm not coming on here just to necessarily make jokes, necessarily. I'm going to show the game off. I'm going to do that. We're paying attention to the game that's on here. There's never going to be a case where, and I don't think this as far as any of the shows, feel free to let me know if you disagree, where we've forgotten about the game on screen. Although, fine, we're not forgetting this shit, because we have to beat you again. Yeah, can I do it this time, please? I want to get this game done. Not because I don't like it. I love it. It's just that I want to do it. I'm ready. I'm driven. Oh no! Get out of the way! He's like, no. I said, as long as I could get these going, and kill him. That's all I want to do. It's not hard. I'm not asking the world completely. But okay, this is the other thing. Like, this is also, I'll do this kind of thing. It's like, fine, the struggle's real. We've said that. I don't care that we're necessarily showing a struggle on any game, myself or anybody who's been on the show, or is in show, whatever, however that is. Because I say, what's the struggle? ElecVerse is saying, like, hey, I beat this game, but I don't remember what I did, and damn, is it hard. I'm showing why. And also, it makes it also get, when you do that satisfaction. But as I said, I gotta do it first. That's the thing. And just be wary. Okay, got him there. I just got him as far as that distance. In that case, fine. He's at his bombs, but... unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't appear in the columns. Alright. I feel good on this one, but I said I'm not gonna jinx it. Come on. To go up in the air, I kind of want him just to stop doing this. The boing. If he just wait till he does that fade out, blow up. There you go. Nothing else. I'm showing how this is gonna run. Oh, no, 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 no. You came over here. Got him! We got him, thank God. But we're not done yet. Whew! Jesus Christ. Okay, finally we did it. Alright. So, for our, troubles, and this did make the game go longer, yeah, you have the rock-on armor. You hit the R1 button is a bomb launch, or you can do a max firebomb. I will... In that case, it'll launch the bomb out. Just do that. In this case, launch a full firebomb out. I'm not waiting. We're going. We did it. Thank God. But we have the final boss to handle. Which, honestly, this is not as hard. Or not as random. Let's see. Let's see what we can do. Actually, I don't think I got the second hit, but fine. I technically have a second hit because of this thing. So, and I can still do, you know, what is it? Still do lines on this thing, so we'll do that.
Start. A dark power is invincible. Give up, Bomberman.
No, we're not giving up. We've come too far now. Alright, so here is Godheader. How he works is if you drop bombs, he will instantly detonate them. But if you have remote bomb like this, and fine. No, he'll eat them up. That's what happens. And then he shoots out other bombs, and god damn it, start moving. But they can hurt, he can hurt himself. So like, yeah, you know what? You can be in better case doing that. But if you have remote bomb, you can kind of mitigate that, because if you just detonate it right away, he'll be fine. He won't do that. Basically, what you usually have to do then is you have to wait till he goes that laser thing. And sometimes you hit all the bombs out, he won't necessarily do this. Uh-oh. Yeah, you're supposed to wait till he does the laser, specifically. They say if you have the remote bomb, you can kind of say screw it. You also have to be out of the way of the laser, and sometimes he'll do that more than once. But sometimes he'll do that multiple times, so it can make it a little easier. But yeah, you do take more hits also. That's the... Alright, I probably should have mentioned that, which is the... Oh, shit. Okay, good. I got him, but we're not done. We got one more form. Yeah, the, by the way, the rock-on armor does take a couple hits, so you don't have to worry as much. Okay, final form. Same deal. You have to go after those, green orbs. Turn them, red. Blow them up immediately. Also, be aware of one thing, because he can deal stuck them in. Also, those things, those lasers. Get rid of those as soon as you can. There's, they took 2 bomb hits a pop. Also, don't let him suck in the bombs. If you're not running, if you don't have remote bombs, you're gonna have to have that happen. Oh, yeah, because like that, he'll do a fire thing. And yeah, this game, yeah, this is where the game slows down massively. I do like a firewall, specifically, so... In that case, I'm taking so many hits that, yeah, the game doesn't know what to do with it. Whoa! Yeah, if there's anywhere this game is running slow down, it's here, and it's fucking massive. Alright, boom. Basically just get all of them into red and get them into black territory like that. As long as you just keep doing that... Uh-oh. Alright. Eh. One more hit. Oh. Did I get him? Uh-oh. Shit. On my foot. Uh-oh. Got him! We beat it. We did it. We beat the game. Whew. Alright, so yeah, that was God Bomb, by the way. He said he'll return. Jesus Christ. Okay, thank God. We did it. If you have remote bombs, it's easier, but without them, you have to time it specifically super. Jeez. Alright. If nothing else, okay, so there we go. That is the game, but we're not done. We got to show stuff with challenge mode and battle. So, okay, I'm glad then that this happened. Like, fine. I went through all the other levels normally without a problem. But, yeah, if nothing else, showed the struggle's real as far as the end of it. Remote bombs, what you want to do, use the press triangle to leave the map. No, you can do that. I'm telling you that you can do that, so don't worry. Yeah, look how happy Bomberman is with the other Bombermen as far as my Bomber Planet. In fact, there we are, which is indicated in Super Bomberman, I believe all of them on Super Nintendo. And yeah, there is our Bomber Planet with a little mountain up there as a detonation. But there you go. We did it. And now we have the credits. After we're done with the credits, we'll go into stuff with the battle mode and the challenge mode. So we're giving this game a full play. But there you go. That is the story mode, at least, of Bomberman World, and we got the credits. I'll go on my final thoughts a little later. But chat, if you have other final thoughts or other thoughts you have right now, feel free to hit me with them and go into them, and we will. Definitely do that. And get a nice remix of a lot of the music we ran into. And also seeing, you know, all the stuff of the people who made this game, and all the other things as far as the other bombers. And we'll get into stuff with the bombers with the multiplayer, because yeah, when it comes to Bomberman, this tends to be seen as one of the great party games as far as the franchise, but this one in particular, as my experience with playing Bomberman with other people was 93. Because, weirdly enough, when that came out on the Wii Virtual Console, when the Wii launched in 2006, and you can't go to Virtual Console and buy stuff that way anymore, they had stuff on TurboGrafx 16, and I was surprised how many people I knew downloaded stuff from TurboGrafx 16, particularly Bomberman 93. And they put 94 on there later, but they really, there's something about that they really kind of got into. So it was interesting seeing, like, yeah, I was having parties of people playing TurboGrafx 16 games in a way I don't think I really ever had. So it was interesting to see that, and kind of like that being one of the other Bomberman games I experienced with, and as far as multiplayer, that was my only experience, although at some point, yeah, since Chasm22 has this, he said I'd be willing to let me borrow his extremely expensive copy of Bomberman, or Saturn Bomberman, on the Sega Saturn, which has 10-player multiplayer. He does have a multi-tap for that, but that would be a case of, I'd need like a massive case of stuff for that. I'd need multiple controllers. Even the two we have combined are not that way, and some of his don't work in order to run that multiplayer that way, but it would be either that or I'd just buy the Japanese version, which is like $50. The US version is like a multiple hundred, so we're talking like 700. Even disc only, like he has like $500. That I was like, hold on to that, my friend. This is not that expensive. It's only $30, about 30, 40, and it's worth it. I would say this game is definitely worth that. Not least of which because of the story stuff, but also because of we'll see with the battle and the challenge modes. It does give you a lot of value for your money. They said it was interesting to kind of get a sense of, like, the only time I played multiplayer for this, whereas other occasions, like, fine, playing alone. And there were online variances of Bomberman. There still are some. There's a couple on the Xbox 360. There was the one on the Dreamcast, which is Bomberman Online. It is not online anymore. And actually, graphically, that kind of was like this in the sense of they kind of tilt the angle a little compared to being totally top-down the way that the Super Nintendo game was, or the Super Nintendo and NES and earlier games were. But from what I understand, it kind of plays like this, although it doesn't have as much of a focus on a story the way that this and some of the other ones, like on N64. And honestly, at this era, like 1997, 1998, 1999, 2000, this is really, I think, where the Bomberman games were leaning into story the most, honestly, as far as what I can tell. And it was interesting to see that as well, kind of give a reason as far as this, and kind of go deep in the lore, and ElecVerse gave an element of the deep lore this game has of this game, and definitely is interesting in that, and yeah, still going strong. It does show, if nothing else, we're showing, you know, how difficult this game can be, how satisfying it can be when you finally get it. And also the idea, like, hey, there go the Dark Force bombers in the black hole, but maybe coming out, as ElecVerse is saying, Bomberman World is the prequel to this game. Pocket Bomberman, I don't know if it's tied to this, but they said Trento, specifically, the first boss we saw, was in that, and there might be other cases of some of the other bosses we saw tied. So there is a lore to this, and it is interesting to see that. And I get the appeal, the idea of, like, blowing things up. That's fun, as far as a game. Blowing your friends up, that can be fun, as far as a game, but also just the idea of this kind of intriguingly compulsive action puzzle game, really, as we're at end. You hit the start button on that, and it resets to the Hudson B. So yeah, there's the symbol of Hudson Soft. Even when I booted this game up for starting the show tonight, we didn't really talk about that. Where you see that Hudson B early on, like, that's the idea of what this is about, and what, you know, they were doing as far as this. And good old Atlas, so there they are. Like, I guess I'm kind of surprised, I guess this game didn't cost more money, because usually when it comes to Atlas games, especially earlier on, there's usually that thought that people want to have them, and there's stuff that even when they aren't very good, if they have their name as far as publishing it, people will want it, particularly on NES. I think at one point, when we did the Dreamcast Racing Showcase, I showed the Wacky Races game I have for that system. I also mentioned there's an NES game that Atlas published, which is like $400. And of course, I've mentioned St. Aspartame on the show a couple times. He was one who, I don't know if he actually ever did this, he wanted to collect every game that was featured on the TV show Nick Arcade, as far as the video challenge section, where you have that they would actually play from a real game to beat the Experts Challenge in 30 minutes to get, or 30 seconds to get points, of stuff like Sonic the Hedgehog 2. It's also how I know of SNK, stuff like Robo Army and Alpha Mission 2 and King of the Monsters. But then other weird stuff like Toki going ape spit, which they didn't say the ape spit part on the show, but then other stuff like Monster Like Pocket, which is from Konami. And then one of the games, it was by Atlas, called Rockin' Cats. I will put a picture of what Rockin' Cats is. So talk about your name kind of making you like, I want to play that. Just not even knowing necessarily what it is. I will also have a picture of the box art as this goes, because I saw that. I said, what is this thing? I was like, okay, fine. It's this weird element of game. And maybe also I'm in the Nick Arcade thought, because I actually heard something, and this is something I'm definitely going to be going into soon. Retrobit's doing re-releases of 2 games from Wolf Team, who actually is the team now. They are now actually the Tails team of Namco's, and they are taking 2 games they made on the Sega Genesis. They're remaking them and reprinting them in new collector's edition cartridges, specifically Soldice, which is on Sega Genesis, and there's a port on the Sega CD, which I own, which is Solfease. I don't know why they changed it from Feast to Dees, or Dees to Feast, I should say. And the other one, I am absolutely buying this because this game costs like $300 otherwise. El Viento, which is, from what I understand, it's a game that was by them. It's tied to Ernest Evans, which is on Sega Genesis as well. And there's some other game whose name I forget. I'll put it down here as far as what it is. It also is going to be my motivation. So, like, my Genesis and 32X are not taking cartridges. My Sega CD is. And at some point, I do want to show off, speaking of Wolf Team, I've Road Avenger on Sega CD. I want to show that. That is an interesting one. I see when I can do that. But that being said, like, El Viento, that collector's edition they're going to be releasing, like, that's the motivation right now as far as me to, like, get my Genesis fixed so I can play that. Because otherwise that game goes for, like, $300. The release is going to be $55, that and also the Soldice one. As I said, I'm absolutely buying El Viento, no question. I think they just put them up on sale through Retrobit, and I believe through Limited Run as well. Until next month. Yeah, we have the whole month as far as getting hold on that. Because I do want to show El Viento at some point. That is an interesting one. But alright, let's talk more on Bomberman. Just go back. Alright, I'm going to start on one thing. Let's start a challenge game. This is for single player, and then we'll go to the multiplayer element specifically, with bots admittedly, but still. Here's the challenge mode. You have 2 options as far as you want to play this. You can play in 2-minute mode and 5-minute mode. We'll show both. It's basically a single-player thing where you have the pre-rendered element of Bomber. You move, and, like, as I'm moving the cursor up there, it's like he's moving his hands around, like, whoop, whoop, whoop. He's gonna maybe doing a dance. You select this 2 or 5 minute increments. You pick a set of items that can be on the level. And you have to power yourself up enough to get to the next room within the time limit to beat a boss and go for score. So in a lot of ways, it's kind of a bit of a precursor to... if you ever played Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS, that is the full title, and they probably should come with a better one. But either way, there was a mode in that Smash Run where you basically go around, you basically pick up items to make your character stronger. You have like 5 minutes to do it, and then after that, you get into a Smash Bros. Battle to basically, as they said, the tagline for that version in particular, settle it in Smash and basically beat all the opponents with what you got. This is kind of like that a little bit, or it's like a bit of a precursor to what that Smash Run mode is going to be. So you do have your options of type 1s of fire and the kick, the remote fire kick and the glove, remote bomb, the full fire, and the what is it? The thing that passes through the soft blocks, the pierce wall. Well, then the line bomb, the speed up, and the bomb up. So I'm gonna run. Let's try the, let's try good luck with the line bomb. Let's run the one on the bottom. Oh, and also the other thing, before I go to battle mode, I also load up my other save. I'll show the other power-ups I did not show.
Start.
And it made it a little easier or harder, because, yeah, there's the one that has the, you know, the pass through the soft blocks. If you have that, you can just walk right through these things. Otherwise, you're going after these, I don't know, cookies, whatever the hell they are, specifically. They look weird, but it's like, fine, that's maybe the idea. Also, they're going on those buttons, which will do things. Also, yeah, don't want that. Blow it up. I also pick that up to get items. Well, as I get this piece of music, this very jolly piece of music that, weirdly enough to me, maybe when I'm hearing it, it sounds a little bit like, if you ever played Golden Axe from Sega, where at the end of a level you're falling asleep by the campfire, and then you have it, so yeah, the, elf comes and takes your stuff. The it kind of sounds like that, but I am running out of time because I'm running only on 2 minutes. So what you gotta do is you gotta basically pick up stuff, and when it hits the hurry up, yeah, get moving or go into the WarioWare case of, all right, hurry up. So like, yeah, we're gonna hurry up. I gotta get my ass in that door over there in time so we can go fight that boss. So get going, boom, 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 boom. Let's see what I got. And try and beat the boss within the time what I got. And unfortunately, I don't have much time. I will then do the 5 minute one because I'll have more time. Actually, it's the second boss that we fought. So remember how I beat that in like 10 seconds? Yeah, that's that idea. Yeah, use that line bomb. He's not moving, but he's also tossing out shurikens and stuff, and he's dead. Okay. Yeah, I'm surprised I killed him that quick. Fine. Fitting, he's the boss I killed in like 10 seconds. Both cases. In the story mode in here. And there you go. You get scoring, get your bomb up. Beginner bomber. Yeah, and he looks very sad. He's like, yeah, no, that's not so hot. I'm going to try it again. I'm actually going to intentionally kill myself because I want to show what happens when you get a bad score. A really bad score. Yeah, talk about games not coddling you. Let me tell you that right now.
Start.
So start. I'm just gonna put my bomb down. Like, I'm just standing on something. I'm gonna die.
No.
And it's still same case. Like, yeah, you know, you die. You get hit once, you die. But, alright, they do the tally up right away. But I got no points. So what happens? Yeah, worst bomber. I remember this. I showed Nocturne this. Because I said, let me show off the challenge mode. And she just looked at this. And she just started laughing uproariously looking at this. Like, yeah, the worst bomber. Look how sad he is. To the point where, fine, we've seen this a lot of animes, and Dolly Fan, I know we played Sailor Moon, another story. We mentioned that Serena is someone who cries easily, gets very sad, as far, especially early in the series. The idea, like, she could feasibly cry a river. You know, they say, cry me a river? He is crying himself a river that looks like it's made of milk. It's like, okay, that's that idea, as far as, that's what happens when you're the worst bomber. I was beginner bomber. We're not going to be beginner bomber. We're going to do a little better. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that 5 minute one. So let's do 5 minutes. I will run, actually, I'll run the pierce wall, just so I'll be able to walk through the items specifically, or walk through the barriers. So you do have your option how you want to do it, and then pick up all the items you can to be ready for that boss and get a lot of points. And pick up the letters of, oh, right, I forgot I have remote bomb as far as what that is.
Bomb up.
We get bomb up, and oh, shit, I'm blowing myself up. Oh, fine. Actually, I could also sort of show the items I didn't show as far as this, so you know, fine, I blew myself up like an idiot. And you pick up the B and the S for, you know, points. Okay, that wasn't totally worst bomber. I want to get the next one, specifically. But anyway, okay, or fine. We were talking car talk. I remember, I think they were, like, saying, like, hey, we'll give you a bumper sticker as far as this, like, send-in. They said, just, send us a letter, that says BS. Trust me, that doesn't mean what you think it does. But fine, that's what it is here. It's like, there's BS. There's a B, there's an S that give you points. Specifically, there's a bomb up. Let me get myself going. I am running 5 minutes, so I am not in as much of a hurry. But I do want to make sure that I'm okay with what I got. Also, by the way, when you do go past the soft blocks, you can't place a bomb when you're in them. So I just wanted to keep in mind. Not that it really makes much of a difference, but just something to know as far as that. You basically just get yourself set and... yeah. I was like, yeah, what are the things with the faces? Like, also, yeah, he's going that way. It's like, no. Okay, you know what? Let's go through this.
Fire!
Alright, fire. Alright, so yeah, they're going down. Okay, there's more bomb ups.
Bomb up.
Okay, yeah, I don't have my line bomb anymore, which is fine. Like, yeah, you basically have a choice saying, what do you want to do? And so basically what it is kind of like a... it's kind of like a score attack a little bit, in the sense of what are you going to do, how are you going to run it, and also, how are you going to get a bunch of points as far as what you do. Yeah, I don't want that. I'm already going slow enough as it is. And I believe also if you do go slow, that's the idea. Okay, fine, I get to show this. I didn't show this before. That's also why I didn't get rid of it when we were doing our story mode play. This is the pierce bomb. You put that in front of a one of those, it goes through. So, like, yeah. It does pierce through the soft blocks, but it also can happen to you, so be careful. So in that case, yeah, I can get tons of points doing this, but it's also a case of...
No!
yeah, I can also get myself killed doing it as well. In fact, in that case, what I think I'll also do is I'll show the other item set specifically. Alright, that's bad bomber, so it's like, alright, fine. I was worst bomber, bad bomber, beginner bomber, and then, next, I'll show the other one, and I'll also make sure that if there's anything I didn't show, item-wise. Oh shit, I'm starting it over, never mind.
Start!
Alright, fine, in this case, yeah, okay, it also shows one other thing, which is, why did I not get that item when we were playing the story? And that was why. Like, because otherwise it gets rid of your, remote bomb, and it said, it was not worth, running the game the way we did without remote bomb. Like, fine. I guess... remote bomb either breaks the game depending on your definition, or it makes it so you can beat the game. I don't know how you want to put it. Either way. But still, it's like, yeah. Remote bomb's amazing. I will say that. Especially in this one. To the point where actually I know in... going back to Bomberman 64, usually when it came to the bosses in that game, they would give you the... they'd give you the remote bomb basically on every boss, because I think there are a couple you actually need to use it in order to actually win, or have any chance to win. I'm thinking the bird in level 1, because that's where they really put that skill of yours to do the pump-up bomb. And because of the way the controls work, that is not easy to get that pump going. So it's going to be one of those cases where... it's going to be one of those games like Tetrisphere, honestly, where it's like, hey, I didn't like it when I first played it because I didn't know what I was doing, but it's also one of those cases now that I've gotten older, I want to understand it better and get an idea what that is. Which I guess goes to one thing, which at some point, we're gonna do Tetrisphere. I'll see if maybe we can do that in August, but I also want to make sure that I can get that game going to the same degree, I guess, that I made this one going, or am making this one go, in that I'm making sure that I'm playing it to the best of my ability and not going to be just showing off the idea that, hey, you know, I'm not doing hot, because that is not an easy game to play, but it's also one I know I was asked for 2 years ago, so like, yeah. As I said, I'm not forgetting the viewer request, even like, hey, it feels like, yeah, I might have mentioned that on a show 2 years ago. What's going on? I was like, I have the master list. I have it. I bought the game. I specifically did. It's like, I want to make sure what that's all about. So we're going to be online and we're going to do it. Okay. And maybe I should just do that in August, just because, like, hey, you know what? Because honestly, when it comes to August, I don't... actually, interesting thing for this. I don't have any games that I have to play except whatever the viewer request is going to be. So you know what? I said I was between a few things as far as what I do. You know what? Fine, I'll do Tetris for you next month because honestly, I said like, hey, we're gonna do this eventually, and I think it's time to do it. Like with this game, I'm feeling fine dying either way. Fine, he didn't die, but I got tons of points, so maybe this will help. So I'm at least better than the beginner bomber. Yeah, so I think we'll do Tetris for you next month as far as the viewer request. Alright, beginner bomber, fine, I'll take it for the time being. Alright, so yeah, no, and I'll try the other set of items. In fact, what were they? Let's just see. Yeah, it was this one. And then I'll show the items I didn't show, and then we'll do the battle, and then that'll be the end of the show. So like, hey, I got a good amount of time out, so in that case, I'm glad I was able to be in a case of like, fine, show the struggle of that battle and get that going. So awesome. I say, complete look at the game. Sometimes that's the other thing. Sometimes when it comes to a game like this, especially in something like that, in this case where I hadn't played it that much, it's been a question of, okay, what's this going to be like? How's it going to go? Is that necessarily going to be something... How's it going to... Oh shit, I got touched by him. Alright, so fine, I'm going to be worst bomber again, probably. Yeah, fine, I'm worst bomber, but honestly, I don't think I have much to prove left as far as what we did. We did save the galaxy and the world from the darkness of the Dark Force bombers and of Bagara, or Burglar, specifically, so either way. But we are going to go back into story briefly. I'm going to show off the items I didn't show, which let me just get a list. Oh, fine, I have the list as far as the print on the manual with insanely faded ink, so like I need to get another ink cartridge of my printer that's over 12 years old now. So, that's that idea. But anyway, let's see what we not show. Yeah, it was the punch and it was the bouncy bomb. So yeah, let's go show those two. Okay, so yeah, let's yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'll do a load up. Actually, I won't do a load up because the load up's gonna just look like we saw. I'm gonna put a password in actually instead. I wrote a password down initially because at first I thought, hey, I can't cancel out of worlds to go back and get the items I need. Until I found out today that you can. So I said, let me write down a password so like, hey, if I have to warp back to World 4 to get that remote bomb, I can do that. So at least we show the password screen off. Yeah, so if you don't have a memory card, this is how you're saving. So in that case, it's 0588. Hit that, it'll do a rumble going on. Fine, on the screen, not on the controller. The bomb, and it's okay. Alright, awesome. Yeah, and Tebow is in the bombs because yeah, you did good, my friend. Alright, so fine. This is the file I was running that way, and then, let's see. So, yeah, the punch. I didn't show the punch. It's in 4-1.
Start.
Yeah, so going back in the water. So, yeah, just when we thought it was safe to go back in the water, fine, it is safe. And as I said, when you do continue either from saving from memory card or password, you don't have anything. You're totally naked Bomberman as far as your power-ups. So you have to go back and get them specifically, but fine. I did show that you can do it much easier than I thought you had to in order to do it. Okay, so I think it's under this one. I think it is set where the punch is. Okay, there it is. Okay, so when you get the punch... Alright, they're shooting. I didn't get to show that either. Yeah, you hit the, you hit the square button. Or, actually, do you? No, wait, I think you just walk into it. Or do you? Hang on. Okay, yeah, you do hit the square button. I was like, I just want to make sure I wasn't walking into it, because actually, I do need to kill myself.
No.
In fact, I had to kill myself enough to get a game over so that I could go to somewhere else that has the bouncy bomb. Or what do they call it?
Start.
Yeah, so I'm basically not even watching the screen. I'm basically just walking into whatever I can walk into so I die. Oh, except I'm walking into the seaweed. So, like, no, that's not gonna let me die.
No.
Also, by the way, I probably should have mentioned this. Fine, I mentioned this game is Rumble, specifically. So you have a dual shot controller, you've got Rumble running on this. But yeah, when you die, you feel yourself dying.
No.
And it always is the most frustrating thing specifically, because, like, yeah, it's more of a reminder, like, yeah, you screwed up. But okay, so...
Game over.
Bouncy Bomb. Bouncy Bomb is in, the first level of World, Actually, you know what? Actually, I need the glove for this, too, I think. So, I want the glove for this one. So what I'm gonna do is... I'm first gonna go to Planet Fire. I'm gonna go get that bomb. I'll get the Bouncy Bomb and finish the level. Then I'll go back to World, 2. And get the hand, or the glove. The bomb glove.
Start.
Or the power glove, I think it's called. Oh, right. I should have remembered it's called the power glove. Yeah, I love the power glove. It's so bad. Oh shit, now I'm dead.
No.
Yeah, fine. That was fine. At this case, I don't care that I necessarily did that. I'm just glad I didn't do it when I was playing as much as I thought I would. Okay, so. Yeah, that bouncy bomb is here. I said no, I don't want it because of the fact that the remote bomb's better. True, but then again, the bouncy bomb can be useful in other cases as I get myself killed with the damn mushroom. Because basically what happens is that... Okay, actually there's two things with the bouncy bomb I want to show. When I could find one. Alright, so at least I got the hand out of the way. Now, this is in a random area. Okay, I almost showed off dying to that volcano. As if you can die to that, so be careful. Okay, that's the one time... Actually, you know what? Fine, I'll take it so that I can also make it so that, yeah, you know, as I go along, I can just use that just to get the enemies out of the way. And also in that case, yeah, blow that up as go. Yeah, fantastic. The hand was on the, it was on the track. Yeah, get your hands off the tracks, my friend, otherwise it's getting run over. I said, I can't control that minecart. It's gonna go regardless of what I want. I think it's gonna be either in this or this, but I have two there, so like boom, boom, boom. Alright, here we go. So, here's Bouncy Bomb. It's basically the same as any other bomb, but I'm gonna have to go back to a couple levels to show this. I'm gonna show two elements of this. On its own, it's the same as any other bomb, basically. Or normal bomb, I should say, in that it, after a couple seconds, it blows up. But, if we go back to World... Actually, let's go back to World 1. We'll start there. So back to Earth, Planet Forest. Let's go to Area 3. Also, I will show one other thing. I'm hitting right on D-pad. You do have to still hit right on D-pad, even though it's going to the left on the map. It's not doing anything. And that gives an indication that, yeah, when you beat the bosses, they're gone for good. And same with the armors. The armors are only good on the boss. And if you lose them once, they're gone, you can't use them again.
Start.
So let's go get that. Let's enjoy the great music of Planet Forest once more. I'm looking for the bomb kick specifically. It is usually not that far in. But nothing else, yeah, get to relax. Now, well, I mean, I get to relax, but it's also the... Uh-oh, shit. Okay, yeah, actually, that is one thing I don't think I showed, which is that when the cows go, they'll dash towards you when they hit the side of this, either the side of the map or bomb or something. They'll be stunned, and at that point, they're easy to take out. Alright, so as soon as I find that, we can show it. And then I'll go get the glove, and we'll show multiplayer.
Fire.
Yeah, and the fire property will still run to it, the same as normal. So yeah, when you hit that, the distance of the explosion will still be more. In that case, yeah, still knock the tree down. I love that effect, I will say that. Even though maybe he's like, hey, it looks choppy. He's like, I think it looks cool, the idea. Okay, here we go. Here's the kick thing. But I do love the way that kick down the tree and knock down the tree looks. Okay, when you have the bomb kick, you drop it, and you walk into the bomb like normal kick it. But it bounces back and forth. And it'll blow up. So you do have... Actually, I've seen... I'll say this, going back to the final bosses. I've seen fights go on that, and ElecVerse indicated this sort of too, so yeah, he's got credence to indicate this. That depending on what your style is, you can basically make it so it's going to bounce, or kind of, in that case, trap him, and... Okay, you're seeing this, right? I think I made a glitch happen, because I kicked the sticky bomb into the... or bouncy bomb, I should say, into that armadillo. He's going. It was not right in between the logs there. It wasn't flush on the grid. I'll just show that. Okay, never mind. Okay, he went out of it. I just can't believe, like, wait, what happened there? Okay, fine. Let me get that. I have to leave this and I have to go find the glove. I would say, yeah, was he stuck in that? But apparently not, so never mind. But either way, at least I got to show that. Sometimes that's the other thing. That's the other reason I'll do the show live, as far as it, because, yeah, you never know what weird stuff's gonna happen. And even I don't know what's happening. Like, look, as I said, I can practice a game all I want as far as what it is, or we always can, whether it's me playing it, whoever's playing the game as far as the show. But sometimes that's the idea that, you know, yeah, it's kind of a surprise. You might not know what you're going to get. And it's that unpredictability, I think, is the other thing of why I do the show the way I do it. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to get, but I mean, fine. The audience doesn't know what they're going to get, but I don't know what I'm going to get either. And my guests might not know what we're going to get either as well. I mean, how many times have we said, like, hey, we had no idea, like, what's the narrative of the Lunar part's going to be? All the stuff that happened with the Crusade Nerd 64 and I with Kirby Superstar a couple weeks ago as... Oh. At first I thought the bomb tore open the ground or something. I mean, I guess that would be an interesting element, like the, I don't know, a mechanic in a Bomberman game where you can tear the ground open and it affects the environment. I guess it would feasibly be like either Geomod from Red Faction, or if you ever played Sega Rally Revo, where in that game you basically can drive over the dirt and it will remember what that is, or Motorstorm, because Motorstorm also did the same thing Sega Rally Revo did. Okay, so... let's go to Planet Wind. We actually have not been back here in a while. Let me go get the glove. The glove is on Area 2. And the glove will get rid of the kick, by the way. At least I think it will. Oh, fine. We'll put it to the test. I think it does, but we'll see. I do want that glove, though, because it'll show how the bouncy thing is. Actually, we kind of got a little bit of a preview to it against Burglar when we fought him, because one of his attacks was he threw these bombs out, these bouncy bombs, a lot, and they bounced all over the place before they finally settled somewhere on the ground. Yeah, you can do that too. The same deal as before, and also, I guess I haven't shown, you know, that thing doing the whirling dervish of that. Well, I mean, yeah, he goes into a whirlwind that way as far as the tornado. Okay, so let me go get that. Alright, so there's that. So, okay, never mind. Okay, so fine, I'm wrong. That does not cancel. So, fine. The kick and the grab can be done at the same time. So, alright. So, I can grab the bomb, hold it same way over my head, which almost looks like it's, looks like, Bomberman is, trying to sell you Hershey's Kisses, I should say. Yeah, actually, there would be an image specifically. It's like, yeah, actually, that's one case of, you know, marketing. Yeah, why didn't the Hershey company come up with that? Although I don't know if they've ever done stuff with game. Fine, by their decision. I mean, we showed other cases where maybe they didn't, like with Lunar. All right, when you toss with the glove, it'll bounce and it'll stop somewhere. So it can bounce all over the place as far as certain things, and it'll basically stop somewhere eventually and boom, go on. But yeah, I want myself dead. So then we can show off the multiplayer. Yeah, I just want to show off all the items. Like, hey, if we're going to go through this whole game, go in the hallway.
Game over.
Yeah, game over, but we already took care of you. So it's like, yeah, Bomberman, go home. You gotta go. You deserve a rest. Well, fine. You sort of deserve a rest. We got battle, and then you'll have your rest. And then at some point, we'll come back to other stuff. Bomberman, chat, what do you want to see? I mean, fine. I got some good ideas as far as what you're saying, because Gemini96 is Bomberman Jetters. Like first I know said he liked Bomberman Generation, which was the other game. Yeah, I think those two on GameCube, those might be an interesting ones to do. I believe Edwack has both. Edwack has both of them. He has second attack, which costs a lot of money. Yep. Aside from Saturn Bomberman, that might be the most expensive. Unless there's another one that costs more that I'm not aware of. And yeah, as I said, I own 4 others. 64 is one of, and then some of the other ones. Okay, so let's talk battle mode. Yeah, the crux of Bomberman tends to be the fact that when you play it, you got a bunch of people you can play. So we can do Battle Royale, we'll do Maniac, Maniac mode. Let's run Maniac mode. Okay, so here's the deal. It has 5 players when you're playing with multiple people, and you need a multi-tap to run more than 2 on the PlayStation systems. You can also turn off AI if you want to, or not. Or you turn them on the computer. So fine, here's manual. And if your options of AI level, even at easy, it's fucking hard. So just to go into that specifically, we're going to start easy. A battle number of between 1 and 5, which basically means that a battle counts as 1 round. And when there's a winner, that's that. And you're like, first to however many. I'm going to do first to 2. You do a time limit, you can do infinite time limit. In fact, we're going to run infinite time limit, I think. Sudden death mode, I want that on. Bad bomber, I want that on as well. That is basically if I die or go out first, and that's probably going to happen. You get the thing, actually, that Super Bomberman R has. I think there are other Bomberman games that have this. I don't know if this is the first one that had it. I'll see if I can't find out which Bomberman game was the first one to introduce this. You can actually shoot bombs off from the periphery and basically screw with the other players. Or it's almost like the bomb cart in Mario Kart 64, something like that. And then Spark Bomber, where it gives you a minigame at the end of it, we'll turn that on as well. Alright, and you have your selection of Bombermen. Or Bomberwomen as it is, fine, because you have normal Bomberman. We'll go through each of them. The game will tell you who they are.
White Bomberman.
Okay, wait, I hit a triangle.
White Bomberman.
Okay, fine. So there's White Bomberman.
Monk Bomberman.
Monk Bomberman.
Bishop Bomberman.
Bishop Bomberman.
Fairy Bomberman.
Fairy Bomberman.
Witch Bomberman.
Witch Bomberman.
Merchant Bomberman.
And Merchant Bomberman. The names are different in the PAL version, I do know that for fact.
Ninja Bomberman.
As well as Ninja Bomberman.
Hero Bomberman.
Hero Bomberman and King Bomberman's
Red
over there.
Bomberman.
Wait, hold on, wait.
Blue Bomberman.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. We'll go back. I want to see something.
White Bomberman. Black Bomberman. Red Bomberman. Blue Bomberman. Green Bomberman.
Okay, so they have them for different colors for White Bomberman. Let me see something here.
Monk Bomberman. Monk Bomberman.
Okay, so fine. If you pick White Bomberman, as far as player 1, everybody else picks
White Bomberman.
that normal Bomberman. They change color and name. Actually, you know what? Fine. Let's make it a little more interesting. I'll run Witch Bomberman.
Merchant Bomberman.
Merchant Bomberman, Ninja,
Bomberman. Hero Bomberman.
Hero, and Fairy.
Fairy Bomberman.
And you can select what you want to do as far as item set. You basically set the item specifically. You can turn off to have no items if you so desire. You set up to 60. We'll put a... Fine, not that. That being said, we will put in this. This is the skull. If you pick that up, you get diseased. Or you can disease other people feasibly. Actually, the other thing I'm going to do is... trying to get that off. Okay, so yeah, if you hit the X button, you can increment it by 1 or hit triangle to increment or decrement it by 1. I don't want that one. And you also get the... Fine, the push we saw... Fine. Actually, no. Okay, this is pushing away enemies, so that's unique. So, alright, fine, we'll show that. And you know what, fine, let's show just those. And then, yeah, fire. Okay, so that should be fine. And I do want to show the disease off at least once. And you also handicap. I don't know how handicap works. I might need that as far as it, but I'm not going to use that. And start, battle game starts it. Alright, let's do it.
Come on.
So yeah, you start in a grid, you basically have to dig your way out. So you only have 1 bomb. And the AI is really good, you see how they're kind of going. They're basically like, fine, I don't want to hit this. And you hear those item names going off, those voices going on all the time, so you're like, fire, fire, bomb up. So you're going to hear that all the time as far as how it is. So yeah, This game could be utter insanity feasibly, but it's also the case of, yeah, you also get a case of feasibly killing everybody, or trying to. Fine, in that case, they're showing push off because basically you just push them out of the way. And you hit the square button when you do that. Fine, I got myself blown up, as is always the case. I'm not good at battle stuff with Bomberman, but yeah, here's what Mad Bomberman, or Mad Bomber is. Or Bad Bomber, I should say. You're moving left and right on the, I guess the rocket there. You hit the circle button, you toss the bomb out. So, like, fine, I couldn't win, but I can be a spoiler to somebody else. Like, hey, if I have something against, Merchant Bomberman, fine. Merchant Bomberman sold me something was broken, so like, fine, he needs to die. I can do that. Well, in that case, fine, you know what, fine. They can also throw the other ones and also throw them on the other side. And, actually, I will also show a time limit version of this a little later, because what happens is that after a certain amount of time... Okay, fine, I got, you taken down. Alright, there's disease. Actually, you know what? I don't want to blow up the disease. I want to have the disease go. Okay, yeah, and he says, darn! And we hear that go, that means it's something bad. It could be something bad. It could speed you down, or it could, like, reduce your, like, your movement stuff. It could be bad, potentially, in what it is, but it's also something that it could also be, you know, not much in fact. I'm dead, and I'm just like, just tossing a bomb out. The other thing I'm doing is I'm grabbing the instruction manual for this game, because yeah, I did print out or scan out the page of the manual, but since I need ink, apparently, I need to go about that as far as differently. Also, I will show off the other cases where you can select levels, because yeah, this is one level, but you can also select other ones specifically, and also go into what those diseases are. So, let's talk the diseases. Yeah, you get the skull, you're sick for a certain time, you can have speed up going on, which can help you. Speed down. Okay, ding, 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 so Merchant Bomberman wins. So, you can have a speed up or speed down. You have the bombs just set off, or dropped against your will, so they'll just go off automatically. They can explode automatically when you don't expect them to. Cases where you can't set bombs at all. The blow-ups of the bombs get delayed, or other cases where you might switch positions with other players. As I said, I've never been good as far as the multiplayer element, but it's also the case of, yeah, position yourself specifically.
Fire.
But I'll also say this also goes to one thing, my best memories of multiplayer, most significant, as I said, is Bomberman 93 for TurboGrafx 16, because of the fact that, shit, I blew myself up. Was a constant as far as it, but, was that, because we had a great time playing that game, for sure, as far as it back in the day. But also... Kazoo22 and I played Bomberman, or Saturn Bomberman, because before we did Guardian Heroes a couple months ago, he said, like, I don't think my Sega Saturn's working, and I said, okay, let's take a look at this, let's figure this out on our off time, or even as far as, like, work break stuff, specifically, as, yeah, there goes Hero Bomberman winning. So, one thing we did is, after we got everything working, we figured stuff with the cables, and as far as like power and stuff like that, make sure his controllers are in set, generally speaking. We basically then played this game. So like he said, you said this game was $1,000. Like, let's see, what's my $1,000 really worth as far as this? And we played it. We really liked it, but we also weren't really good, and we were basically waiting for a really long time, even on easy, where the AI was taking like 5 minutes to, you know, finally finish. And I think even he was jokingly saying, "I hate this game." It's like I don't want to be sitting here specifically. Just like, okay, fine. Maybe that's the idea. Like, because, yeah, the AI in the Bomberman games, as far as the multiplayer is concerned, they're really good. Even on easy, they're really good. I remember, going back to the Super Game Brothers channel, they did a SmackDown Sunday episode on Super Bomberman R, which is getting a sequel in a couple months. And they actually did, usually they thought, like, hey, they'll play a head-to-head multiplayer game and see who wins. None of them won. The computer won. And it's a case like, they say, like, hey, what's going on with the Bomberman games? Like, why can't any of us win? So I think that's the idea of what it might be, which is that, hey, you know, the AI's just really damn good at this game. Also, by the way, you can walk through other bombers. But fine, like, I'm always gonna be the first one out, unless I say, like, fine, I'm gonna do something differently. Yeah, we gotta wait till somebody wins 2, so that's that idea. Basically, if Merchant or Hero Bomberman wins this time, then that'll be that. Actually, yeah, fine. One other thing I do want to look at specifically, or have ready, because we're showing, okay, I'm showing Maniac Mode, which, by the way, is, okay, fine. Maniac Mode is basically your custom game method, which is, you basically set items as far as it the way we did. Yeah, we're running Maniac Mode, but you only play on this level. In the Battle Royale mode, you have more levels, so we'll show those off in a little bit. And then, let's see. Okay, fine. The handicap is... if you have a 1, it's weak. Up to 5, it's stronger. Specifically. So basically, I guess you take more hits. So it does equalize it out that way. So if you're playing against somebody who, like me, sucks at the multiplayer of this game, I guess, or maybe that's the next step. Next time we play a Bomberman game, do it with someone else so that, you know, I can have multiplayer practice. Yeah, you can kind of even out the score, so that's good. That way they give you all those options. And then Battle Royale mode, as I mentioned, is... okay, fine. We haven't done Spark Bomber yet, because that comes when someone wins a set, so... actually, no, fine, we're gonna see that in just a second, because it's a mini-game. It doesn't do much, but we'll see what this is. Well, fine, also, well, actually, no, okay, that's not right. It does do something. I'll go on that in just a second. But fine, I'm tossing the bombs out. Yeah, I want somebody to die. So that's the idea, like, yeah, you know, you could just totally be the spoiler this way, saying, like, fine, I don't like this guy. It's like, yeah, they said, Merchant Bomberman sold me, I don't know, a fork that was a spoon or something. I don't know. So, in that case, like, yeah, fine, I have it out for him, specifically. I don't know. Yeah, create your weird narrative. Hero Bomberman is not a hero. It's like, that's the idea. It's like, that's the idea. It's like, fine, Rammus is my hero, going back to Lunar again, specifically. Yeah, they're doing a damn good job avoiding. And if you do have, I will show a time mode specifically. Actually, I think I'll show that off in the Battle Royale mode.
Darn.
All right, so yeah, Hero Bomberman got a disease. Okay, yeah, also, by the way, you kind of can go off screen. That's one thing that's kind of weird about this, because, yeah, so this is 4x3 as far as how it is. Yeah, there goes Witch. It's like, yeah, Witch Bomberman, that's me. Yeah, I'm out. It's like, fine. Yeah, so I can hide off the screen. It's like, fine, there's somebody over there. I can just be in distance. It's like, wait, where did that bomb come from? Like, yeah, I was off screen tossing that bomb. But... fine, that's the other thing. It's like, fine, I might not be good at the multiplayer on this, as, fine, Merchant Bomberman does win. So he's, free to sell another day. It could be really fun. It kind of put you in this idea of, like, just kind of having this fun time, or this kind of, you know, raucous time with your friends and family, really. Yeah, and when you get to the, number of flags, that way you're good.
Merchant Bomberman.
There's Merchant Bomberman at the top of the castle with fireworks, so yeah, happy 4th of July, everybody. Yeah, we got fireworks literally in this game on top of the explosions.
Bomberman.
So there you go. Okay, so yeah, we are getting a fireworks show. I promised fireworks as far as everything with this, and I delivered in more ways than one. I will say that. Yeah, if you have okay, so if you have Spark Bomber, here's what Spark Bomber is. It's a mini game. It's basically you have to kind of. You basically have to go around. You basically have to go through this area without touching the sides. So you ever play Project Gotham Racing or Currying or the board game Operation? It's like that. But fine. Yeah, don't touch the sides, Butterfingers. By the way, if you do get through, you get a hard item. And even if you don't, you get an item this way. And it is put into effect for the next battle. What we're going to do is we're going to show off the... we'll show off the Battle Royale mode. And you can do a single battle and tag battle. And so I'm going to run... Fine, we are going to have time limit. I'm going to run 2 minutes. I'll be
Monk Bomberman.
Monk Bomberman. This is going to be a precursor when we do Earthbound in a few months, because, yeah. So, yeah, yeah. If you ever played Earthbound, no, Gemini96 in chat has clearly, because he'd be on for that show.
Bomberman.
Yeah, like, yeah, it was like Pooh out of that game. That is what he's named, although I think I named him wrong. We did our practice of that, our 5-month practice through work, calling him Kato. It's like, at first I said, that's not really his name. It's like, I guess I picked the wrong one. But either way, you do have a selection of stages. You have the standard level, which you saw. You have the Seesaw Park, the Desert Warp, Slower Fast, Chimney Blast, Slippy Valley, and the Volcano. Actually, I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to do something a little different. So we can show off all of these levels. Yeah, I'll keep those on. Oh, no, I do want to show that. I'll show off all the levels. We'll have that set. We'll have one battle, so...
Monk Bomberman.
Oh, shit, fine. Alright, before we do the Chimney Blast, I'll show off all the levels. I may as well. Give you more value this way. It's like, hey, complete look on this game, complete look on this game. Here we go. Okay. In this case, yeah, okay, so that's the other thing about Bomberman that's interesting is that, yeah, wide... Because, yeah, we're in the traditional areas as far as blowing things up, but the levels have a lot going on. So in this case, yeah, jump on the spring and say, like, hey, I'm going down that way. Still dying, admittingly. Yeah, we're kind of in, like, a, I guess, like, a Japanese house. So, like, you can see, like, the tatami mats on the bottom there, like, the sliding doors, and the, like, the paper lanterns and things. And that's the idea as far as what... I guess, in this case, with the multiplayer stuff, this is the other thing, is that we have the standard level, but also the fact that, hey, you know, you have these stages that have their own unique elements to them, including the fact that even with bad bomber mode, you know, when they go up there on the top with the spring, I can't get to them, or anybody who's died can't get to them either. So you do have a lot of variety on the levels, and also that changes kind of what your method of play really is. And, you know, we could hurry up, bad bomber's gone, so they're gone. She died. Yeah, fine. Hero Bomberman won. And, by the way, if Witch Bomberman had not died that quickly, basically areas of the level would collapse in on themselves and leave you trapped until someone eventually wins.
Hero Bomberman.
Alright, so here Bomberman has the sword, so, yeah, it's a good case.
Spark Bomber.
Alright, fine, go on Spark Bomber. Actually, see, okay, I'm gonna do something I never did before. When it came to chat, I missed something Dolly Finn said about, the Manic Mechanic saying, I was waiting for them to change my art bag, which was recalled. Oh, I am sorry to hear that. As far as that way. It's like, yeah, that's the case, like, yeah, being careful not to crash. Fine, like him, he did. Either way, that's the idea. It's like, fine, I missed something in chat. It's like, hey, I always will read stuff out of chat specifically just to cover that way anyway. So I'll have an element to it. Alright, so, yeah, so I'll show off all the levels. We'll go... Except for standard, we've shown that. We'll go to the candy store. Well, I don't know if this is so much a candy store as it is just...
Come on.
I don't know, like a candy... I don't know, a candy room or a candy backyard or something. Or it's like we played Wheel of Katamari, the fact that, hey, we had the Hansel and Gretel game, specifically. Also, I want to show getting diseased. Oh, fine, they're gonna get diseased, never mind. Fine, give me my fire. Also, did you have that, shit. Fine, you have that path up at the top, so like Pac-Man, you can kind of go from one end to the other. Okay, that's the other thing. Fine, if I drop the bomb on their heads, that means that they can be stunned, so then I can get a case like they can't move and they're gonna be blown up. So fine, I'm not gonna be winning on one of these. I'm not making that promise, but I made the other promise, which is beating the game and showing off everything for it. And then we're done looking at the levels, and we'll shut the show down for the night. Okay, oh fine, that's the other thing. Fine, dropping the bomb on them, on their heads, knocks the enemies out. Okay, so here you go. Yeah, she got crushed by cookies. So in that case, yeah, better be careful, but fine. He ran into the crushed into the cookie. It was dropping down. It's like, fine, okay. Alright, so Green Bomberman won. Also, the other thing I'm going to do just for the purpose of this, since we showed what the minigame is like, Spark Bomber. Which, by the way, if you do win or you get an item of that, that does apply to the next round. So, if you get that, you basically can come in with an advantage.
Spark Bomber.
Alright, so yeah, go on your Spark Bombing. Though I don't think you'll want the stone shoes coming out of that. Okay, no. What happens is that as you walk along, the prize gets better. So you do get a prize for the next level, but as long as you go further, you'll get better and better items. At the end, you get a heart. So basically, you can take a second hit. Alright, one thing I'm going to do, though, is I'll turn off Spark Bomber. I'll keep Sudden Death on. I'll keep it at 1.
Bishop Bomberman.
I'll be the Bishop.
Ninja Bomberman. Merchant Bomberman.
Fine, we'll make 3 merchants.
Merchant Bomberman.
Well, let's go to the Jungle Tunnel. So none of those, you're also getting the variety of the levels. So as I said, I'll show off all the levels, and that'll basically be the idea with this. Yeah, so we're in the forest. Remember that for the beginning.
Fire! Bomb up!
I also got the arrow. Is that an arrow? Oh, yeah, it is an arrow.
Bomb up! Fire!
Okay, so I guess it's a hint because, yeah, you have the middle there where it's kind of brush-like. Give me that.
No! Fire!
Ow! Okay, I got stuck.
Fire! Darn!
Alright, fine. I got slowed down massively by getting that. But I also saw the fires, like, I want to have that.
No!
Okay, I don't necessarily need to win one, but if I could, I wouldn't complain about that. Alright, he's walking that way. Alright, go back. No! Fine, he bombed up. Let's kick. Alright, there you go. Hurry up. Alright, so the whole place is going down. Shit, okay, I walked into it. And when you do die, your items go all over the place, and you can pick them up unless they're crushed by the logs. So yeah, if nothing else, this does give it a lot of unpredictability as far as the way the multiplayer is going, especially the way the levels are designed. That usually tends to be the thing that people really like about how this franchise goes in multiplayer. In this case, yeah, you can barely see each other in here.
I won!
Alright, so that merchant got it. Alright. Alrighty, so I guess as we're going to be winding this down, as I said, we're showing off all the levels, but as we wind down on this, as we go to the Brick Castle, so yeah, you also get great looks of this. So yeah, talk about the art direction. That's one thing I guess I'll go into on this game.
Come on!
Which, okay, it is sort of kind of like... Okay, fine, that's a trapdoor. Where'd it go?
Oh, no!
Wait, where the hell was I? Okay, I'm gonna love looking back on the video just to, like, where the fuck did I go? I was like, fine, okay, dropping the trapdoor is like, alright, fine. So there's a lot of different things to do, and it does, as far as where you're going, it does make it feel distinct. Like, fine, this is a dungeon. Like, fine, I fell in the dungeon, I fell in the trapdoor, I didn't know where I was going, and in all honesty, I'm not gonna lie about this. I didn't actually play all these levels as far as this, so if nothing else, I'm glad I'm doing it now. So this is a blind play of every level in Bomberman World's multiplayer this way. So I practiced single player. I did practice a little bit in the sense of getting a sense of how it was operating, but yeah, haven't seen all the maps. But I do love the art direction as far as the stuff with the color and also stuff with the lighting. And it is a game that does look really, really nice. And I'm with ElecVerse on this one. This game is really good. So I guess if nothing else, I can also kind of get a sense of my final thoughts on what I'm seeing here. There's a lot of value in this game because of multiplayer to start, but also because of the other modes it has in regards to stuff like the challenge mode and also the single player with the story, which will keep you playing for quite a bit of time. And it does really show off what the PlayStation is capable of as far as what it can bring to this franchise. We talked about that a lot. We've talked about the fact that when you have a franchise that's been around as long as Bomberman or Mega Man or other stuff that we've seen, what can technology really bring to it, especially when it's done really well. In this case, yeah, it is done really, really well. As we're going to the volcano. So yeah, if you haven't played this game and you have PlayStation 1, 2, or 3, yeah, absolutely well worth picking this game up. It is about 30 so bucks, and I'd say it is worth that, honestly. Given just the value for the money that it gives you. And I can get exactly the ideas, like why, you know, there would be an attachment to this, and now why ElecVerse says, well, I guess he was right, for sure, to say, like, hey, I really like this game, and it is something interesting to see. And I'm glad to have been able to provide this as far as the show, ow! Okay, so except I ran over that way and got blown up. Yeah, so far I've had a great time as far as we're not quite over yet, but I guess we're getting kind of close. Having said that, like, I definitely love this idea of, like, this full look at Bomberman World and our first look at Bomberman itself as a franchise. I said, yeah, I'd be down with a re-release. Maybe, like, hey, if we say this, we'll just get another element of it specifically, but yeah, I guess time will tell. But in the meantime, yeah, this is definitely a really good one, and a great first look as far as Bomberman for our show, and I'm glad to have been able to... Okay, fine. The minecart just went into that. Okay, I never saw that happen before, because, like, as I said, I haven't played all these levels. But the fact that, fine, jumped in the minecart, and he basically died. He's like, hey, it just stopped at a wall, and then, yeah, it was a death zone. So, fine, that was that idea. Yeah, and if you've never played a Bomberman game before, honestly, this might be a good place to start. I mean, I'd say probably, if you're going to start with any of them, as far as the traditional stuff, this probably be the best one to go with, because it is forgiving enough to kind of get used to it a little, but it will definitely challenge you, as we showed. I mean, I definitely showed the idea of what that is. Okay, fine, I'm warping my way down. Oh, right, they have the, okay, they have the cracks here, and the snowmen, so it's like, alright, fine. Yeah, so if you've never played a Bomberman game and kind of want to see what the fuss is about, I'd probably recommend, as far as traditional ones, this is a really good one. As I said, I haven't played the ones on the Super Nintendo, I haven't played the Mega Bomberman that was on the Sega Genesis. And yeah, there are the TurboGrafx ones, but as I said, they do go for money. They haven't necessarily been re-released a whole lot. Honestly, the easiest way to get those is actually the two that are on that Bomberman collection on the PC. So yeah, if you have an ancient PC and you can run the Bomberman Collection Volume 1, this game is in it along with Bomberman from 1990 on TurboGrafx and Bomberman 93. As I said, it's also, those older Bomberman games are also in the TurboGrafx 16 mini, but this thing actually costs a lot of money. Now, I've actually held my box up, took it off the shelf for tonight, remind myself what Bomberman games were in this, because I knew there were a couple. But yeah, those are also pretty good ones if you can get copies of them semi-affordably. This one is a good one. I'd say Hero if you're like, hey, I don't know if I'm ready for this idea, but I like a platformer. It is a game, admittingly, that is not one of the better platform, or one of the best platformers on that system. And it was compared pretty favorably, or pretty unfavorably, I should say, to Banjo-Kazooie, which came out a little before that. And actually, Banjo-Kazooie did celebrate its 25th anniversary this past week, just to go into that. As I said, we are going to play it for the show. As I said, Ed Wack's decision was, hey, I got to do it later, because I got to be in tip-top shape to show that. We'll show that. I'm giving it the lip service now. We did do the Chimney Blast. Let's go Solarfest. Yeah, I definitely want to go back to this franchise for sure, because, yeah, like, it's interesting kind of, and sometimes it's become this idea, like, when I play a game for the show. Okay, so this is what stop and go is. So, oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, so fine. When you walk over the numbers, you go as fast as it is, or as slow as it is, so fine. I'm just darting around the damn place. It's like, fine. Oh no, but I got two. No, I don't want one. Yeah, just let them go. I was like, oh shit, I'm in one. 5 territory. Oh shit. It's fine. Oh yeah, look at him going. Or I sometimes think of the ooze on the Sega Genesis. You can get the speed up thing. It goes, woo! It's like, yeah, okay, fine. I'm going, oh, shit. Alright, fine. Me burning fast was not a good thing. It's like, I've always said, like, okay, first I was like, wait, what happened there? Also, it looks like you have, okay, you have like a warning sign as well. It's like, hey, you know something bad can happen there. It's like, yeah, there you go. So, as I said, each of these maps do have their own feel, and makes it so that, yeah, there's a lot of variety in the sense of, yeah, just going around blowing things up. So, yeah, if you like the idea of, like, where you're going, and maybe you can get on the wavelength of what the, I mean, maybe this sounds derogatory saying this gimmick, or just the idea of, fine, the milieu, I guess, let's put it that way, of the area, for what it looks like, or what it offers to make it unique.
Come on.
Yeah, including right here, they're taking stuff from the single player, like, hey, you had the quicksand or the shifting sands. So you can run those, and it is smooth as far as frame rate. That's the other thing about this game. Aside from what we saw with some of the bosses, this is not a case where the tech is not up in line. It looks really good for PlayStation. Sounds really good. The music is awesome. I love the music in this game, and it plays really well. But it's also something that, yeah, it is utilizing its tech very effectively for how it looks, but also it does have a fluidity to itself that makes it work really well. And also the idea of, as I said, sometimes you get cases where you have games that are pre-rendered like this, doesn't necessarily age that well, but I think with this game it does. It really does. Like Parasite Eve, specifically, as far as that, with games that do pre-rendered, or a lot of the Final Fantasy games, amongst other things. Yeah, so this is an appealing game as far as to look at, and the color. I do love the color, for sure. And it definitely feels very distinct. Okay, fine. Maybe I found my map, sort of, kind of, in the sense that... Alright, hurry up. No. Okay, crap, I got blown up. Okay, that was better than I had on some of the other ones, if nothing else. Okay, you also have the sinkhole, so yeah, you go to another area or side of the map when you do that. Alright, to be close. As I said, also, if both of them didn't die, or they both died at the same time, you run to a sudden death. But I don't think we've seen that, even though I do have sudden death on. Alright, so there's the flag. Okay, so we almost have it set. Honestly, I guess while I'm going through this, specifically chat, unless you got other stuff you want to go into on this. Okay, actually we don't. This is the last level. Seesaw Park. Let's take a look at that. I would say I'll talk schedule now, but like, fine, we'll wait a few minutes. We'll show off all the levels. Okay, Seesaw Park. Okay, this looks cool. Look at this. So basically, let's see how this is gonna go. So the soft blocks are soft serve vanilla ice cream cones. Yeah, definitely something near and dear to my heart. Okay, so, and you walk on the side, then fine, okay. Whoa, give me some fire. Okay, that's interesting. So it has this kind of, you know, I guess sort of festival town or summer feel to itself. Fitting, I guess. Like, yeah. I guess we haven't necessarily gone explicitly summer on the show completely yet, although this month we're definitely going to be doing that. I'll indicate that when we go into schedule in a few minutes. But yeah, I do like this, and it is unique. It looks cool, you know? I feel like, hey, I wanted to go out to a festival and, like, get some ice cream or something like that, you know? Alright, hurry up. Whoa, shit. No. Oh, crap. Alright, so fine. I was third out. I'll take that. Or fine. Yeah, third out. That's right. Alright, so which merch is gonna win? Yeah, in that case, yeah, fine. He just threw him out the damn place. I was like, yeah, fine. Yeah, only one person can set up shop here. That's gonna be me. Hey everybody, Captain D-Track here. I realized after we finished our play of Bomberman World last night at the time of this recording, there are actually 2 levels in the Versus mode that were locked behind a password. 2 special ones. I don't know if there's a specific way to do unlocks outside of the password, but I figured, hey, may as well show those, because actually there are tons of stuff for passwords, I realized, for this game. Some that are different between the Japanese and US versions. And for the purpose of this, there is password that gives you 2 extra levels, so I'm going to show them off. Also, I want to correct one other thing, which is I said the passwords don't have weapons set up as far as the single-player mode. There are passwords, though, that do have that specifically. So as one example, when we went through the story mode as it was, if you put in the password 1029, you do start at Area 5 with all of the equipment combined. So that means remote bombs, max fire, max bombs, the kick and the grab, and the extra hit. So in that case, you can feasibly get that going, but you won't ever get those passwords, as far as I can tell, unless you look them up or they were printed somewhere. Because yeah, when you get game over, you just instantly get that one like, hey, this is where the level was, and you're a naked Bomberman that way. But I said I'll show off the extra levels, also show what happens when you get a password wrong. It's 3636, but I put in 3635. When you get the password wrong, alright, yeah, there is Burglar again, you know, giving you trouble. But you have to put it at 3636, it'll work. It is weird because you have to go into the normal game, which is where the password option is, but when you put that password in, it does take you to the battle mode, Battle Royale mode, and Maniac mode. You have to do Battle Royale mode to see this because of the fact that this is the one that lets you select levels. So, alright, we're gonna do 1 player. I'll do 1 battle specifically. This will be an extra thing going on. We'll put Spark Bomber on just for variety's sake. I'll run normal just because
White Bomberman.
So White Bomberman,
Ninja Bomberman.
Ninja,
Bomberman.
Bishop,
Bomberman.
Witch, and Fairy.
Fairy Bomberman.
Alright, so yeah, when you have this password in, along with Standard, Candy Store, Jungle Tunnel, Brick Castle, Volcano, Slippy Valley, Chimney Blast, Slow or Fast, Desert Warp, and Seesaw Park, which you saw before. You also have Under the Sea and Bomber Shop. Let me show both of these. So yeah, they do give you levels based around the single-player experience for Worlds 4 and 5. But I guess, I don't know if you can necessarily unlock them, because as soon as we played as far as this and finished the game, they weren't available, so I think you might have to use passwords to get them. Unless there's something I'm missing. Alright, let's see, maybe I can redeem myself from death everywhere else, but we'll see how that goes. Probably not. I'm not gonna make any promises I can't keep, I'm gonna say that right now, but I'll give it a shot. Yeah, here's Punch Bomb. Yeah, take the bomb, my friend. Okay, I got him, so fine. Somebody died, at least. No, yeah. In this case, now I'm being more careful to say, like, fine, I don't want to run the tornado, so I think it is the same.
Fire.
Give me my fire.
Jump.
Actually, also, I guess we didn't see jump.
Jump.
Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe we do.
Jump.
Yeah.
Jump. Jump. No. Jump. Fire.
Oh, I won! Okay, fine, alright, fine. There is one victory, at least. And in that case, since I do have the extra minigame on it, alright, fine, then we're all set. Yeah, I guess I couldn't get one on stream, but at least off, I got it, so I'll take that. I'll try and see how I can go.
Bomberman.
Alright, there you go. Good old Bomberman on top. Alright, let's try Spark Bomber. I'll see how I go. And as I mentioned, you have to go through without hitting the sides.
Game start.
And basically, you move left and right, but you also have to move up, specifically. And yeah, it's not moving on its own unless I touch that. Like, fine, I touch the side. So, alright, fine. I got my slowdown shoes. Yeah, for missing that, he seems like he's not really that bothered. Alright, that was Under the Sea and next Bomber Shock, which is a theme after World 5. Specifically Planet Black. Yeah, the other one being Planet Water.
Come on.
So you do still have the same soft blocks as we saw in the single-player game for this area. You also have death switches, or death fire passages. Okay, fine. Oh, that's what you do. You bomb the fire areas. And it puts fire in the middle. Jesus Christ. Okay. Fine, this is pretty fun if you want to be a total asshole to people, although I guess... Okay, fine, I won both of them. In this case, by just staying out of the center, but when you use the, skull, areas, they just go away. But alright, fine, I won again. So I couldn't win once on show, but off-screen I win both of the bonus, levels. Who knew?
Bomberman.
Alright, we'll give another shot to, Spark Bomber, try and not hit the sides this time.
Spark Bomber.
If you don't get to the end in time, I believe you just get the whatever's in the item swap. Let's see if we can get through the end. I'll just kind of do that, bob. Okay, fine, I got a little further, but yeah, he does that bob and moving, so it looks a little more, you know, disorienting a bit. Actually, also it shows in the background there, one thing I didn't mention is that as far as the changing of item, it is indicated by the background, because you saw there that the speed boots were in green, along with on the left where there was the shoe, or the, stone shoes. So in that case, as long as you pass the color threshold, you're all good. Alright, so I think that is everything as far as what this was. Those are passwords, as I mentioned, as far as this, that go to other things with the Japanese version. Some of them are different between the two, but the ones I mostly noticed were really these. And there's also the ones they say something about, Battle Mega Mix for multiplayer, Crazy Blocks, and Pure War. And you know what the hell, since I'm here, I may as well give a shot with what those are. Yeah, give it the full look, because that's the other thing. I said, I'm going to record this as an extra, because, fine, we didn't show off this part of it. I didn't actually know that that was a part of it. So I said, fine, full look at Bomberman World. I promised ElecVerse is going to be out there that, so we're going to give you that, specifically. So I'll put those 3 passwords in, just to kind of get a sense of what do they do. I said, it is weird, because, yeah, in order to do stuff for the battle game, you have to go into normal game and select password. I'll do the ones I didn't do off-screen, which were 1622 is for what they call Pure War in Standard Stage. I don't know what that means. Yeah, we'll see what this is. Battle Mega Mix seemed kind of the same thing as far as it would, yeah, you type 8686 and you get that. Right, we'll give it another shot. Go to 1. Yeah, we'll keep all that off.
Bomberman.
And I think you do have to hit standard specifically to make this go, so it's saying. But see, this is the case of this game where, okay, fine, alright, fine. Pure War is no box. And I guess it's, oh, fine. Item explosion, because there are no, soft blocks to bust down. You start fully upgraded. So, alright, fine. This is worth putting in. So, yeah, if you want to have just your Pure War 1622, that's what you put in. So, yeah, you have all the upgrades. You don't have to bother doing that. Just go crazy and just blow everybody up. In my case, get blown up. Pick each other up that way. So, there you go. That is your Total War case. Okay, that's pretty cool. Too bad that's not an actual mode as far as normally unlocked. And I don't think there's unlock specific for that. So, it might just be with the codes, or the passwords, I should say. Well, nonetheless, we're seeing what they are. And I'm seeing what they are, because actually I didn't put in any of these specifically until right now. I actually just was looking around saying that, hey, I thought I covered all the levels, and I realized, wait, there are 2 extras, and I said, oh, wait, there's more passwords, let's take a look at these are. Alright, so there was Hero Bomberman, not to be confused with Bomberman Hero. I said, you do still have to go back out and change the password each time, so keep hitting that triangle button to kind of go back to it, and then that will be the end of the show specifically, where I'll stitch this in as it is. Yeah, so I guess if nothing else, also is giving my ideas, like, hey, I want a complete look at this game more if I forgot something, but also because I guess I'm really liking this game. I mean, not that I was doubting the idea that I didn't. I definitely had a great time doing this last night for sure, as I'll go into in a few minutes, as you'll see. I'll go into more specifically. So let's take a look at the next one, Crazy Blocks. How crazy can those blocks be? That's going to be the question. Alright, let's see what we got with these. I gotta say, I like Pure War, so yeah, at least you're getting more look at the multiplayer that way. So, let's run this. And it does say you have to be on standard stage, apparently, for this. Oh, no, I don't want 3 battles. I just want 1.
Bomberman.
Alright, let's take a look back at the standard level.
Come on.
Okay, you start in the middle. So as opposed to starting on the outskirts, the other case, you start here.
Bomb up. Fire.
This is kind of more cramped in, specifically to start. I guess a little more dangerous, but maybe a little more exciting unless I walk into the explosion. Alright, so who's gonna win? Alright, not Monk Bomberman, he's gone.
Bomb up.
Yeah, so it's mostly the same, it's just they're kind of changing the rules around, which I think is the theme of the multiplayer for this franchise. And it's interesting seeing how this game's doing it. Okay, fine, it looks like also there might be... Okay, fine, some of the blocks I think are impenetrable, as far as the soft blocks, because Witch Bomber's bombs were hitting some of the areas over there, and like right there. And I don't think it broke. Okay, fine, that one did, but I guess you had to be right next to it. Yeah, I guess some of them from distance didn't completely hit, I think was the idea. Alright, and bye-bye, Witch Bomberman. And just so I can get a sense of what this was, because I put this in beforehand, or before I started recording this extra part, specifically. So it also does give you more incentive for the YouTube upload as it is.
Hero Bomberman.
I always love doing this, like, hey, if I missed something or there's something that I couldn't show specifically, at least fill in a gap that way. Let's take a look at what Battle Mega Mix is. It didn't look much different when I tried it. You put in 8686 as the password, so we'll take another look at that. And there's other ones that say stuff with bonus modes for Battle Royale, Maniac Mode, Special Battle Mode, and Special Versus, but those are all for the Japanese version. They do not work in this one. I did test them. It seemed kind of weird, like, wait, Battle Royale and Maniac Mode are in this game already. Or in this game, I should say. Maybe they weren't in the Japanese version. Or maybe they're unlockable in the Japanese version. If I get an answer to that to kind of get a sense of what that's about, I'll have it below as far as the editing process. Just because I said this game has not necessarily been something that's been documented massively. Is that if nothing else, if I can provide that and we can have that going as far as myself and Chaz concerned, I want to make that happen. So 8686. Let's put that in. Yeah, maybe that was the idea. Some of the multiplayer was hidden away in the Japanese version, perhaps, but I don't know. Because it did come out later for the US and later for Europe. I don't know if I actually said what the date of Europe's was. I'll have a link, an indication below as far as what that date was if I didn't say. But let's try it again. Go to Battle Royale. Normal. Fine, let's go hardcore. And see me really sucking at this. And you know what, fine, I'm gonna run a little more, a little differently. I'm not gonna be White Bomber, we'll be Witch. Yeah, fine, let's witch it up. I like just saying that over and over. It's like, yeah, you're saying which Bomberman are you picking, as opposed to the Witch. But alright, fine, let's start standard with, the Battle Mega Mix. It looked the same when I loaded it up, because we're starting in the same corners as normal, like right up there. Yeah, to me it looks mostly the same, unless maybe there's something about the positioning of the blocks. Which one is me? Okay, fine, I'm the one in the corner there. I just want to make sure that, yeah, I'm following the right thing for this. Ow. Actually, honestly, I like pure war of all these, honestly. Although crazy blocks means that, hey, you're close enough. So, like, hey, if you want an intense and potentially fast session of Bomberman going on, or something to put your challenge, or your skills, I should say, to test, when you have a bunch of people in a row like that, that might be the way to go, too. Okay, fine. I think, from what I'm gathering, I think Battle Mega Mix is a different layout of the hard blocks at the bottom, because I don't, and the top specifically. I don't think they looked like that when it came to the main standard level. And so these are not normal options or things you unlock by beating the game, although, as I said, sort of kind of, the way the saves in this game work is basically that it doesn't save when the game is over, as we showed. So in that case, there's nothing it necessarily saves to the memory card for that, as or to a password, except for your level progression. And as I said, also, apparently there's passwords to also save item progression, which I was not aware of. If I had known that, I might have used it, but honestly, I think we went fine the way it was. Kind of showing the full story, saying, what would you have to do to go through this? It's like, hey, if I have to use codes for certain things, I might do that in specific circumstances, but since I was able to get into a case of it, and also make it so that I gave it a sizable amount of time to this game, is, yeah, the Witch Bombers are fusing there, it seemed like. Yeah, I think it was smart that I did it that way. As I said, we definitely got our 4th of July summer element started with a bang, quite literally with this one, and I had a great time doing it, and a great time just doing this one part. But yeah, hurry up, computers. You're so good, yeah, you gotta start moving. Or maybe it'll show a draw, I don't know, we'll see. You can get in draw case, but we'll see what's gonna happen. Alright, so yeah, there they go. But, yeah, talk about, they're too good. They're too evenly matched. Well, again, I guess it makes sense that I got out first, because, yeah, this is hard. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you stood in front of your bomb. Okay, fine, they didn't make the mistake I made. There you go. Alright, so, which Bomberman won? The Witch Bomberman won. So that's the idea. It's like an Abbott and Costello, routine, specifically, isn't it? Fine, it's the Bomberman World version of Abbott and Costello's Who's on First. But alright, there you go.
Witch Bomberman.
Oh, there you go. There's Witch Bomberman, with all of the Witch Bombermen, and, you know, just enjoying the victory. Alright, with that, I'll take you to the rest of the video that we already have going on. Hope you enjoy the rest of it. Thank you very much for everything.
Witch Bomberman.
Alrighty. So there you go. There is your full look at the battle mode and of every aspect of Bomberman World for the PlayStation. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything in here. And there's standard level, which is shown. We showed Spark Bomber, Bad Bomber. Sudden Death is going to be a case of that. Okay, fine. I'll show the tag match, which is going to be... Fine. I'll do a tag match. same deal. So let's run last case.
Fairy Bomberman.
I'll run the fairy,
Bomberman.
the ninja,
Monk Bomberman.
the monk, the witch,
Bomberman.
and for
Bomberman.
old time's sake, there you go. Okay, so yeah, you can run teams. Okay, so right, I was fairy Bomberman, so let's do that. Fine, let's do 3-on-2, and actually, I did really like the Seesaw Park. Let's go back there. Show how team play works, because I guess then the idea is that you can't hurt the other opponents or not.
on.
Or find your teammates, I should say. And so, yeah, since there's only a 4-player in this, or fine, 5-player, shit. That was a fucking worthless use, or whatever that is. Fine, like, yeah, I was not of use this way, so fine, like, okay, I guess I made it fair. But fine, as I said, this is how my aspect of Bomberman was. Well, I guess here's the idea, is that you probably can still kill each other with your same bomb. Oh, then again, let me see something. Okay, fine. That's pause. So, like, I hit start for that. Fine, monk, yeah, got bounced. If I can still be the bad bomber doing this. Okay, fine.
Bomb up. Fire.
Alright, so actually, yeah, it's only, fine. Even at 3-on-2. Yeah, the other AI teams are handling it. So, yeah, hold on, Witch Bomber.
Fire.
Yeah, putting a lot of pressure on Witch Bomber, man, to handle this. Ah.
No.
Okay, fine. So much for that. Alright, fine. So, yeah, team battle and don't win, but it's either way. Okay. Alright, so there you go. As they go, there's your victory for the AI. Yeah, the AI in these games are really, really good. At some point, I'll definitely come back as far as other stuff with multiplayer for Bomberman, or other stuff with Bomberman. Yeah, feel free to let me know any other ones you want to see, and we can make them happen. But yeah, for now, yeah, let's get this going into the opening demo for the game itself. Alright, and feel free to hit me with any final thoughts you have as we close Super Bowl Game Saturday for this week. I had a great time playing this game. Thank you so much, ElecVerse, again, for the request of this one. You were right. This is a game that deserves more love and attention, and I hope that we gave it more, specifically, showed everything we got about it, gave it the full look, gave it more of a record, gave it more attention. It is one of those things that, yeah, Hudson Soft, this is one that might be worth mining for ideas. And we're going to come back to this franchise again, because, yeah, this is, it is amazing to think this, the fact that this is 40 years of this franchise specifically. But yeah, games like this show why it's going strong, or why it's still going strong. And the appeal really on every level of it. And one that even just me coming to it fresh compared to it with other ones, I should say. Especially coming to it fresh this year, because I did not play this game until this year. But when ElecVerse said, I want to see this game, I said, let's do it, let me get a copy of this. I did. I'm glad I did, and it is a really good game, and if you like your Bomberman and you played this, absolutely play it. If you have not played it, it's a $30 game about, and it is a good value, I'd say, for that, and the first of the 3 of the Bomberman games on the PlayStation 1, aside from Wars, which was on, Bomberman Wars, which was Japan only. Which you could show the Saturn version specifically easiest, as far as the show, if you ever want to see that. And other stuff as well for this series. But yeah, I can't believe it's been 40 years of this franchise. But yeah, this is definitely a good look at it. And a good celebration of, I guess, the 25th anniversary of this one this year. So, yeah, there you go. Yeah, we'll definitely come back to other stuff, Bomberman, and other stuff of Hudson Soft for sure. Definitely. And I had a great time doing this show tonight. And thank you all to everybody out there, ElecVerse, Dolly Finn, and Jimmy96, and everybody else out there in chat and YouTube land eventually for watching the show. Alright, we'll just see in the roll call once more of the Dark Bombers, or the Dark Force Bombers, I should say. Let's do the next order of business. Oh, fine, 2 orders of business. One, next time we come back to this franchise, I guess it'll be with one of the Nintendo 64 games, or Generation, or Generation Singular. We'll figure it at some point, but any suggestions you got as well, keep them coming, we will get to them. It was great fun. Thank you, good night. Thank you so much, Dollyfin, for sure. Yeah, I was taking a drink of water that way. Like, yeah, I was like saying that specifically, but like it was a choice of do I talk or do I start drinking? But either way. But anyway, let's go to the last order of business of the show. Schedule. we got a good amount of it set up for the next couple of months. For this month, we are kicking off the summer in high gear with this one, with our 4th anniversary celebration of Bomberman and our 25th on Bomberman World tonight. Next week, I have 2 shows for you next week. I have one on Friday, February... No, why am I saying February? Maybe on the F's case, but fine. July 7th. July 7th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is going to be Friday. We're doing another preview program show. We did that with Game Dev Tycoon back in February before we started playing it. We're doing that for another game. We're going to be doing that with Contra Hardcore for the Sega Genesis. I'm running the Switch Online version, which we will run when we play the game fully on September 30th. But I need my practice on that one. If I needed my practice on this game, as hard as this got, I need it on that one for sure. I've been doing it on and off for the past year almost. But in this case, I said I'm going to stream my practice for that game. So it's going to be a little more of a loose show than it even usually is. I'm not going to necessarily go into history of the franchise or of the people involved in the game specifically. I'll go on that when we play that on September 30th. As well, yeah, there's like, yeah, don't be upset, Bomber people. Like, yeah, Contra Hardcore is a really good game, it's just insanely hard. And we are running the US version as far as it's entirely, so we can go through and figure out all the endings. I gotta figure out how we're gonna do all the endings, honestly. But that being said, we are using Switch Online, so we can show off all the paths, other save points or save states I can use for the purpose of that. I'll use it for that purpose specifically, not so much for, skipping levels or trying to, mitigate if I die or something. Although I might potentially do that for it. But next week is already our first look, our preview program. I said I'm going to record that. It will be on July 7th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the day after that is going to be the Saturday show, so the next actual official full show. Oh, fine. The preview program is an official show. It's just a bit different than when we do the full overlook of games specifically. But the next Saturday show, we're going to have July 8th. Emetics is making his long-awaited return. He's coming back. We are going to be finishing for real this time, I promise. I'm pretty sure. I don't think I'm underestimating it this time. Parasite for the PlayStation. So we got another PlayStation game we're finishing off from 1998 with great CG cinematics and elements to it. Yeah, we just have to finish climbing the Chrysler building. We have 27 floors left. Then we have the final boss to fight. That's all we got to do. We're in good shape as far as Aya Brea. I honestly have not done much with that game since we played that back in January as far as the last part. But yeah, sorry it took so long to get to it. Is that we had to figure schedules for that. It's like, hey, when it comes to that, we're going to figure the schedules. Even if the game is to hold for a little while or hang for a little while, we'll get back to it eventually, don't worry. I did that with Mystical Ninja starring Goemon at the beginning of the year, and we're doing that Parasite for sure. Yeah, so almost a year since we started, but as I said, if nothing else, and this will be also a preface to my final thoughts on that game, I think I like that we let that game percolate a little bit, because it made me realize just how great a game that is, and how thankful I am to Meg for A, coming on the show, B, showing this game off all the love that he has for it, and all of you out there in chat, of course, and kind of making me realize, man, this is a great one. I'm glad I found it, even though I got to it late. And it's a new favorite of mine for PlayStation. So yeah, we're going to be finishing that. So yeah, we do have the other RPGs, and then we'll closing the book on Parasite for our full look, because yeah, it deserves the full look. It's that great a game. That'll be next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The week after that is going to be July 15th. That's going to be a 5 p.m. show. Nocturne's coming back for Part 4 of Mega Man Legends 2. She's been doing her off-screen Zenny grinding. Started that last week as far as how it is, with a better element of where she's going to be able to handle that. As we go into the final of the main ruins, we're looking for that last key that is supposed to be heading towards the Mother Lode. We'll have to see what that's going. Her plan specifically is to get through that specifically. See if she can't do the Classes License tests. If she can, great. If she can't, she said she's going to be using one of her original save files, which will just have it eventually, and also have the showcase of the weapons and all that eventually, but basically making it so that we'll be able to be ready at the final dungeon by the end of next part, which is why we're starting it early as well, so that if it has to go, it'll go over longer feasibly so she can get there, we can make that happen, and that's how that's going to go. Also, Strange Horticulture, yeah, Dolphin, you and I are going to do that. We're going to start that as far as our look at it in November, but instead we're going to, you know what, I'll tell you this. I never really thought of what I want to do for some of the shows, a couple shows in December. we're gonna show that as far as the puzzle showcase we're doing in Thanksgiving weekend. But maybe we should do that. Maybe we should try and put some time aside after we do that show, maybe December, to start that game and do the look on that. I think that might be a good idea. In fact, I think we should do that specifically. But we'll show that in November to start, and that's all yours. Absolutely, that's absolutely going to be your game, no question. So, in that case, yeah, December. I'll figure when December, probably late December. I'll figure as far as how we can mend the schedule that way. But as I said, our first look will be for that Switch Puzzle Showcase in November. But yeah, just quickly go back. We'll get to that part in a little bit. And yeah, yay! So you're very excited. It's a good game. You turned me on that one, so I owe you that one specifically. You call dibs. But yeah, July 15th, next part of Mega Man Legends 2. I think the thought is that if she's able to get herself to where she needs to go, because we'll run a little longer, because we'll start early if needed, we should be able to finish the game in August, I think. Thank you. No problem, Dollyfin. Absolutely, no problem. Anything you want to see in the show, make happen. So that's how that's going to go for Mega Man Legends 2. July 22nd, we're in summer now, so yeah, we're definitely getting the summer stuff going on even more. We've been playing another game I know that ElecVerse wanted to see. We're going to be playing Pilot Wings for the Super Nintendo. We played Pilot Wings 64 already, and he said, hey, I have experience with that one. I said, we got to do this at some point. I said, let's do it now. Perfect for summer, and we're going to make it a little bit of a three-for sort of. We're going to play fully Pilot Wings for Super Nintendo using the Switch Online version. But I'm also going to do what we've done for some other shows where I'll mix other stuff in as a little bit of variety, because it's not a very long game. I'm a little more familiar with certain things. I will also be showing off all of the hidden missions that you can get. I have the save states set down for those, because some of those are really hard to find. I didn't actually know they existed until this year. But along with that, since we're running Switch Online, I do want to show off two other games briefly that we played already because of porting reasons. One is Pilot Wings 64 from Nintendo 64, because the port of that on Switch Online expansion pack is a thing of beauty. Is the best emulated game on that service by a mile. So I said, I want to show that, and we're looking at the other one, looking at the Super Nintendo game, putting that quick context right away, not long. I've already shown that game enough. I'm not going to take the thunder away of Super Nintendo, but just to get that idea of it. And also because, going back to the 3DS thing, until I get that modded, I can't show the other game of Pilot Wings, which is Pilot Wings Resort, and I'd love to do that. So I want to figure that at some point. But on top of that, it's also another thing with the Pilot Wings Super Nintendo Full Play, the brief look at the emulation of Pilot Wings 64 on Switch Online. I'm also going to show off a game, and I know ElecVerse said when this went to the YouTube site a couple years ago, he wishes he would have been able to been on when we played it. So yeah, you're getting your next chance for this. It's going to be, I'm going to show off the Shindo Pack version of Wave Race 64. It is on Switch Online expansion pack. The Japanese side of it has the version, has Rumble Pack support, that has some different stuff to it that I think is worth showing off. And we're in summer. Perfect summer game. I know we played it before, but I said for that case, that's the idea. And ElecVerse is like, I know you said, like, I wish I was there when we played it fully. We'll have, I'll have a look at it, so we have that covered that way. And then we get to the end of July 29th. That's, by the way, the July 22nd show, that's going to be a 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time show. July 29th is going to be a 3 p.m. program for Part 4 of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. And then we get to August, where we'll do Tetrasphere for Nintendo 64, because they said, what is going to be the viewer request? I've been bouncing around saying, what am I going to pull out? It was going to be either that, or it was going to be Road Avenger for Sega CD, which honestly, I know people didn't ask for. I'm going to show that eventually myself. But I think I'll show Tetrasphere for Nintendo 64, specifically. That, I believe, is going to be the first week of August. That's going to be the Friday night. That's going to be August 5th, I believe. Let me just get an indication of that just to make sure I'm... No, August 4th. Sorry. Yeah, August 4th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Friday show, we're going to be doing Tetrasphere for Nintendo 64. So I'll have to get to practicing on that one specifically, but I'll have elements of other games that I don't have to be playing. As is, and even with, yeah, honestly, I don't really have too much to play, that to practice until Pilot Wings. Even Parasite Eve, we just have to climb up the building specifically, and Contra, that's going to be practice I'll do, and I'll do more practice as we get closer to the play of that fully. Then we'll have the next parts of Mega Man Legends 2, probably its finale, most likely. I gotta figure when date is going to be for that. I gotta be talking with Edwack because he's gonna be starting Spyro the Dragon for us. He's gonna be starting it on either August 11th or August 18th. I gotta get with him. I don't know which one's gonna be, and he's taking precedence on which one he gets to pick. So it's gonna be his choice. So Nocturne's gonna have to take the other one that he does not take, and I talked that over with her last week. And before, so I was like, okay, fine. Are you okay with this? She's like, yeah, that's fine. So we'll figure that. He's gonna be starting that. He'll be playing the Spyro Reignited Trilogy version on the Switch, specifically. That's not gonna be long. It's gonna run 2 parts. So yeah, we'll finish that in September. And then end of August, that's going to be August 26th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is going to be the next part of Lunar, specifically. And then we get to September, where we'll have the finale of Spyro the Dragon. We will have... I don't know... I mean, if we're done with Mega Man Legends 2 by then, I said to Protorova, specifically, I can give you 2 shows for Lunar that month, specifically. So we can finish it by the end of September, and he will need to do that, just to put that out there, because otherwise we're going to have to put that game on the shelf until next year. And he does understand that. I know he's been running insanely long parts on that game, but still, if I can get that, if we can avoid having to put that game on the shelf for a couple months, I want to do it. And I think we should be able to, because I delineate at least 6 parts. I'm going to potentially give him 7 if it has to come to that. But as I said, that's going to be that, because I think Nocturne probably is going to finish Mega Man Legends 2 in August, I think. If she doesn't, we'll have the next part of it in September. But as I said, we'll figure that. And as I do want to get Lunar done, specifically, just for the purpose of that, so we'll have enough. We're not rushing the game, and Protorov understands that, or at least if he's listening to this, he's understanding that, specifically, because I'm being explicit about it now. That, hey, I'm giving enough time for that to go, and going fully, as far as what it is. So that's going to be that idea. We'll see how that goes. We'll probably get a sense probably at the end of this month. And then we get to September, which I mentioned. Yeah, I'll have to figure viewer requests we're going to do for that. September 30th is Contra Hardcore. I know that. We're doing Contra Hardcore. That's going to be a 7 p.m. show. I'm not moving that, and I told everybody that I need as far out September for that one as I can get. And then we get to October, where Gemini 96 in chat, he's going to be involved for Earthbound for Super Nintendo. We are starting that on October 7th at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're starting to go through the next RPG, one of his favorite games ever, probably his favorite game on the Super Nintendo, I think. Feel free to indicate Gemini 96 if I'm speaking out of turn that way, but he loves that game. I've delineated 6 parts, at least for that one, for the purpose of how that's going to run. For a couple of things we're going to show, full play game, differences between the Japanese and US versions, because we're running Switch Online for that. And then also, he's going to do a speed run of it as far as the finale, or the last show we have for that game next year at some point. And then, middle of month, we have to figure when the dates of these are as far as who it's going to be, but, and also, I guess if it's going to be Friday for, the Crusader 64's return to the show, because he's been playing Man of Medan for PlayStation 5 for us. I don't know if this will be a Friday show or a Saturday show. I'll probably have a better answer in August when we talk to Nikki, who's going to be in when we do Spyro the Dragon with Edwack. The other weekend of those 2 in the middle is going to be Nocturne. We're going to play The Typing of the Dead for the Dreamcast. I cannot wait to do that game. And her and I are going to start practicing that game, actually starting for the next part of Mega Man Legends 2 in between what we got, as far as getting ready for that game for each part. And then the final week of October, talk about another anniversary case. That's to be October 28th. We'll be playing Castlevania Rondo of Blood for the Super PC Engine CD, specifically running the PSP port within Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles. I have it unlocked, and we're going to have our full element of Castlevania, because, nothing says Halloween month for a spooky month. Like, A, Crusader 64 being on the show, and B, Castlevania. So, we have that Castlevania, that's going to be our next one. And then we get to November, where next part of Earthbound, we'll figure a date on that. The start of Metal Gear Solid 2 is going to be the other one that's going to be the first 2 weeks between those two. The third week is going to be the pre-Thanksgiving Disney show, or Disney game showcase. I'm probably going to do a 2 for, I think I can do this. I'm just concerned, hey, if I switch games, I'm going to get in a case where the NES is not going to read it, but I think I should take that chance. If it does, we'll go in, we'll work through it. We'll talk through it as we always do. I'm going to show 2 from Capcom from NES. Show off Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers, and also Disney Adventures in the Magic Kingdom. And I'm looking forward, and those are insanely short, so I can show them off in one show together without a problem. At some point, I'll show off Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers 2, because I have the Disney Afternoon Collection that has it, and also because that's a $400 game, so that's the way you want to play that one. Whereas Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers Normal costs next to nothing, and so does Adventures in the Magic Kingdom. And then, Dollar Finish, you're mentioning Strange Horticulture is going to be part of the Switch Puzzle Showcase on Thanksgiving weekend. That's going to be on November... Just make sure I got my calendar set for this. 25th at probably 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you want to move it earlier, feel free to let me know. Dolly Finn's going to be in on the program. I can guarantee that. We will have Strange Horticulture as a look. We're going to have a bunch of puzzle games. Stuff we mentioned before, stuff I haven't mentioned before. A bunch of stuff that is going to be a jam-packed program with a lot of goodness. And then in December, we'll figure starting Strange Horticulture as a full play. And then also... think about this, other stuff. I'm looking forward to it. And then December, the other stuff I know we have is next parts of Earthbound and Metal Gear Solid 2. Other stuff I don't know. There is one thing I do want to kind of do as the last show of the year. I'm going to look into the logistics of what I can do on that, and I'll let you know when we get closer. And then getting into next year, just very briefly, I know we have next parts of Metal Gear Solid 2 and Earthbound for a couple months. Since we talked Sonic and we talked Atlas, first weekend of 2024, we're celebrating the 20th anniversary of Sonic Heroes. I'm going back to that for the Super Hard Mode with the Xbox version, which I indicate we're going to come back to eventually because I have an easy way to run it as far as it being unlocked specifically. And the first weekend of March, just to go into this, and this is going to be the last announcement as far as this, that is going to be on March 2nd. That's going to be... our player, that's going to be the start of Nocturne being with me for Snowbird Kids 2 for Nintendo 64, which is that Randy Manella is voicing in that game. There's another Atlas joint. Specifically, it is going to be celebrating its 25th anniversary, more or less at the time, because it came out March 1st, I think, basically. So fine, it's March 2nd as far as how it is. So we'll start that game. If it takes multiple parts, it takes multiple parts, but it's not going to be that long. She's probably going to be the one to control that, because she has beaten everything in that game in ways even I haven't. She didn't like the Dragonborn in that game, for God's sake, if you've ever played Snowbird Kids 2. And yeah, so I think that's going to be the handle that way, but we'll definitely give it the full look, as we always do with anything we play on this program. And anything else all you out in chat land and YouTube land want to see, just let us know. We'll make it happen. Thank you so much again, ElecVerse, for making this request. Thank you to everybody in chat. Thank you so much for everything you do for this program, and, you know, keep it going. I'm glad you're looking forward to the shows we got. We got some good stuff, and all of you are making those shows happen for that. Have a good week, everyone. So Dollyfin says, I second that, Dollyfin. I send the same to you and to ElecVerse and to Gemini96 as far as people in chat who've chatted, and everybody else, of course, for sure. Thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward. And I'll see you twice next week. I will see you on Friday, July 7th, for our preview program of Contra Hardcore for the Sega Genesis, and I will see you next Saturday with Medics for the finale of Parasite Eve. Till then, keeping awesome. Have a wonderful night. Take care, everybody. And have a wonderful 4th of July. That was as well. Great, for sure. Dolly Finn says, yeah, second that again, specifically, but have a great night, everybody. Thank you very much.